Alright, 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 alright. Oh, is it gonna show up? Okay, there it is. Alright. I was initially gonna think of doing Pokemon Reborn for today, but I decided I'll do it tomorrow because, yeah, because I feel like I want to get this game out of the way as soon as possible. Because, well, the next Ace Attorney-like game I'm going to be playing is one I've already streamed before, except this one has undergone a massive overhaul. And yeah, there's there's been modifications to the stories, new scenes, and all that. It's basically a remake. The developers remade that game, and I loved that game so much that I'm willing to, well, stream it again. But yeah, for now, let's get to it. On my way back from the research center, holding Annie's chip, I thought a lot. Since Detective Stone's death 5 years ago, familiar faces have continued to appear in various incidents. All of these seem intricately intertwined, as if arranged by fate. It's as if there's an invisible hand manipulating everything behind these events. Whether it's me, Chief, or even Sis and Prosecutor Schubert, we're all being played like puppets by someone. It's already getting late. I need to hurry back to the office to report to Chief. I remember I should transfer at Unity Avenue to get back to the office. January 29th, 6:10 p.m. at Unity Avenue, Main Street. The gate of the Skyrim Trade Center is already locked, and the police inside should have already withdrawn. This neighborhood is usually empty after office hours, let alone at this time near the new year. Huh? Sis, what are you doing here? My office just across the street. Why couldn't I be here? Right. I forgot their office is in Genesis Financial Mansion across the street. Have you done what you were supposed to do? What? Oh, if you're asking about the case investigation, Well, that's weird. Why is the music only coming out from one of my headphones? That's weird. Okay, I'll just let the bear for it for now. Enough. As the prosecutor in charge of the case, I cannot discuss the case with you. Just be clear in your own mind. Then why did you ask in the first place? There might be complications in tomorrow's trial. Be prepared. Of course, but when it comes to being serious, I won't lose to you. Great. However, you're such a carefree girl. Determination alone won't suffice. This case is much more complex than you imagine. Be careful. Are you worried about me? There's no retreating now. When we took on the case, we didn't know the identity of the victim. We just thought Galaxy is our friend. Now, even with all the trouble this case has caused, we will uphold our professional ethics and make it to the end. If you were in my place, you wouldn't retreat either, would you? I didn't wait here for so long just to hear pretty words. Huh? She was waiting here specifically to meet me. I thought it was just a coincidence. Tomorrow's trial will definitely bring up some old cases. You impulsively returned your prosecutor's badge back then because of that incident, right? Well, Prosecutor Schubert also taught me a lot, so I can understand your feelings, but I can't agree with how you handled things. But regardless, you've held on for so many years, so it's time to bring it to a close. I can't share prosecution's findings and evidence with you, but since I wasn't a direct participant in incident number 761, there are some things you should know about. Huh? You mean? Listen carefully with wide eyes before I change my mind. Okay. After that, Sis told me about what she and Silas Schubert found today. The stockroom with weapons, Detective Gems Goldwyn's death, and the upheaval Sky Shield has experienced over the years. Today, Prosecutor Schubert visited the Foxtail Mine Park and Lemon Village, but even Sis couldn't understand his purpose. Forget it. Probably no one can understand that guy. Among the Sky Shield heads, only Tuna and the leader of Kalens are still alive. If Sky Shield is involved in this case, no one knows how much these two actually have been involved. Everyone will not be revealed until tomorrow's trial.
Everything, not everyone.
That is all I can say. Take care. Thank you, sis. I know what to do. Is that so? I hope you truly know what you're doing. Of course. Well, just like 5 years ago, I can't affect your thoughts. I just hope tomorrow you won't be too affected by external factors and make hasty decisions. The dignity of the law is paramount, and it should not be trampled on by anyone's selfish desires or misguided cleverness. Just remember this. Even if following the law leads to an outcome where no one will be happy? I know what you're thinking. Your chief and I can never get along. We both know deep down this case is about more than just whether Galaxy Coyote is guilty. Now hurry back and get prepared. Everything will be clear in tomorrow's court. Good luck. Huh? What? I mean, stop hanging around here. Go back now, right now. Oh, as ever, this is not frank at all. No time to express feelings. I should get back to the office. That's weird that the music's only coming out of one ear.
January 29, 7:16 p.m. drinking Tom's Co.
It's completely dark outside. This trip takes longer than I expected. I haven't investigated the crime scene at all. I hope Chief didn't encounter any issues. Chief!
You're finally back. How did it go?
Well, I went to the Crimson Ultra Realistic Robot Research Center. I did get some valuable evidence. I can't say for certain yet if it will be relevant to tomorrow's trial, but I believe this trip wasn't in vain.
Great. While you were away, I managed to gather all the clues from the crime scene.
That's fantastic. Before I returned, I ran into Sis and talked with her. She and Prosecutor Schubert also investigated a lot today. Although she didn't go into details, the information might be useful.
Alright, let's start by exchanging our findings from our separate investigations.
Yes, Your Honor.
The evidence materials have already been compiled together.
A picture from Annie's chip, and her medical records from 5 years ago.
Yes, and Prosecutor Schubert suddenly investigated the Foxtail Mine Park for the kidnapping case 5 years ago.
It seems the connection between Kujio's death and incident number 761 is even closer than I thought. We must re-examine the malicious intent in the courtroom 5 years ago.
But it's been so long since the incident, and the crime scene has long been cleaned up. At that time, the case was closed by the police to ensure the safe continuation of the Universal Games. We can't investigate the scene anymore, and we don't have more evidence. It's impossible to reopen the investigation, isn't it?
Indeed, the crime scene no longer exists. Indeed, the crime scene no longer exists. However, what's worth investigating isn't just the scene. To prevent related evidence from being destroyed, I check the evidence room every year. I even carry something with me. Like this.
This is a photo of incident number 761.
Yes, at that time, because the incident happened suddenly, the entire courtroom was in great chaos. We didn't have a chance to investigate thoroughly back then, but now, we have gathered a lot of additional information. A skilled lawyer, even without being at the scene, can collect and analyze information just by observing images.
Indeed, upon re-examining this photo, we might discover some unexpected details. Let's get started. If I'm correct, the person who killed Sane's English back then must have had some connection to the killer of this case. Try clicking on the screen and thoroughly investigate details of this photo. These two items covered with white cloth are GBXF-003 and 004 from back then, right? They've been in the defendant's room from the start, and as prosecutor, I didn't really have much contact with them.
To be honest, I didn't inspect them closely either, because we didn't realize there was a bomb inside at the time. At the time, the police had limited knowledge of robots, so they placed them casually as objects possibly related to the case.
Upon closer inspection, the eyes of the two robots are still shining with eerie light. Wasn't it to frighten people?
No, I think it's just proof that they had been in operational mode all along.
That room, like the cold room, has no windows. When Kuzio cut off the power, it became pitch black. Did the robots light up their eyes to maintain vision?
Since they were running at the time, they should have recorded the entire incident, right?
In theory, yes, but 003 had all its records deleted when it was transformed into cyan. While Annie's records weren't deleted, yet she...
Ah, that's really unfortunate.
About all the image data from that time, all I have is this strange screenshot I got today. Upon closer inspection, there's a small black dot on the white cloth covering the robots.
I noticed that too. I thought it was a stain on the photo.
No, Chief, there's something you might not know. The robot named Cyan had her lower limbs damaged all along. And the reason for the damage is that her legs were hit by a bullet many years ago.
What? If we continue this dot as a bullet hole, it indeed matches the location of the robot's leg.
According to the police conclusion at that time, if Mr. Schubert truly fought Saint English and died together, he must have first hit Cyan's leg and then shot Saint English. This is quite an unexpected discovery. I'll have to ask Chief about this later. Saint English's cause of death was a gunshot to the heart, resulting in instant death.
The person who killed him was good at shooting. The room was quite dim, and Saint English was a former soldier. If he sensed any external danger, he had the capability to either lie down to dodge or quickly grab the gun to a counterattack. It was for these reasons that the police ruled out the possibility of an outsider committing the crime. They believe that only in close quarters combat could such a result occur.
Indeed, in such a dim condition, any slight light would have immediately caught his attention. If Mr. Schubert wasn't the shooter, how did the killer manage to conceal their tracks and sneak into the room?
Besides hiding their tracks, there's another possibility.
Huh? What is it?
If the killer couldn't hide their tracks, they could have used another method. They could have diverted Saint English's attention to elsewhere while sneaking in. For example, simultaneously creating light or sound in another direction during the infiltration. Even the fastest reactions take time, and aiming and shooting for an experienced person only takes a second or two.
Indeed, that's indeed a new perspective, but just looking at this photo, I don't see any trace of such thing.
Yes, if there were such evidence, I would have found it long ago.
This wooden stick. Is this the weapon Saint English used to kill them, right?
Yes, this is a hand-to-hand combat weapon used by special forces in some countries. It's usually assembled into a very thin wooden blades to evade most security checks. When needed, it can be quickly assembled. Its hardness and flexibility provides a great convenience in close combat.
Saint English must have been carrying such a weapon all along. No wonder he tried to infiltrate the Universal Games back then. But Chief, how do you know such an obscure and classified knowledge? Were you a former Special Force soldier?
Well, do I look like one? These are all things my father told me.
Chief's father was Saint English's former comrade, right? I wonder what kind of person he is. By the way, would Kuzio have such a weapon too?
I don't think so. If she did, she wouldn't have pulled the wooden stick from the balance beam back then.
Right. Kuzio didn't have a military background. It's surprising she became such a skilled assassin at such a young age.
As an athlete, she naturally had excellent physical conditioning, so mastering martial arts wasn't difficult for her. But she escaped unscathed in two chaotic situations, and evaded global law enforcement for so long as a fugitive. Such strong infiltration and counter-surveillance couldn't have been learned through self-study. Someone must have guided her. But these are digressions. We know too little about her childhood and social connections, and we don't have time for that now.
How did Erika Kuzio grow up? And why did she choose the path she was on later? If she was Galaxy's adopted sister, could Galaxy have undergone similar training? Forget it. I don't know who to ask these questions. Let's focus on incident number 761. It seems beyond doubt that Sane's English was the one who killed the other two. The key to the case remains: who shot Sane's English?
Chief Thomas.
Chief Thomas was stabbed in the heart by Sane's English and died instantly, right? Even just from the photo, you can judge that it wasn't an instant death from the wound location and bleeding.
Sane's English's combat skills were indeed exceptional. He must have seized the opportunity to strike. Otherwise, Chief Thomas's physique, if they engaged in a struggle, he would have likely been injured even if he won.
Chief Thomas must have sacrificed himself to prevent Sane's English from escaping. After that attack, Mr. Schubert remained alive for a few minutes, right?
Yes, Prosecutor Schubert had 3 stab wounds, which damaged organs, but didn't directly hit vital spots.
Would Sane's English have made such a mistake?
The room was pitch dark at the time. Even for him, killing 2 people in succession would have required some effort. The biggest mystery about Prosecutor Schubert is where he got the pistol.
Yes, at the moment before the recess, he wasn't in the courtroom. Perhaps someone else took the pistol from the courtroom and gave it to him?
At that time, I wasn't with Chief Thomas, and you weren't with Prosecutor Schubert. The situations of both of them are probably untraceable now. This should be all the information we can gather from this photo.
Now, combine the photo with the evidence we got today. It does shed some light compared to 5 years ago.
In tomorrow's trial, this old case might be brought back to the surface. We should prepare ourselves in advance.
Even though I've already paid a painful price in pursuit of the truth behind incident number 761, this is my purpose for leaving the procuratorate and becoming a lawyer. The day to uncover the core truth. Is it finally coming?
Based on this photo and the new information we got in the past 2 days, we can re-examine the sequence of the incident.
After Erika Kujo fled the courtroom in chaos that year, she immediately cut off the power inside the courthouse. At the time, the police said Sane's English seized the opportunity, promptly took out the wooden blades and assembled them. He first stabbed Chief Thomas and then seriously injured Mr. Schubert, who shot him as he was dying. That's how 3 of them ended up dead together. The question that has puzzled us for 5 years is where Prosecutor Schubert's pistol came from. Now that we've seen the bullet in Cyan's leg, we also need to consider who fired a shot at her at the scene. The bullet that hit Sane's English didn't penetrate his body, which means the person who killed him must have fired at least 2 shots in the room.
Wait, think carefully about what we experienced that day.
Of course. I'll never forget that day. What are you doing? It's so dazzling!
Sorry about that. This is a military flashlight. Just bear with it for now. Do you know where Prosecutor Schubert is?
He said he would gather some information from the defendant?
Can you see the way? Hurry up and follow me.
Huh? Me?
Yes, no time to explain. If we don't hurry... What?
It sounds like a gunshot coming from the corridor.
The defendant might escape. Everyone, be careful.
Wait, back then we only heard 1 shot.
Exactly. What happened that day is something I will never forget, and I'm sure you are the same.
I remember the room was soundproofed to protect the privacy of lawyer-defendant communications. Could 1 shot have fired when the door was closed, and the other was when it was open?
Prosecutor Schubert was already seriously injured by Sane's English. Did he have the strength to open the door? Even if he did, why would he do so?
That doesn't quite make sense. If the person opening the door was Sane's English, he could have just run away, so it's unlikely to be him. Then, what about Chief Thomas?
He was fatally stabbed in the heart and died instantly. He couldn't have done anything.
That means there must have been an outsider who opened the door and fired 1 or even 2 shots.
An unexpected outsider. The person we've been looking for all along seems to be real after all.
Chief, do you have any thoughts on the identity of this outsider?
Normally thinking, the most likely person would naturally be Kuzio. After all, she had a strong motive. Also, the missing pistol was found on her 5 years later.
If it was her, one thing doesn't make sense. Even if we set aside the fact that she couldn't use a pistol, she had already openly attacked the police at that time and was a nailed down criminal. There was no need for her to take this pistol away from the scene because she doesn't need to cover anything up.
I agree. The person who needs to spend such great efforts to fabricate the scene must be someone the police did not expect.
In the courtroom that year, except for me and Chief, there were only the judge and the audience in the gallery. Each audience was registered by the court. Over the years, Chief has visited each of them. The only person who has not been investigated is probably... by the way, could the gunpowder residue on Mr. Schubert's hands be faked by this outsider?
It is possible, but unfortunately, I've carefully checked the gunpowder residue on Prosecutor Schubert's hand. It completely matches a normal shot residue. If someone forcibly put the pistol in his hand and pulled the trigger for him, it wouldn't leave such marks.
It seems that Mr. Schubert did fire this pistol. The question is, what exactly did he hit? And how did the pistol end up in his hand? According to the scene investigation, he fired the shot while he was severely injured, when he was beyond saving. This means that neither Saint's English nor the outsider could have forced him to fire the pistol. Could it be that he was trying to shoot the intruder? No, that's impossible. I must be overthinking.
Luna, what are you thinking?
Nothing. Just too much evidence got me into thoughts. Apart from Kalenz, the leader of Sky Shield, there's been another person constantly eluding our sight. The enigmatic second head, Tuna. We know very little about her, and even the police have no trace of her activities. Could this person possibly be the one who was behind all these for the past 5 years?
Tuna. Unfortunately, I also know nothing about her. However, this hypothesis does hold some water. Members of Sky Shield were indeed capable of infiltrating the courtroom to aid Cerberus on the day of incident number 761. Even if this person reappears at the Skyrim Trade Center after 5 years, it wouldn't surprise me, but we cannot accuse someone in court with unclear identity.
Indeed, if she is truly the killer, it would be difficult for us.
So far, the only traceable lead we have is the unidentified trail left on Annie's chip. Neither the prosecution nor the police are aware of its existence. It'll be our trump card tomorrow. When and how to use it is in your hands. Be careful.
Huh? Shouldn't it be up to you? Chief? He's contemplating while staring at the banner on the wall. Is he hesitating? I haven't seen such a serious expression on Chief's face for a long time.
Yeah, I also started to notice, I don't know if I'm imagining it, but yeah, he does look a lot more serious than before.
No, tomorrow. The one standing in the lead defense position will be you.
Oh, me? What? Chief, no time for There's no time for jokes. This case is different from the Boxtail case. Back then I took the lead because I was the only one who knew things about Annie. But now I've shared all the information and evidence with you. It makes no sense for me to go. To win, Chief, you should be the one leading the defense because you are the more experienced.
Well, I can't believe you just said that. You're finally starting to think rationally to achieve your goals.
Are you praising me or not?
However, the hidden truths behind this case likely transcend whether we win or lose. You should also know our goal isn't to merely secure Galaxy's innocence.
The truth behind Incident number 761, Kalenz's true identity, the stories behind Galaxy and Justice Kaeda. I want to figure out all these matters thoroughly. It's not just to give an account to Mr. Schubert and Chief Thomas. It's also to give myself an answer for giving up being a prosecutor and becoming a lawyer in pursuit of the truth. And more importantly, it's for Annie. If tomorrow's trial is the final battle between us and Sky Shield, I won't back down an inch.
Yes, I believe you. Yes, I believe you. But just this might not be enough. After sorting through the information we've gathered these days, I have a strange feeling.
What? Another ominous premonition?
No, rather than a premonition, it's more of a conclusion. If we delve deeper into this case, it might reveal some truths that are hard for us to accept. And the choices we make in the trial will change many people's lives.
Is it really that serious? I'm confused.
Well, perhaps it's not as serious as it sounds. I've been following Chief Thomas's principles all these years. While I believe they are correct, they lack flexibility.
Yeah, this is the expression I'm used to seeing on him. So yeah, I was right. He does look more serious back then in those moments.
But you have an elder sister who despises evil. You studied abroad, and you served as a prosecutor. You have been in court from both the lawyers and the prosecutor's seats. If we must make a choice, it would be more appropriate for the younger generation like you to decide. I am the present of this law office, but you are its future.
Although I don't quite understand it, it seems to make some sense?
After experiencing so many cases, you're no longer the rookie who just started. You should have your own thoughts on the law. What is the true meaning of the law? What is the right thing for us lawyers to do? Do you already have the answer for that in your heart?
The true meaning of the law?
Well, no need to rush to give me an answer. When the time comes, you can tell me. As for the lead defense, I'll take it as a yes since you haven't refused.
Well, although I am not completely confident, I'm willing to take it and give it a try.
Don't worry, no matter what happens, I'll be with you. We must give it our all, and make choices we don't regret.
Got it.
Alright, let's go over the evidence one last time, and prepare for the final battle.
Yes, Your Honor. Chief and I organized the materials needed for the defense, making thorough preparations for tomorrow's trial. This time, what kept me from sleeping wasn't the pre-trial nerves, but Chief's words. Indeed, since coming to this office, I've gone through quite a few cases, big and small. I once naively believed that the law existed to punish evil and promote good, but in my defense career so far, I've only encountered guilty good people and innocent villains punishing evil, and promising good isn't that simple. I understand now that the real life isn't filled with black and white heroes and villains. I also know clearly that a lawyer's words and actions in court can indeed affect many people's lives. However, as for the true meaning of the law, have I really figured it out? No matter what, I hope I can come up with an answer that satisfies myself. Luna, do your best.
January 30th, 9:10 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby.
The final trial is about to begin. The lounge seems to be unusually quiet today. Is it my illusion? All the clues we got from yesterday's investigation point to one thing. Incident number 761, the shadow that hung over all of us. There are still two unidentified heads in Sky Shield, and Mr. Justice, who will testify in court today, is formidable. Despite all the preparations, I still have no idea where the trial will lead. Anyway, I need to buck up. Luna, come on.
Luna, are you alright?
Yes, Chief, come on.
Well. You seemed so lively yesterday, didn't you? Why so nervous now? Just like you appeared in court for the first time.
Am I?
You're no longer a rookie. Just stick to yourself in court.
Okay, I will. Hey, you two are so relaxed, aren't you? The prosecution has already gone inside, you know. Detective Sanford.
We want to meet up with Galaxy before that, but where is he?
That's what I'm here to inform you of. The defendant will be directly escorted into the courtroom today. You won't see him before the trial, so just get in. Huh? Why? Yesterday, despite Mr. Justice's obstruction, we could still meet him at least. Things change, you know. Maybe the prosecution believes he might be involved in more serious crimes. More serious? What could be more serious than murder? I didn't say anything, sweetie. The rest of the information is for you to explore during the trial. Even the security inside the courtroom is much more serious today. And the lounge officers have been called in. It's been a while since I saw such a scene last time. Ah, indeed. Even the security personnel are called away. No wonder the lounge feels empty today. Anyway, anything could happen in today's trial. You two, just keep up the good work. Well, seeing Detective Sandford's carefree attitude, I'm actually not that nervous now.
Good, but it seems like the prosecution is well prepared. You know your sister's ability. As for Prosecutor Schubert, he is unpredictable. I can't give you any more instructions. It's up to you now.
Alright, I'll do my best to bring this case to a satisfying conclusion.
Anyway, let's head to the courtroom.
Yes, Your Honor.
January 30th, 9:30 a.m., District Court, Courtroom Number 2.
Order! Court will now reconvene for the trial of Mr. Galaxy Kaeda. The lead defense lawyer and the assistant switched their positions again. The court has received the application in advance. So, are both sides ready?
The defense is ready. So are we.
In the previous session, many new doubts arose, so the proceedings had to be postponed until today. Prosecution, have you made any new discoveries during yesterday's investigation?
You, go ahead.
Alright. After the analysis of experts, the content of the video submitted by the witness during yesterday's trial cannot be restored. Even if the brightness is enhanced, all we can see is only a blurry halo, and the footprints in the photo cannot be identified. Therefore, the prosecution believes this evidence is not much of use.
That's a pity.
No, the halo is a clue of great value. Just, I can't grasp its meaning yet. I can't figure out its connection to the case now, so I'll wait and see. Apart from that, the police made an unexpected discovery during yesterday's investigation, which will significantly change the course of this trial.
Oh, what is it?
In this case, Couture used highly specialized equipment, making it easier to trace its source. So yesterday we conducted an emergency search at Murder Masons. Murder Masons? The haunted crime scene from the case that Plum was involved in, isn't it? Upon investigation, it's confirmed that a batch of stolen police equipment, long pursued by the police, is hidden there. Besides, the underground stockroom also contained a large quantity of firearms. Huh? Firearms?
Order! Order! I didn't expect the prosecution to uncover such a significant case at this moment. But, may I ask how it's related to our case? We are only here to try a murder case.
Mass-produced police and military equipment have distinct serial numbers, unlike the black market goods in circulation. We have determined that the special bulletproof vest worn by Kuzio in this case originates from this batch of firearms.
What? Unbelievable!
Initially, Prosecutor Hush obtained a postcard addressed to Quadrant, which was Joseph Crimson.
Yes, now that I think about it, the witness in that case, Bamboo Deer, must have sent the remote control to Director Crimson out of some reason.
Yes, the prosecution has thoroughly investigated the connection between Bamboo Deer and Sky Shield. He only got involved by chance. Fortunately, the police discovered it in time. Otherwise, with the quantity and danger of this batch of firearms, who knows what havoc would be wrecked.
Order! Order! This is truly terrifying. Who could have hidden these things?
Regarding this matter, the prosecution is now going to present. What?
Ahem. I apologize for interrupting your trial.
You are Mr. Justice Kaeda, the Vice President of Neon.
Yes, I am. What's going on? I saw him on TV yesterday. He looks even more serious than on TV.
Why is he here? Are we about to witness a major international event?
Order! Order!
I didn't expect him to show up so early.
Is the timing intentional?
Mr. Justice, why do you come back here? Oh, wait, Mr. Justice, why do you come here amidst your busy schedule?
Ahem. I am deeply concerned about the progress of the case of the Skyrim Trade Center. I happen to be invited to attend its ribbon-cutting ceremony. This grand building embodies the sweat and wisdom of people from both countries. It should be a testament to our friendship. No one could have imagined that criminals would exploit it. It's truly infuriating.
You've made a valid point, but allow me to make it clear. This is a place of paramount judicial significance in our country. Even if you are a foreign dignitary, it is somewhat inappropriate to barge into an ongoing trial.
No, it's not. I have registered to be a witness yesterday. My presence here is justified, legally and reasonably.
Oh, is that so?
He's right. Mr. Justice is a registered witness.
Oh, I see. Well then, what can I do for you?
I apologize for interrupting the proceedings earlier. It was not my intention. The unfortunate incident that occurred during the ribbon-cutting ceremony is a shared disaster between our two countries. However, up until now, this case has been solely under your country's control. Now, as a witness of this case, and a senior official of Neon, I am willing to provide some views and suggestions. Would you mind?
Mr. Justice, we are grateful for your kind intentions. However, your son is a suspect in this case. As a relative, you shouldn't be here unless the prosecution summons you.
I have heard that your country is known for its etiquette and rich traditional culture. There is an ancient saying of yours: when recommending talents, one should not shy away from enemies or relatives. Today I'm here as a leader of my country and a witness at the crime scene. Why should I shun myself? In that case, Your Honor, please allow me to make a brief statement.
Oh, of course. You may proceed.
The Skyrim Trade Center stands as a symbol of the close cooperation between our countries. It's a really misfortune for both nations that it became a murder scene, and I feel deeply sorry for my son's involvement. This case is complicated. Rushing to a verdict within a few days seems overly hasty. In the interest of our countries, I have a proposal. Why not take this case as an example of judicial collaboration between our two nations, and let our judges work together on it? It allows more time for cross-country police investigations, avoiding hasty conclusions based on unclear or insufficient evidence. How about we put this case on hold for half a year? Isn't it for the benefit of all? That's the testimony?
Order! Order!
Oh, what?
So this is how he gets an acquittal, as said yesterday.
Well, Mr. Justice.
Your Honor, don't you think my proposal would be beneficial to both of our countries?
Well,
For the benefit of all? Ridiculous. Although he would use some political maneuvering, but it seems he's simply delaying the trial.
as a judge, I do not have the authority to arbitrarily postpone the trial, regardless of my personal opinion.
Oh, so I should discuss this matter with your superiors.
You...
Mr. Justice, forgive me. This case occurred within our country's territory. According to the law, it would be appropriate for our judicial institution to handle the trial.
I don't think so, Prosecutor Ray. I respect the dedication of law enforcement officials like you. However, However, have you truly considered the meaning of the law?
Huh? You stand here as a witness, not a teacher, Mr. Justice. I'm afraid you don't have the right to lecture us in this sacred place.
Sacred place. I won't comment on that expression. But I believe that in any country's textbooks, the law is defined firstly as a tool. It is a set of behavioral standards enacted by the ruling class to govern a nation. always reflecting the ruler's will.
Well, that sounds a bit harsh.
Yes, but he's right, as said in our country's judicial exam materials.
Now, as the head of Neon, I am applying for cooperation between your country. I am applying for cooperation with your country to establish a precedent for joint trial. I wonder if anyone in this courtroom has the authority to veto this proposal.
You!
Order! Order! Mr. Justice, if you insist. I'm sorry, but I'm really in a quandary.
He refers to the law as a tool representing the will of the rulers, and then brings up his status as the head of state. He is implying that the laws of Neon are merely tools he uses to govern the country. Although our country's social system is completely different from Neon, the judge's rank is indeed completely unequal to his. Even someone as strong-willed as Sis would probably be helpless in the face of someone like him, right? Chief, what should we do?
Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do given our positions.
Are we really just going to let him postpone the trial?
If so, there probably won't be another chance given his status and ability.
How can we let this happen?
That's the reality, even though we have the fervor to pursue the truth in the face of strong political pressure. The initiative in this trial is never in the hands of lawyers. Ugh.
Murder Masons.
What?
Excuse me.
Starry night, gleaming bright, accompany me through the night.
The trial has just started, and you plan to slip away before I finish listening to the first song. I said, Murder Masons. The incident you interrupted earlier, the hidden military weapons in the stockroom. Earlier, Prosecutor Ray didn't finish her words. 90% stake of that Murder Masons is owned by a Neon civilian. It seems a prominent figure from your country is suspected of hiding a large number of smuggled weapons in our country. Mr. Justice, are you aware of that? Ridiculous. I have no knowledge of it. And does it have anything to do with this case?
Yes, very closely.
What?
Our investigation has already proven that the equipment found on the victim, Erika Kujio, came from this batch of weapons. The police also compared the weapons seized from the members of Sky Shield over the years with those from Murder Masons, and they are proved to be from the same batch. Wait a minute, so all the weapons used by Sky Shield to fight against the police are hidden in our country? Weaponry is the lifeblood of a criminal organization, even more important than money. No leader of any criminal group would easily entrust their weapons to someone else. In other words, the person who possesses this batch of weapons is likely the leader of Sky Shield, Kalenz.
Order! Order! Prosecutor Ray, what's your point?
The shareholder of Murder Masons is from Neon. In other words, it is highly likely that the true identity of Kalenz is a citizen of Neon.
Exactly. It would not be easy to smuggle so many military weapons into our country without attracting the attention of our police, unless one of them is a person with power, influence, and cunning. And there are not many people with such capabilities even in your country, right? Mr. Justice, Mr. Justice, don't you have any clue about this?
It is a serious matter. Without any investigation, I cannot give a rash opinion.
In that case, why don't we hear the opinion of our police?
What?
The incident at the Skyroom Trade Center is related to the recent activities of Sky Shield. One of the key members of the organization, Erika Kujio, was murdered at this moment. If I were to say that the leader of Sky Shield, Kalenz, has no connection to it, I'm afraid no one here would believe it.
Therefore, we have reason to suspect that Kalenz is hiding near the Skyrim Trade Center. According to the inference we just made, Kalenz is a powerful and influential person of Neon who appeared near the crime scene.
Oh, wait, Prosecutor Schubert and Prosecutor Ray, do You know what you're saying.
Yes, totally. Although, I don't work the same way like Prosecutor Ray. This time, we're on the same side. Usually he looks like he is sleepy, but today he is soberer than ever. Mr. Justice, you should have heard what we just said, right? If we conduct targeted investigations on individuals like that, I believe we will soon uncover the true identity of Cleanse.
It is reckless to investigate our civilians based on mere suspicion. Citizens, not civilians. I just proposed to postpone the trial for half a year. Did you all simply ignore my words?
With the current threat of Sky Shield, I don't think it's appropriate to be too concerned about such formalities. Mr. Justice, it's a great opportunity for our two countries to collaborate and investigate together for mutual benefit, isn't it? If you refuse, we have no authority to intervene. If you insist on postponing the trial, we will report it to our superiors. However, under the explosive topic of the leader of Sky Shield appearing, how the global media will react and what they will say is beyond my control. It seems like Assistant Prosecutor Schubert came prepared, but now we have become mere spectators.
Don't worry, just observe the situation carefully. There's still many things we can do.
If we can find any suspicious individuals, it will not only help in eliminating Sky Shield, but also reveal the truth of this case. So I hope, Mr. Justice, and your son will cooperate with the investigation then, and set an example for our two countries. For the two countries.
Don't bother. It's not necessary.
Mr. Justice, may I ask what you mean by that?
I mean, there's no need to conduct individual inspections of the visitors. That lacks efficiency. If you want to find suspicious individuals, I have an important clue.
What?
Yes. In fact, on the day of the incident, I witnessed a decisive moment at the crime scene.
What?
What? I never heard of that.
Well, this cunning fox must have prepared a plan over. Oh, well, this cunning fox must have already prepared a plan B.
In that case, we would like to hear the details.
Your Honor, I am now ready to testify. Do you have any objections?
No. Please proceed.
Since Prosecutor Ray has been persistently pressuring me, I have no choice but to reveal everything I witnessed that day. The person who killed Miss Cujo was not the defendant, but I don't know the true identity of the culprit. At the time of the incident, I was gazing at this prosperous and thriving city from the rooftop. At that time, the elevator door suddenly opened, and I saw the victim with her back to me, held at gunpoint by a person in black. I quickly hid inside the fire cabinet nearby, shortly after I witnessed her being shot by that person. The person in black left, and only then did my son, Galaxy, appear on the rooftop. There's no way he could be the killer.
So, you mean you witnessed the moment of the murder? Order!
Exactly.
A person in black came to the rooftop and shot Cujo? I never heard of this before. What? If that's the case, why have you remained silent until now?
As the head of state, I have to consider the multiple impacts of every word and action of mine. There are many reasons why I chose to remain silent, but they are neither convenient to disclose nor relevant to this case. So let's get back to the main topic. As I mentioned earlier, I personally witnessed the process of the murder. Now, the facts of the case are quite clear. I think it's time to conclude the case.
This kind of testimony is very...
Objection!
It's still too early to close the case now. The defense hasn't even started questioning this witness yet.
Oh?
Indeed. Even if the testimony is favorable to the defense, they still have the right to question.
I anticipated that someone would object to my testimony, but I never expected it's you, my son's defense lawyer.
Well, it's better for everyone to clarify the facts of the case, right? Actually, I didn't consider the consequences at all. It seems like I had done something really serious.
I think it's precisely because she's a lawyer that she raised an objection at this moment.
Chief?
Alright, go ahead and ask if you insist. Well, no matter what, the facts I witnessed are beyond doubt. Alright, let's look at the evidence. Yeah, there's the one at 7. They were shooting 5 years ago. The murder scene there. There's the bullet that hit Cyan. Cyan is where. That's a fire cabinet. Was there a fire cabinet there?
Hold it!
Mr. Justice, there should have been a long time left before the ribbon-cutting ceremony started. Why did you arrive at the venue so early?
As a representative of a nation, it is my duty to arrive early at the venue and prepare for my speech.
I remember that the ceremony took place on the 188th floor, right? The top floor should have been still closed at the time. Why did you especially go to the rooftop?
The Skyrim Trade Center, jointly built by two countries, has reached new heights in technology. I heard that the circular ring on the rooftop provides satellite signals for the entire city, and I was curious. That's why.
Well, it's true that the circular ring on the rooftop has that functionality, as Detective Sanford mentioned yesterday.
Mr. Justice, your actions are very important to us. Can you include that statement in your testimony?
Of course. I heard that the circular ring on the rooftop provides satellite signals for the entire city. I was curious, so I went upstairs. Hold on, let me put a checkpoint save. Actually, I could just load it in here. Pretty sure. Yeah.
Objection!
Mr. Justice, you just said that you went to the rooftop to visit the circular ring that provides satellite signals.
Yes.
Are you absolutely sure? As the head of state, you should be responsible for your statements.
What do you mean? My testimony has been thoroughly checked and scrutinized. It can't be mistaken.
That's exactly what I'm waiting for. Yes, your testimony indeed does not have any mistakes, but that's precisely the problem. Your Honor and esteemed prosecutors, I have a promotional brochure for the Skyrim Trade Center here. It says here the project's builders from our country have installed a uniquely designed facility at the top of the building. Its operational mechanism and specific functions will remain strictly confidential until the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Even neon investors are unaware of the mystery within. I see. Its operational mechanism and specific functions will remain strictly confidential until the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Yet you claim that you knew about the functionality of the circular ring before the ribbon-cutting ceremony. May I ask where you got this information?
I have no obligation to answer this question.
Objection!
If you continue to remain silent, we won't just stand by. After all, it leads to us to suspect the purpose of your presence there. As Prosecutor Ray said, since you choose to remain silent, we can only take it as you want, as what you just said was a lie. And you have to and you had to appear on the rooftop for some reason. You learned about the functionality of the circular ring afterward. So you made up the excuse, right?
I see. The lawyer and the prosecutor stand on opposite sides of the courtroom, but speak in unison to accuse me. Really impressive. Are you indicating that I am the one who dealt with the body? Or perhaps the true culprit in this case?
Order! Order! Attorney Ray and Prosecutor Ray, do you really?
We haven't come to such a conclusion yet. Forgive me, Mr. Justice, but regarding this matter, could you please explain?
Mr. Justice, it's not just us, but many people are also following this case. You mentioned earlier that as the head of state, you must consider the impact of every word and action. Then why don't you be honest and tell the truth to set an example for the people?
The court of your country truly has many aspects that my country can learn from. I have gained a lot from my visit today. Such exceptional lawyers and prosecutors may well be the cornerstone of your country's legal system. Indeed, I just provided some false information in court for some purpose.
I knew it.
There is only one point that I must correct in my testimony. I did not go to the rooftop.
Huh? You didn't?
I was on the 188th floor when I heard a gunshot from above, and hoped to see what had happened. It was there that I witnessed the killer disposing of the body on the rooftop.
Hold on. So you didn't see the moment of the murder?
Exactly.
Order! Order! Mr. Justice, although you are the head of state, your previous actions are amount to perjury. As the judge of this trial, I must issue a stern warning to you. If such behavior happens again, this court reserves the right to hold you accountable.
Dedicated to your duty, aren't you? Fine. Now I express my sincere apologies for the slight discrepancy in my previous testimony. I assure you I didn't mean to deceive. I omitted certain facts to simplify matters, but the truth remains unchanged. On the day of the incident, I did saw a suspicious person in black at the scene. Considering the circumstances, only he could be the one who killed the victim.
Are you still insisting the existence of an unidentified person in black?
Yes.
Nonsense!
Hey, she said it. Ridiculous. When will you stop asserting such baseless claims? The Skyrim Trade Center was heavily guarded on the day of the incident. How could there have been an unidentified person in black? If you insist on making such claims, you must provide convincing evidence.
Evidence? I can present it if necessary.
What?
In fact, I do possess conclusive evidence that proves the existence of the person in black.
Conclusive evidence? What? Are you serious? Mr. Justice, please tell us what you really saw that day.
Take it easy. I will. You'll understand me after that. Yes, for the sake of national dignity and my son's safety, I fabricated my eyewitness testimony. However, what I just stated was not a lie. It is derived through logical analysis of the existing circumstances. On that day, although I didn't witness the crime moment, I saw the person in black handling the body and fleeing the scene. When he passed me, he dropped a crucial piece of evidence. It can prove that Galaxy is not the murderer.
So you didn't witness the moment of the crime, but rather what happened afterward?
Exactly. In my haste, I presented my deduction as fact, which was improper on my part. But it doesn't change the result. Given the circumstances at the time, the only person who could have murdered Erika Kuzio was the person in black.
I see. It is quite understandable considering Mr. Justice's love for his son.
Since the witness has amended his testimony, let's proceed. Chief, what do you think Mr. Justice is up to this time?
I don't know, but this time is different from the last. He mentioned evidence in his testimony. Judging by Prosecutor Ray's reaction, it seems the prosecution may not have had such information either. Presenting unverified evidence in court is not permitted under our system, but that guy is well connected. He might have already reached out to the police higher-ups. We must be cautious.
You're putting me under so much pressure.
For a lawyer, nothing is reliable except questioning. Pressure is meaningless. Come on, let's begin. Whether this testimony is true or false will be revealed through questioning.
Hold it!
Crucial evidence? What is it?
In his haste to escape from the rooftop, the person in black was perhaps too panicked to notice that he accidentally dropped the pistol he used to shoot the victim on the stairs.
Huh? What?
Mr. Justice, are you serious?
I instinctively picked up the pistol and kept it. Today I bring it to the court. I will present it to everyone now.
Objection!
What?
Order, order.
We searched every corner of the crime scene and didn't find a second gun.
The moment I saw the pistol, I hid it in my coat, so you didn't find it.
Objection!
How can we accept the origin of the pistol just by your words? You haven't provided any evidence to prove your claim.
Miss Ray, I've never heard of a witness needing to prove the truth of their testimony before testifying. If the witness has to do that, why do we need lawyers and prosecutors?
Prosecutor Ray seemed surprised, so she didn't expect Mr. Justice to present such evidence.
If there was indeed a pistol hid abandoned by the person in black, all current conclusions need to be re-evaluated. However, isn't it easy to prove whether this gun is the murder weapon or not? All we need is rifling mark analysis. No gun crime can fabricate a murder weapon.
It's useless. Did you forget, Luna? The bullet that killed the victim was too hard to leave rifling marks.
That's right. Only in this case, we can't use that method.
Your Honor, we haven't verified the witness's statement yet. The prosecution believes we cannot easily accept such dubious evidence.
That makes sense.
What arrogance. The evidence provided by me, the Vice President of Neon, is dubious. The submission of this pistol is indeed delayed, but I sent a letter to your country's Minister of Justice last night. Having this evidence recognized is only a matter of time.
Oh, is that so?
Pardon me, based on my observations over the past few days, it seems that your country's handling of this case has always been somewhat one-sided.
What are you saying?
Not only did you arbitrarily interrogate our citizens and unilaterally conduct the trial, but now you're rejecting our assistance. May I ask what on earth your court is trying to do?
We are merely following lawful and reasonable procedures to uncover the truth of the case.
If that's true, please accept the evidence I'm offering in my official capacity. As I said, this evidence is necessary for uncovering the truth of the case. If you refuse such important evidence, I can only conclude that you aren't genuinely interested in solving this case.
I understand. This court will accept the newly submitted evidence.
What?
A wise decision.
A 9mm caliber revolver model, M29, provided by Cicada.
Order, order. This is not what I expected, or both the prosecution and the defense can understand. Due to the submission of new evidence, the direction of the trial will inevitably change. To allow both sides to prepare, this court will adjourn.
Hold it!
Your Honor, the defense requests that the witness add his previous statement to the testimony.
Luna?
Huh?
Our questioning isn't over yet. It is improper to adjourn just because a new piece of evidence was submitted, isn't it?
Huh. That makes sense.
While submitting the evidence, the witness also described it. The defense believes it is important.
Prosecution, what do you think?
The prosecution believes this evidence is highly problematic, and accepting it is risky.
Luna, I mean Miss Ray, do you really intend to acknowledge this so-called murder weapon?
I have no answer. What? The significance of this evidence can only be determined through further questioning. Prosecutor Ray, throughout my career as a lawyer, I've come to know that lawyers and prosecutors are not enemies. Instead, they simply stand on different sides of the legal scales. If prosecutors need to believe, you need to believe in the police investigation, believe in your own deductions about the case and bring them to court. Then lawyers need to constantly question the possible holes in the prosecution's reasoning, something missed by the police investigation, and the hidden facts. The true answer can only be revealed through the continual balancing of the scales, right? Therefore, our side cannot accept this evidence, nor can we agree with the prosecution's outright denial of it. Defining this pistol can only be done through further questioning. I hope you know what you're doing. Our side accepts the defense's proposal. This is the first time I convinced Sis. It was not easy.
Well, since neither side has objections, Mr. Justice, are you listening?
Of course.
Then please comply with the defense's request and add your previous statements to the formal testimony.
As you wish.
In the current judicial system, some things can't be done by prosecutors.
Be right back.
Alright, we're back. Well, as a lawyer, I can make up for that. 5 years ago, I left the procuratorate, then joined the chief's office and became a lawyer. Today, as a lawyer, let me solve what prosecutors can't do in my own way.
It was this police pistol that was used to shoot the victims somewhere in the Skyrim Trade Center. I think I'll press it.
Hold it!
Are you certain the murderer used this pistol to kill the victim?
I don't think there's any other possibility.
But according to you, you didn't witness the moment of the murder. How can you be sure it's the murder weapon?
The murderer's attire wasn't suitable for carrying a gun. I don't think he could have concealed a second weapon.
You mentioned in your testimony that this is a pistol. Police pistol. How do you know that?
I'm not familiar with our country's police equipment models. The only reason I claimed it to be a police issue is that Detective Sanford mentioned it in court yesterday.
So his testimony includes information he gathered from yesterday's trial. What if he generated not only the testimony based on this new information, but also... Where's the other gun?
Yeah, this is a 99. Yeah, this is a 99 caliber, and this is a 12 millimeter caliber bullet. I'm just gonna save.
As expected from a high-ranking official, his statements are measured and emotionless, making it hard to find flaws.
Nobody's perfect. Even the vice president can make mistakes. Though his psychological resistance makes it unlikely that he'll slip under pressure. He couldn't have prepared for everything. After all, it's been less than 2 days since the incident.
And I believe there was a shooter in black in this case. If Mr. Justice is lying, I need to present solid evidence to expose the falsehoods in his testimony. Could it be that he made some mistake while preparing the evidence?
Okay, well...
Objection!
Okay, I was right.
Mr. Justice, whether you want to save your son or protect your political career, I understand your desire to quickly resolve this case. But no matter what, you shouldn't lie in court.
Miss Lawyer, what do you mean?
Miss Ray, are you saying that Mr. Justice's testimony is a lie?
Yes, not only his recent testimony, but also the pistol he submitted as evidence and his claim of seeing a person in black. From the moment he walked into this court, Mr. Justice hasn't told any truth.
Order! Order! Defense, are you accusing this witness of perjury?
Yes, please look at this piece of evidence. This armor-piercing bullet called Snowwind, which killed Kuzio, was extracted from her bulletproof vest. As you can see, the bullet's caliber is 12 millimeters. You just mentioned that it was this police pistol that was used to shoot the victim. Our police force's current issue pistols have a caliber of 9 millimeters, just like the one you submitted. How can a 9 millimeter pistol fire a 12 millimeter bullet?
What?
Order! Order! Witness, what is all this about?
That's impossible. Yesterday, it was clearly mentioned that a police pistol was found at the crime scene and suspected to be the murder weapon. The gun I provided is a police pistol of your country. How could the specifications be different?
To reduce law enforcement risks, our police force updated the guns 3 years ago. The pistol found at the crime scene, which belonged to Detective Stone, was an old model from 5 years ago.
Indeed. We mentioned that a murder weapon is a police pistol yesterday.
I'm afraid one of someone's subordinates passed the wrong information, causing him to overlook the issue of the time frame.
Mr. Justice, your forged evidence is quite crude.
Order! Order! Mr. Justice, submitting forged evidence in court is a serious crime under our country's criminal law. Though you have sovereign immunity, we do not have the authority to impose penalties on you. As the presiding judge, to maintain order, I must ask you to leave the court immediately.
Objection!
Your Honor, please wait a moment. I haven't finished. Mr. Justice, since this gun has been proven to be a forged evidence, shouldn't you explain where you got it? There are no legal channels for purchasing firearms in our country. I checked overnight and found no such pistol among the weapons you brought from Neon.
Interesting. Miss Ray, are you accusing me of illegally purchasing firearms in your country?
Purchasing? I think it's far more than that. Yesterday, the prosecution found a stash of illegal firearms in the stockroom of Murder Masons. This morning, the police completed an inventory and compiled a detailed list of the distribution records. One of the names involved is surely familiar to you.
I don't recall any acquaintance in your country.
What if he isn't a citizen of our country? Then let me remind you. The person who illegally purchased these firearms is a citizen of Neon, Tanaka Kenji. Tanaka?
Since when does a mere outsider, especially a foreigner, have the right to meddle in Kaeda family affairs?
It seems you still do not fully trust us.
Tanaka, see him out.
Could Tanaka Kenji be?
What a surprise. I didn't expect Tanaka to.
Tanaka is your only bodyguard and confidant, Mr. Justice. The illegal firearm he acquired became the forgery you presented in court. Justice Kaeda, now we are pursuing more than perjury. Without you presenting this gun, we wouldn't have further pinpointed the suspect. Justice Kaeda, the prosecution now has the right reason to believe that it is you who controls the illegal arms trade in the stockroom of Murder Masons, abusing your position as the vice president.
Order! Order!
I didn't expect you to be relentless in your accusations since the beginning of the trial. Your court is truly eye-opening.
I was cautious when you suddenly applied to testify yesterday. You claimed to help the trial proceed smoothly, but you did everything to hinder it. Not only did you use your identity to forcefully interrupt the trial, but you fabricated testimony and presented forged evidence. You do have an ulterior motive, don't you?
My motive is to resolve this case quickly, and concurrently to avoid complications and unnecessary trouble. What's wrong with that?
Unfortunately, Mr. Justice, what you did not only failed to help resolve the case, but also depleted your credibility. In your recent testimonies, you changed your reason for being on the rooftop twice. First, you claimed to visit a structure you couldn't possibly know about at the time. Then you said you were drawn by a noise made by a non-existent person and black clean the scene. These glaring lies force us to question your true reason for being there, and your actual connection to the case. Chief, considering the current situation, would Justice Kaeda be?
Don't jump to conclusions. Let's proceed steadily.
Indeed, I feel like everything happening now is going too smoothly.
Since we come this far, we might as well finish it. Attorney Ray and Prosecutor Ray, what's your conclusion?
Although you have sovereign immunity and we can't press charges for now. From now on, we have to reevaluate every testimony you present. Besides the arms trade, we have to suspect you of murder as well.
Order! Order! Miss Ray, are you out of your mind? This man is the Vice President of Neon. I've never heard of accusing a foreign dignitary of murder in court. Prosecutor Ray, say something.
Murder suspicion. It might be more than that. Huh?
Prosecutor Ray, even you...
The victim in this case, Edgar Kuzio, also known as Snowflake, the executioner, was a cunning head of Sky Shield.
She managed to escape repeatedly and continued to work for Sky Shield while disguising herself to stay in our country. But after the Vice President came to our country, she immediately became a corpse. How could anyone kill so accurately without inside information of Sky Shield? Furthermore, the ribbon-cutting ceremony at the Skyrim Trade Center was simply a business event between the two countries. It's unusual for a Vice President to attend such events.
Are you suggesting that Mr. Justice's visit to our country has ulterior motives?
Have you forgotten the incident at the Foxtail Mine Park last year? Sky Shield provoked our police. If not for the heroic actions of the defense's assistant, who knows where will we be now? Annie, after one conspiracy was thwarted, how could this ruthless organization possibly give up so easily? It's obvious that during this time, Sky Shield must have been brewing an even bigger conspiracy. Wait. Prosecutor Ray, please slow down. The defense can't keep up. In this brutal war, I have no intention of slowing down for anyone. Justice Kaeda, even if you deny it, Erika Kujo was your adopted daughter. At least nominally. It's not surprising that she would have done anything for you, and killing her would be effortless. Whether as her adopted father or as the head of Sky Shield, cleanse!
Cleanse? Mr. Justice is the head of Sky Shield. Cleanse? Order. Prosecutor Ray, are you prepared to face the consequences of these accusations?
A competent prosecutor never fights an unprepared battle. All of our evidence points directly to him. The identity of a foreign vice president can never allow this notorious criminal to manipulate justice.
Order.
The supreme leader of Sky Shield, Kalenz, is the vice president of Neon, Justice Kaeda. I considered the possibility during my investigation, but I dare not to bring up such an explosive claim. I never expected that the one to reveal this in court would be Sis. Sis, at this moment, which side are you really on? Anyway, Mr. Justice will certainly launch a fierce counterattack. I must support Sis no matter what.
Your country's prosecutors deserve commendation for investigating this deeply. As for this earlier false testimony and evidence, I was indeed pressed for time and couldn't make it perfect. The skills of the two lawyers are indeed impressive. I retract my previous disparaging remarks made over the past 2 days.
Huh?
It seems my decision to testify today was ultimately a misstep. That's right, Prosecutor Ray, as you said, my true identity is the Supreme Leader of Sky Shield, Kalenz.
Oh, he's just straight up admitting it.
What?
I thought he would be more defensive about it.
Order. Please maintain order. This is astonishing. The Vice President of a nation is the leader of an international crime organization. I'm not sure if I have the authority to continue this case.
Hold it!
Why did you admit it without any defense? Prosecutor Ray didn't even present ironclad evidence. With your omnipotent attitude shown these days and your sovereign immunity, you could have easily resisted for a while, right?
Ridiculous. Whether I deny or admit it is not for you, an outsider, to criticize. Sky Shield has been operating for years, with most of its heads dead. I've long prepared for the worst. Exposing my identity during a foreign visit is just one of the options.
So you anticipated this outcome, and even prepared contingency plans?
No comment.
So you killed Erika Kujo?
Exactly. A mere murder case won't add to my guilt. It doesn't matter to admit it.
But why did you kill her? She was both your subordinate and your adopted daughter.
I never had any affection for that kid. She was just a useful pawn to me. In recent months, her actions became increasingly audacious and repeatedly incompetent. She knew too many secrets of our organization, and if she wanted to betray us, she would be a huge threat. This time, I came to your country under the guise of a business event to acquire arms for Sky Shield. But Erika Kujo secretly stashed weapons, intending to rebel behind my back. So I eliminated her to prevent potential troubles.
But Why was the remote control for the light shields found on the galaxy?
Remote control? Oh. The police arrived too quickly at the time, so we just temporarily left it with them.
What?
It's no big deal. It's okay to let them be a scapegoat for a while and then get them out. Unlike Galaxy, my political career cannot afford such stains. But for Galaxy, I'm merely an NGO leader. Being a suspect for a few days might even be beneficial.
So from the start, you plan to have someone else take the blame while you escape unscathed?
Exactly. But I didn't expect that my true identity as Kalin's would be exposed in court. All these years of my meticulous planning and scheming are likely to be ruined by you all.
You deserved it. Whether you testify today or not, we will bring you to justice and find SkyShield's headquarters. And destroy you all to dust!
Huh. Nice bravery, Prosecutor Ray. Even though you've uncovered my identity, SkyShield is not an organization that can be easily destroyed. Even if I end up in prison, you can never rest easy. SkyShield will rise again.
You!
Order! 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 Order!
After Justice Kayada admitted his identity as Kalen's, the courtroom descended into chaos. Even with the significant number of security personnel present, they're all flustered at arresting a sitting head of state. Mr. Justice's entourage stood bewildered on the side. In contrast, Mr. Justice remained unexpectedly calm, standing still. He did not resist as the police, after regaining composure, took control of him. What the fuck is this? Okay, okay, I got rid of that bot. During this commotion, Sis whispered something to Prosecutor Schubert, who had been silently standing by her side. I saw him nod and remove his earphones. Then he cast a deep and unreadable gaze towards the defense.
January 30th, 10:45 a.m., District Court, Courtroom Number 2.
Just now, I, along with everyone present, heard an unbelievable fact. The notorious leader of SkyShield, Kalen's, is the vice president of Neon. Due to sovereign immunity, this court cannot presently indict or punish him. However, we will immediately hand him over to Neon. I have already contacted the Foreign Affairs Department. Neon has prepared his impeachment. He will lose his immunity within 24 hours. Justice Kayada will ultimately pay for his actions. Nevertheless, this court is here to try Galaxy Kayada, a Neon citizen, for the murder of Erika Kujo. Mr. Justice not only admitted to his identity as Kalen's, but also confessed to shooting a subordinate, Erika Kujo, and framing the defendant. Therefore, this trial doesn't need to continue and is ready for a verdict. Do either of you have any objections?
Chief, is this case really about to end? There are still many unanswered questions.
As the lawyer for Galaxy Kayada, it is our fundamental duty to safeguard our client's interests. Frankly, we have no grounds to oppose under such circumstances. Even if we have more doubts, we can ask Mr. Justice personally outside of court.
Understood. Your Honor, the defense has no objections. Lucky for you, the prosecution has no objections either.
In that case, I hereby deliver the verdict. The defendant, Galaxy Kayada.
Well, what's this now? Isn't this show supposed to be about me?
Huh?
Why has the lead even appeared? And yet you've gone ahead and finished this emotional father-son drama?
Galaxy?
Galaxy? What now? Trying to win trust by saving me? This hypocritical act is perfect. I give you my full marks. Can I touch your trophy?
Hypocritical act? What do you mean?
It is chaotic enough. What are you trying to do now? What? You still don't get it? The trial just now was nothing more than a melodramatic soap opera he scripted and directed himself. This guy isn't the murderer. At best, he's a scapegoat. A scapegoat?
What nonsense are you spouting?
Enough. You should stop. You didn't kill Erika Kujo. I know it. One murder sin is already heavy enough for you.
Erika Kujo wasn't killed by Mr. Justice. Defendant, are you suggesting we have been deceived?
Of course.
What is going on here?
Can't you figure it out? Hey, I'm standing here now, so testifying is allowable, right?
Before I deliver the verdict, as the defendant, you certainly have the right to present your viewpoint.
Excellent. Then let me tell you the true nature of this cunning old fox. Old man, are you crazy? No matter what happens to me, it's none of your business. You are indeed a murderer, but the victim in this case was not killed by you. Both you and I are well aware of that. The location where Erika died was on the 101st floor of the building, and you never went there. As for you claiming to be the leader of Sky Shield, that's even more absurd. If you insist on identifying yourself as Kalen's, then show some evidence to prove it.
What is going on? Does the defendant mean that everything Mr. Justice said was a lie? Not only is he not the murderer of Kujo, but he's also not the leader of Sky Shield Kalens. Order! Order!
Is this a bitter scheme of father and son protecting each other? What a farce. Galaxy, I also believe there is more to this case, but as your lawyer, we must prioritize your best interests. The judge was just about to announce your acquittal. Even so, do you still want to make the statement?
Doesn't matter. Even if I were sentenced to death by mismemberment, I would never accept help from such a person. To be saved by the hands of stained with my mother's blood is worse than death.
Since this is the client's wish, we are justified in continuing to pursue the truth.
I understand. Your Honor, the defendant's testimony provides unprecedented information. The defense requests to conduct questioning.
Okay, granted.
Hold it!
Just to confirm, when you say that he's a murderer, are you referring to the death of your mother?
What else could it be? Do you know how many people's blood this man has on his hands to get where he is today?
Defendant, the court is a solemn place. You are responsible for every word of your testimony. No nonsense.
Nonsense? Whether what I say is true or not, just look at that hypocritical and filthy face. Your Honor, it is people like you who are most easily fooled by his schemes. He's not sincere at all. You know nothing of his true nature, which is why you naively believe his lies and become stepping stones for his rise.
But he just admitted that he's the murderer, and even claimed to be the leader of the criminal organization. Was that also for his rise?
How would I know? This is definitely a conspiracy. If you want to know his intentions, just ask him.
Although Mr. Justice has committed many dirty acts in the past, his actions just now were very strange. Admitting to be a murderer and the leader of a criminal organization is unlikely to bring any political benefits. What is Justice Kaedo's real purpose?
His hands are dirtier than anyone else's, and his sins are deeper than anyone's. But such a hypocrite who values fame above all else would never personally commit murder.
Hold it!
Mr. Justice has already admitted himself, and the prosecution has provided evidence of his subordinates dealing in arms.
How he spouts nonsense is his business. I know better than anyone that he's a compulsive liar. As for his confidants, they might have been bribed by others.
Objection!
As the head of state, what would he gain by lying about such a life and death matter? His recent speech will quickly spread worldwide through the media, even if he isn't Kalen's. His reputation will be ruined overnight. This contradicts your previous claim.
Ask him about that. Maybe it's to show himself as a great father saving his child, or perhaps it's some brilliant scheme. Who knows if what he's plotting is someone who would joke about the lives of his loved ones for his support rate. But old man, you played it big today. Reap what you sow. If you end up in jail, there won't be anyone to take the bullet for you this time.
Hold it!
A lot of evidence points to Mr. Justice's connection with Sky Shield, and he himself has admitted it. How can you be so sure he's not the leader of Sky Shield?
As if he's worthy. Sky Shield is an organization that tramples on social order and stands above moral principles. Though it's full of evil and stains, it's true to itself, without a shred of hypocrisy.
Defendant, your view of Sky Shield is quite unique.
And what does this person value? Fame and fortune, reputation and status.
Wait, is he Kalen's?
Wait, no, but then... No, he couldn't possibly be the leader. How old is he? Why can I not... Okay. Well, I don't know why that was delayed. He's 30. What the fuck? What is going on with the UI?
He would never openly go against world justice. What he wants is just a mask of hypocrisy. Such a person being the leader of Sky Shield? Ridiculous.
Hold it!
Galaxy? No matter what, Mr. Justice is still your father. Please be mindful in public.
Father? Nowadays, can anyone be called a father? But what a pity. No matter how pathetic I might be, I would never acknowledge this guy as my father.
Well, he seems to have lost control.
Questioning his testimony might have been a mistake.
Father? That's ridiculous. This man only cares about power and wealth. Has he ever cared about familial love or the father-son relationship? For so many years, has this man ever done anything a father should, aside from superficially fulfilling his duties as a guardian? Since I have not received any fatherly kindness from him, I am not obligated to show him any father-son affection. Besides, a father like this might as well be dead.
Hold it!
Galaxy, that's enough. Let's move on to the next topic.
Hold it!
You were with the victim at the time of her death. Can you elaborate on that?
Erica's body was still warm. I have been questioned countless times by your police. Do I really need to repeat myself?
I'm sorry. Please calm down.
Even if I was by her side, what difference would it make? Just being there wouldn't change the fact that she died, would it? I couldn't let her go in peace. I still regret leaving her on the rooftop.
Right. These past few days I haven't had the chance to ask the defendant about the incident from his perspective. Right now, Mr. Justice, who has been controlling Galaxy's testimony, is in court and can no longer influence him. But if I bring up a new topic, this line of questioning might end. I need to think carefully. Should I pursue detailed questioning about the incident from Galaxy's perspective?
Question it.
Galaxy, you just said you regretted putting her on the rooftop, which is equivalent to admitting you moved the body.
It was seen by others, so it's not up to me to admit it.
Then, why do you regret putting her there?
Who knew that there was some weird circular ring on the rooftop? If the cables hadn't just appeared to wrap around her arms, her body might be completely unrecognizable by now.
What? So the cables weren't wrapped by you?
Me? Why would I? Oh, I get it now. So that's what happened. Don't be ridiculous.
Huh? What did you figure out? Who are you talking to?
Erica, my sister, my only relative in this world. I was right by her side, watching her life slip away bit by bit, unable to do anything. I held her hand until her voice stopped, her eyes closed, and her body went completely cold.
Galaxy, please calm down.
I was powerless to save her, but I will not allow anyone to insult and exploit her death. I will never allow it. Never, never!
So noisy.
This is the most grating noise I ever heard in my career.
What did you say?
Defendant, this is the court where you are being tried for the alleged murder of Erika Kuzio. Your family feud with Mr. Justice is just unregulated noise that you can settle outside of the court.
Huh?
You have been insisting that Mr. Justice's claim of being the leader of Sky Shield Kalens
is a lie. Then why do you assert that Justice Kayeda is not Kalen's?
I don't get it either.
There is only one person in the world who can confidently assert that someone is not Kalen's. And that person is the leader of Sky Shield, Kalen's himself. Oh, so yeah, okay. I was initially thinking that, but like, how old would he be back then when Sky Shield was formed? Because he would be pretty young then. Is that right, Galaxy Kaeda?
Huh? Prosecutor Schubert?
If you have something to say, just say it. What's the point of insinuating?
I don't need to insinuate. The truth is already clear enough. Although Justice Kayeda just admitted to being Kalen's. All the conditions that point to him being Kalen's also apply to you. The owner of the Murder Masons is a citizen of Neon, which applies to you. Etika Kujo had a reason to risk her life for you, which applies to you. Shortly after arriving in our country, Kujo was killed, which applies to you. When Kujo died, you were at the scene, which also applies to you. Moreover, Etika Kujo has a much deeper relationship with you than with Justice Kaeda. Mr. Justice, as a public figure, has his private life constantly exposed to the spotlight. Even so, the media in your country have never reported that he had an adopted daughter, indicating how little contact they had. But it's totally different for you, as you are not a top public figure. As for Mr. Justice's confidants, they were likely bought off by you from the beginning. So it is you who are more likely to be Kalen's.
Prosecutor, as you said, both that person and I meet the basic conditions. But from your tone, you seem quite certain that I am the one you are looking for. May I ask what evidence you have? Although I am the chairman of Friends of the Environment, it is ultimately an NGO focusing on environmental issues. Politically, I have always been powerless. Economically, I am merely well off. Would such a person be noticed by an international crime organization and even become their leader?
We have speculated on the reasons why Sky Shield chose you, but we can't prove it. However, your close contact with Sky Shield is an undeniable fact.
What?
5 years ago, right in this court, just a few minutes before incident number 761, the incidence of your kidnapping by Sky Shield was delivered to the court that was trying Saint English's murder case. Because of you, the trial of the high-ranking head of Sky Shield had to be halted.
So what? In that incident, I was the victim, wasn't I? Left alone in the dark mine, tied up so tightly I couldn't move. Not to mention, there was a bomb next to me that could explode at any moment. When your country's detectives came to rescue me, I was so touched that I wanted to serve them spaghetti. In such a miserable situation, how do you think I could have done anything?
Are you referring to the rope tied with the slip knot, or the bomb that wouldn't explode at all? With those toys accompanying you, you were indeed quite miserable. Even after 5 years, the evidence from that time still lies quietly at the bottom of the mine. Seeing these, I can't help but wonder, since when did Sky Shield become so merciful? You didn't have a direct connection with Sky Shield. How could you receive such treatment?
Those things. Why are they still there?
After the kidnapping incident 5 years ago, that mine was originally abandoned and sealed off. If it weren't for a businessman named Cash McCon, who bought it and turned it into a mine park, these two pieces of evidence wouldn't have remained buried in the darkness underground forever, along with the truth.
Cash McCon, that's...
5 years ago, you and Kujo coordinated inside and outside the courtroom to stage a grand rescue of a head of Sky Shield. Now your father and son are here disrupting the court again. What tricks are you planning this time?
Wait a minute. Are you saying that the kidnapping of Galaxy by Sky Shield back then was just an elaborate ruse to rescue Saint English?
But he ended up dead.
Order! Order!
But Etika Kujo harbored murderous intent towards Saint English, and she didn't plan to save him.
Oh my! You managed to dig up the trash from 5 years ago. It seems Prosecutor Schubert Jr. is very dedicated to that case. You're the GOAT!
Dedicated? I've been investigating the truth of incident number 761 for 5 years. During these 5 years, I used my position as a prosecutor to continuously search for clues about this case. I don't have to do any of this, nor do I have to become a prosecutor. Music suits me better than boring legal text. But, after incident number 761, news of my father's death came. Becoming a prosecutor was the only path left for me. Music has a rhythm, but can only lament powerless sorrow. The law, though tasteless, can become a sort of revenge. The efforts I made to uncover the truth behind my father's death cannot be described by merely being dedicated.
I cannot agree with this guy's choosing this profession for such personal reasons, but his persistence and effort are no less than anyone else's in this cohort at the Procuratorate. I've also been investigating cases related to Sky Shield for many years. Today we must settle this once and for all. Prosecutor Schubert.
During this time, I would occasionally run into Prosecutor Schubert in the court's archive room. Like us, he probably never gave up investigating incident number 761 in the past 5 years.
Is that so? The case from 5 years ago has an immeasurable impact on both of us and Prosecutor Schubert. To this day, that tragedy still influences our every move, intertwining our destinies. And now, all those whose life paths were written by that case have gathered here. Me, Chief, Prosecutor Schubert, Detective Sanford, and the chip left by Annie. If one of the Kaeda father and son is indeed the leader of Sky Shield, Kalens, then at this moment, all the relevant people are already here.
In this world, no melody can go on forever. Even if you played your tune smoothly for 5 years, the strings carrying your crimes will be severed by the blade of justice. Your days of evading the law end today. Galaxy Kaeda, the prosecution maintains that you are the murderer of Erika Kuzio. Furthermore, we formally accuse you of being the leader of the international crime organization Sky Shield, Kalens.
Order! Order!
Oh shit. Do I change up his voice? That's quite the transformation. Do I have any other voices in mind? Do I give him a different voice? Now, I'll keep the same voice. You accuse me, Kalens. Don't speak so high and mighty. Who do you think you are to accuse me? Galaxy? The identity of the Grand Leader of Sky Shield does not need to be acknowledged by anyone. The existence of the name Kalens is intertwined with the supreme ideals of Sky Shield. As long as Sky Shield exists, I will coexist with this name. That's right. That's right. I am Kalens. You think you can judge me? Galaxy.
Order! Order!
As expected, you are the true leader of Sky Shield, Kalens.
This tone, I've heard it countless times on the badges. It really is you. Galaxy? For 5 years, we've been blindly pursuing the truth, lost in the darkness, and suddenly we've reached the end.
Bailiff, keep a close watch on the defendant. Detective Sanford, have the special police surround the court.
Galaxy's confession to be Kalens caused an even bigger stir than Mr. Justice. The judge, who even forgot to call for order, took a while to regain composure. Detective Sanford led special police who had been lying in wait outside to seal off every exit of the court. Faced with such an overwhelming police pressure, even an army wouldn't be able to rescue Galaxy. This uncontrollable commotion was finally subdued with the cooperation of all parties. However, the turmoil in people's hearts could not be calmed.
Oh, Are you really the leader of Sky Shield Clans?
Old man, how many times do I have to say it? Is your brain growing in your beard?
This is truly unbelievable. The defendant in this case, the son of a vice president, is actually the leader of Sky Shield.
Blame yourselves for being blind. And those two lawyers over there, paying you to defend me was a waste. I should have fed the money to dogs instead. At least dogs wouldn't bite the hand that feeds them.
What?
Well, well. Galaxy, that's not very nice. This is your way of repaying me for taking care of you all these years.
Mr. Drake, you almost made me laugh. Have you ever stopped investigating Sky Shield all these years? Every time you visited Neon, you made sure to meet me, your old friend. You must have suspected something long ago.
Maybe. Who knows?
If this relentless pursuit counts as taking care, I really don't know how to repay you.
How can you speak like that?
Stupid girl, did I ask for your opinion? Honestly, I should have bumped you lowlives off sooner to avoid this hassle.
Oh, he's even holding the Sky Shield badge.
Just like that widow over there, the longer she stays, the more of a nuisance she becomes.
What?
You people should be grateful to Erika for being alive until now. She was such a kind person, yet you hypocrites pushed her to this fate. Interpol detectives Lily Suddenford, if it weren't for her interference, I would have taken you out 5 years ago.
Oh, such pretty provocations won't get to me. After all, you won't be leaving this courtroom unscathed today, will you?
Oh really? Oh my, I'm so scared. Should I express the respect of the hundreds of Sky Shield members lurking nearby?
Stop bluffing. I've investigated Uni Avenue 1,000 times. Even if you did arrange for hundreds of people, there are 2,000 SWAT officers watching you now.
Oh, is that so? Don't worry, Sky Shield never relies on numbers. Skill is far more important than brute force. Maybe I've already sent a few people to take care of your precious son. Whether it's you or anyone else, if you keep acting recklessly, someone might end up paying the price for your mistakes. Look, what a beautiful face of a hypocrite. Everyone here, take out a mirror and see for yourselves. What a bunch of disgusting hypocritical faces. You all sit here pretending to be righteous, but in reality, aren't you all harboring ulterior motives, huh? Under the banner of justice, you only act to satisfy your own selfish desires, avenging profiteering and spectators. That's all you are. And in the end, when your own safety is threatened, who still cares about justice or retribution? That's what you are. It's hypocrites like you who form this decayed society. Hypocritical people create seemingly just laws wielding guns granted by justice to burn, kill, and loot. The cunning exploit of every loophole, killing as they please without ever bearing the weight of their crimes. Why? Why must the good die? Why can those blood-stained scumbags continue to live in this world? Quadrant, that old monster with countless noble ideals, had thoughts that were decades ahead of you fools. Yet due to the potential military risk of his robots, he was imprisoned by you and forced to conduct meaningless research. Hand was born in the Golden Triangle. His parents were nobodies in a drug gang, yet brutally murdered by the local police. Drug dealing isn't good, but in that environment, did you ever give him another choice? Did he deserve to die?
Who was Golden Triangle again? Wait, I don't have that evidence anymore. Okay, well, I don't know who Golden Triangle is.
And Professor Cerberus, who served in the military for decades, did so many dirty jobs for governments and organizations. In the end, he was hunted by his employers, forced to flee and hide, only to die at your hands. Some people never receive mercy from the world, so we unite under the name of the sky, using the shield to protect ourselves. If they are considered heinous criminals in the eyes of ordinary people, I'll accept that. But Erika, what wrong did she commit? I never imagined that even someone as kind as Erika would be driven to her death by you. If the world itself is hypocritical, then I will destroy it. If it means going against the entire world, I'll find Etika's murderer and tear them apart.
On the defendant's seat, Galaxy Kaeda roared madly, spewing all kinds of horrifying statements, but in this courtroom, no one could truly comprehend the actual meaning of his frenzied outbursts. To the audience here, he was nothing more than a heinous criminal, nearly insane. It seems that sentencing this man has become a common wish.
Order! Order!
This is a farce. The world's lowest level of noise isn't much different from this. Your Honor?
Yes?
The prosecution believes that with Kalenz's identity revealed, there's no need to continue the trial. The blood debts owed and lives taken by Skyshield are too numerous to count. And this man is the mastermind behind all these crimes. Are we really going to let such a person perform on this esteemed court stage? This world would be an insult to justice.
Quite reasonable. I've worked in the court all my life, and this is the first time I've encountered a defendant as heinous as this one. Given the current situation, the remaining matters should be handed over to Detective Sanford.
No problem.
Luna, what are we going to do? Or what are you going to do?
Huh? Chief?
From the start of the trial until now, it's been the prosecution's show. With the cooperation of Prosecutor Ray and Prosecutor Schubert, the Kaeda father and son have been pushed to a corner.
Indeed. Since his initial feigned accusation against Mr. Justice was likely part of the plan.
Now Galaxy Kaeda has admitted his identity as Kalenz. He has completely removed his mask and exposed his ugly side to everyone. Do you still intend to defend him?
He may be vile, but he doesn't seem like the one who killed Kuzio.
That's right, but even if you continue, you won't gain anything from Skyshield. After all, he's already a guilty man. Whether you succeed in defending him or not, this time, he's still facing heavy punishment. As usual, a transnational criminal like him is likely to be extradited to an international court for trial. Even if you win the case, it would be meaningless, and the promised legal fees will never be paid. Moreover, defending such a public enemy might even bring trouble upon yourself. So I'll ask again, Luna, what are you going to do? Will you continue to defend him?
Big choice. The current situation is quite clear. Our client, Galaxy Kaeda, might indeed be an unforgivable man. As a lawyer, is it really necessary to continue defending him? Even so, there are still many unrevealed truths in this case. And look at Galaxy. Perhaps everything he said before was a lie. But his feelings for Kuzio don't seem to be faked. Even though the entire courtroom wants him to be immediately convicted, can we really ignore the doubts in this case and just go with the flow of the prosecution? Is this the whole truth? What is this case truly judging?
Cannot ignore. Well, I mean, they all kind of mean the same thing. But there's, let's go with the third option.
Chief, 5 years ago, I never understood why you stood against everyone, and didn't just let that heinous Skyshield head Saints English be immediately judged. But after becoming a lawyer, I've seen many things I couldn't see as a prosecutor. Now I think I can understand your choice back then. In fact, when you asked that question, countless thoughts surged through my mind. But every thought leads to the same conclusion.
Defend Galaxy to the end.
From the moment I stepped into this courtroom, there was no other option. If the prosecutor's duty is to ensure every guilty person is punished, then the lawyer's duty is to ensure every innocent person is not wronged. I have defended many clients, some of whom were my closest friends, while others were complete strangers. The reason I stand in court and fight for them to the end is not because I trust them deeply, but because I realized during my investigation that they might not be the culprits. even if Galaxy is drenched in blood, I believe there's a possibility of his innocence in this case. If someone can step forward to prove such a possibility, then our law is complete. How many crimes Kalend has committed and the punishment he deserves are concerns for Sis and Prosecutor Schubert. My responsibility is only to prove that the individual Galaxy Kaeda did not commit the crime of killing Erika Kuzio.
What a bold choice. Then, the road ahead will be tough. Our battle has just begun. Are you ready?
Of course. If Mr. Schubert's spirit is watching over me, would he be angry that I'm defending this person? Probably at least this Prosecutor Schubert Jr. would resent me for making this decision. But even so, this is my choice. Then I'll be taking the defendant away.
Hold it!
Oh, it's you again, sweetie. Do you have any more questions? I have quite a bit to discuss with this guy. The trial isn't over yet. The defense believes that the defendant cannot leave the court until the truth of this case is clarified. Oh? This is not going to be easy. Prosecutors, the defense disagrees with the defendant leaving the court. I don't have the authority to forcefully remove him. What are you going to do?
You still have something to say?
Then I'll take that as your statement. Then I'll take it as your agreement to let him stay here. Galaxy?
Huh? What? Do you still have something to say? You're not going to complain about me deceiving you, are you? I'm not going to apologize.
No. Galaxy, you didn't kill Erika Kuzio, did you?
What?
I don't think you had any reason to lie about this. But given that you seriously deceived us before, I need to confirm this with you again. Galaxy, you indeed didn't kill Erika Kuzio, did you?
This person just admitted that he is Kalen's. How much credibility can the head of a criminal organization have?
Whether he's Kalen's or not has nothing to do with whether he killed Erika Kuzio. As a lawyer, I only know the truth of this case has not yet been revealed. The defendant's new identity invalidates prior prosecution assumptions about the motive and method of the crime. If the prosecution can't present new evidence, we absolutely cannot accept a direct conviction of the defendant. Even if the defendant's crimes are numerous and egregious, as long as he is innocent in this case, I will stand firm.
That's music to my ears. I don't care about other people's lives, but I would never harm Erika.
So noisy.
Your words hold no credibility.
I never expected you to believe me. No matter what I say, you're determined to pin the blame on me, right? You'll always find a pretext to condemn someone. Isn't fabricating wrongful convictions in the name of justice your specialty?
Just for that statement, I could hold you in contempt of court.
No, that's my job. Go ahead. You're already planning to convict me of worse crimes, so why not add contempt of court? This little court means nothing to me. I don't care about your not guilty verdict. No matter what, you just want to convict me, right? Then do it. Come on. But you better be careful. One day Skyshield will grind every one of you into dust. Order! Order!
Your Honor, did you hear that? This man admitted to his crimes and openly threatened our safety in court.
Yes, I never encountered such an audacious defendant before.
This court must severely punish him to console the innocent lives he has taken. Your Honor, let's not waste any more time. Please use your gavel to strike the final note.
Although it sounds a bit odd, I agree with Prosecutor Schubert. Since the defendant has given up his defense, this court sees no need to continue the trial. Now, this court hereby pronounces the verdict. The defendant in this case, Galaxy Kaeda.
Objection!
The defense doesn't give up defending.
Oh? You again? What's wrong with you? I am the defendant, remember? If you really want to defend, go kill somebody and defend yourself.
Galaxy, we can't give up yet.
Are you insane? Whether I give up or not is none of your business. You are afraid I won't pay, or you want to maintain some ridiculous undefeated record?
It has nothing to do with that. I just believe that you didn't kill Kuzio, and you shouldn't bear the guilt for it.
Stupid girl. Have you even understood the situation now? I'm Kalen's. Even if I killed one more person, my guilt wouldn't be any heavier. Got it?
life of an innocent civilian may be just a cold number to you, but Erika Kujo should be somewhat different, right? The murder of your most important adopted sister, Erika Kujo. Even if the law can't impose a heavier punishment on you, Galaxy, can your own conscience bear it?
I thought you were going to say something else. Are you trying to play me? Conscience? I know I didn't kill Erika, and that's enough.
So you're just going to let the true murderer of her go unpunished?
What did you say?
Galaxy, it's actually you who hasn't understood the situation. Do you realize that you are making yourself the scapegoat for the real murder of Kujo? Who just said, I will not allow anyone to insult and exploit her death? Are you planning to break your promise after only a short while? Galaxy, I really want to say that I understand your feelings and want to stand in your position to encourage you to persevere. But the truth is, I don't understand your feelings or your position. I also have a sister. She's someone more important than my life. No matter what, I can't understand why you would casually give up. At the very least, I believe that if it were my sister, she would never want to see me wrongly imprisoned. And if I were you, I wouldn't let go of the opportunity to bring the real murderer to justice so easily. Galaxy, the process of the crime you previously shared with us isn't the whole story, is it? Now that your identity has been exposed, you have nothing more to conceal. Can you tell me right now the entire truth that you know?
Even if I do, are you sure that you can find the real culprit?
Well...
This is a courtroom, and it is the duty of every legal professional to uncover the truth. As long as you are willing to speak up, we'll find a way.
Fine, I can tell you. But if you can't find the real culprit, I'll definitely tear you apart someday.
Okay. Did I just make you some dangerous promise?
Don't worry, whether you can find the real culprit or not, you won't be able to see the sky for freedom anymore. Now listen carefully about what happened that day. I'll only say it once, and you're back into wearing your disguise. Several months ago, Erika failed in her mission at Foxtail Mine Park. Not only did she expose her identity, but she also became a fugitive in this country. Through the badge, I learned that all her funds had been frozen, making it extremely difficult for her to survive. I'm not only her leader in Sky Shield, but also her family. I can't just stand idly by.
So you prepared that bank card with $200,000 on it?
Yes, my visit to your country was a prearranged trip, while meeting her was a last-minute decision. Due to strict customs and border control, it's hard to bring her out of the country. I could only provide some relief. On the day of the incident, Erika and I had agreed to meet at the Skyrim Trade Center at 8 AM. It's an unused building, so it doesn't matter where we went, so I casually made it to the 101st floor.
So the location of the incident was truly a random decision.
That morning I arrived there before Erika, made sure no one was following me, and took the elevator to the 101st floor. However, this still unused 101st floor felt very wrong to me.
Wrong? In what way?
Apart from being a few load-bearing columns, there was nothing on this floor including lights, which I couldn't understand. But for some unknown reason, all the windows on this floor were covered with light shields, making it pitch black inside. I tried to get used to the dimness when I accidentally kicked something on the floor. I looked down, and found a pistol right in front of the elevator door.
It's probably that old-fashioned police pistol, I'm afraid.
Yes, it is. After making sure there was no ambush around, I picked up the pistol. Then I noticed there was a note underneath. It says in large letters, "Today, Sky Shield shall perish here."
What?
Though unbelievable, I immediately realized that I had fallen into an ambush. The best course of action at this moment would be to leave there immediately, but I couldn't do that, because Erika hadn't arrived yet. She was still unaware that the 101st floor had been a trap. I couldn't let her walk into the enemy snare unknowingly. I scanned the area but found no hiding place for the opponent. I kept my finger on the trigger, ready to adapt to the situation. I found a pillar as cover and kept close eye on the elevator indicator light. I don't know how long I waited in the darkness, but finally the elevator opened and Erika walked out. Erika, don't come out! Go back!
What?
There's an ambush! Run! I shouted loudly, urging her to leave that place, but the situation caught her off guard. So I rushed towards her, trying to push her into the elevator and take her away. However, in an instant, the light shields covering the windows suddenly opened. A large beam of intense light flooded in from the window. I couldn't see anything. Who's there? What do you want? Ah! Get out of here! Now!
Galaxy, get down!
Erika? I heard Erika scream, but I had no idea what was happening. I could only follow her words and lay down on the ground. Then I heard a dull thud, followed by the sound of someone falling heavily. Erika! 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 I kept calling her name, hoping to hear any response indicating she was alright. But no, there was nothing. As my vision slowly restored, I finally saw this ugly and despicable world. And Erika lying in front of me.
Galaxy.
Don't speak. I'll carry you down. We'll find a doctor. Everything will be fine.
No.
What do you mean, no? Pull yourself together. Erika! Erika!
It's okay, Galaxy. I'm sorry. All these years, I only wanted to fulfill her final wish, to guide you onto the right path. But you strayed further into the path of evil, and all I could do was try my best to lessen your sins.
Stop talking. I know that. You didn't want me to kill. Stained my hands with blood. You've hindered the organization's plans many times these years. I know all that, but it doesn't matter really. It doesn't matter. The one who's let you down is me. I can't turn back anymore.
I see. What a pity. I can't continue to accompany you.
Don't say such things.
Promise me, don't seek revenge from me. Stop indiscriminate killings. Please.
Alright, I promise you, I won't commit any more senseless killings. But forgive me, I can't let the person who hurt you go unpunished.
At least, take care of yourself. And live well.
I will. I definitely will. 30 years, every day of your life, you've lived for others, not even once for yourself. Even now you're still thinking about others. Why do you have to endure such hardship?
Who knows? Maybe this is my destiny. Do me a favor. Apologize to Cash for me.
I will.
Oh, and one small thing.
What is it? I'll definitely fulfill it for you. Erika? 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 Say something. Stay with me, Erika. Why? Why?
What Gujo wanted to say before she passed away was probably asking Galaxy to arrange a part-time job for Moony Beans. I hate to admit it, but as Galaxy said, she was always thinking about others until the end.
I have experienced profound despair twice in my life. The first time was when my mother was killed in senseless politics when I was 19 years old. Since then I lost hope in society and became determined to cleanse this ugly and despicable world. And the second time was Erika. When Erika also left me, I no longer knew what I could hold on to, whether it's the lives of others or mine. What is not tainted in this world? Without Erika, what difference is there between me and those cold parasites who only seek power and gain? I aimed the pistol at my temple, wanting to leave the filthy world permanently, but...
Promise me, at least, take care of yourself and live well.
I cannot let Erika's final wish go unfulfilled. Even if it's dirty, I must live in this world. Even if I've become like the person I hate the most, with hands stained with the blood of my beloved, I still must live in this world. She is dead because of me. It's me who killed her. I killed Erica.
While recounting the memories, Galaxy showed an unprecedented weakness. For a moment, he didn't seem like the leader of an international criminal organization, but an ordinary man who lost his beloved. However, it's just a fleeting illusion of mine.
Erica told me to live on. Regardless, I couldn't arouse the attention of the police, and I didn't want Erica's body to fall into their hands. So I planned to tidy up the scene before the speech begins, and hide Erica. Later after the speech, I would arrange for someone to take her home. Although I usually don't personally handle the operations of Sky Shield, I do have some experience in covering up. I quickly cleaned up the scene and decided to temporarily hide Erica on the rooftop. At the time, I noticed a small round hole in one of the floor-to-ceiling windows, a bullet hole clearly.
He's referring to the circular cavity we found on the 101st floor, right?
I carefully checked the other windows but didn't find any other bullet holes. Erica disliked firearms. She wouldn't use a gun, let alone carry one. That bullet hole was probably the result of the shot I fired when I couldn't see anything. Once I suspected it could only be the two of us in this building. Could it be actually me who fired the bullet that took Erica's life? But this bullet hole proves otherwise. The bullet that killed Erica was still in her broken bulletproof vest. It couldn't have been shot outside the window. Since there were 2 bullets fired on this floor, there must have been more than just the 2 of us. An unseen enemy was hiding somewhere. The murderer of Erica!
You believe there's another person in that floor?
After cleaning up the scene, I made sure there was no blood left and took the elevator to the rooftop with Erica. The rooftop was locked with an iron gate. I pulled out the pistol and tried to break the lock. I fired a shot at it, but strangely enough the lock remained intact.
So that's what caused the gunpowder reaction near the rooftop door. But that lock is very ordinary and shouldn't withstand a gunshot. Why did it remain intact?
I wanted to fire another shot, only to find that the magazine was empty. In the end, I had to spend some time using my body to break through that door.
Accidentally, President Gu witnessed it, and when he arrived on the rooftop via the elevator,
I placed Erica in a recess on the rooftop and stuffed the pistol into her clothes. Then I left the rooftop, joined the ceremony, and began my speech, pretending that nothing had happened. You know what happened after? Just as my speech was halfway through, Erica appeared in front of everyone in that position.
At that time, you were unaware that the circular ring was slowly rotating, and you didn't tie the cables. So you didn't anticipate that the victim's body would suddenly fall in that manner?
If I had known that, I would never have taken her there.
Let me organize my thoughts. If you only fired a shot into the glass, you couldn't be the killer of Kuzio.
So noisy.
The defendant fired a shot into the glass. In fact, the defendant himself doesn't even know that if that shot hit. The defendant's confession consisted solely of known information with no evidence proving his innocence. And the defendant just admitted that the meeting point between him and the victim, the 101st floor, was a last-minute decision. It's extremely unlikely to be predicted, let alone setting up light shields and gain a gun in advance.
Well, Prosecutor Schubert is right. His testimony is too weak.
Whether you believe it or not, that's the truth. And he changed out of his robe so quickly again. I don't know how that bastard got the information, maybe from pure luck. All I know is that Erica died right in front of me. Shouting at me won't help. The fact is indisputable. If the meeting place between you couldn't be predicted, setting traps and ambushing the two of you is impossible. You... what? Hey, stupid girl.
Huh?
Why are you still standing there? It's your turn to do something. Did you say you wanted to find the culprit?
I did, but the meeting place was random. How could it be predicted?
It's of course impossible to predict. It's also unnecessary to predict. The only explanation is that the person who made the last-minute decision is the culprit who shot Erika Kuzio.
But what should I do? What's going on?
So, is that all? Your Honor, I think it's time to end this trial.
Objection!
Chief?
Well, well, don't be in a hurry. How about we let the defendant finish explaining the whole thing first?
Finish? But he already explained the entire process of the incident, didn't he?
We already understand the process of the incident, but what about before the incident?
Before the incident?
Galaxy, can you tell us how you arranged to meet with the victim?
What?
Erika Kujo was supposed to be under strict surveillance of the police at the time. However, you were able to contact and arrange a meeting under the nose of the police. How did you do that? A completely random meeting place was prearranged with traps. Don't you find it strange? I don't believe anyone could coincidentally guess which floor you were going to. If this information was leaked, the only opportunity would be when you arranged the meeting.
Ah, so you're saying someone might have been listening in on Galaxy?
Listen in? Absolutely impossible. I've been running the organization for so many years. How could I not be prepared for such a simple trick? My room was filled with shielding devices. When I talked to Erika, no one was allowed near me.
Don't be too confident. Even the best laid plans can be blown away by a gust of wind.
Galaxy, please listen to Chief's advice and testify again on how the two of you arranged the meeting at that time.
I don't think it'll change anything, but if you insist, I will. I don't know what you're trying to achieve by asking such a ridiculously boring question. During Erika's fugitive period, thanks to your country's police, she had an extremely hard time. We kept in touch by the Sky Shield badge and arranged this meeting a month ago. I intended to give her some money and later find a way to get her out of the country. But I never expected. The meeting place was randomly decided by me. I'm also puzzled about how it got leaked to the culprit.
The badge. Could it be where the information was leaked?
It's not entirely impossible. This thing is a wireless communication device, so it could be susceptible to signal hijacking or something similar, right?
No way. This badge was made by Quadrant. His technology far surpasses that of the police. No one can hijack the communication of his device.
The police intercepted 2 badges owned by Cerberus and Triones 5 years ago. As he said, we analyzed it for a long time, but neither hijacking nor eavesdropping was possible. Is it really that secure?
Yeah, well, my guess is, the culprit used the circular satellite dish to hijack it.
As long as Galaxy's not lying, there must be something suspicious hidden when he and the victim arranged the meeting place. Let's find it together.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hold it!
Have you been using this badge for communication all along?
Yes, it's an internal communication tool for Sky Shield. One for each of our 7 heads. The only difference is the number on them. These things were created by that old monster, Quadrant. They may look silly, but they're quite useful. We rely on the badges for our activities, so Quadrant had to put a lot of effort into ensuring security.
Ah, since the communication between badges cannot be monitored from the outside, what about internal individuals? For example, with the badges left behind by Cerberus and Triones 5 years ago, could I listen to your conversations?
No way! The sender can actively designate the receiver from among the specific holders. When Erika and I communicated with badges, we also set up so that we could, or only we could receive the signals.
Currently, the police have in their possession a total of 4 badges: Cerberus, Quadrant, Hand, and Triones. Over these years, we have never received any signals. Except for that time at Charlie Drake's office.
That was intentional on my part. If I don't want to, no one can hear any sound from the badges. Got it? Anyway, the encryption of these badges is absolute. I advise you to give up on the speculation.
Just to be safe, can you include what you just said in the testimony?
Whatever. The encryption of the badge is absolute. No monitoring by outsiders is possible, and other badge holders cannot receive signals.
Actually, I just noticed there's a handprint over here. Oh wait, no, that's at the scene.
Objection!
Oh, that's not it. Fuck. No, that's not it. Okay.
Hold it!
Are the badges really that secure?
How many times do you want me to repeat it? If there were security issues with it, that widow over there would have caught me long ago.
Watch your mouth and stop saying widow left and right. So you're saying that if your conversations were leaked, it definitely wouldn't be through these badges.
Who knows?
Luna, it's true that these badges have a unique design and peculiar functions, but perhaps are you perhaps too fixated on them?
Chief is right. My mind has been constrained by these badges. It's better to acknowledge that the badges are absolutely impregnable and consider out the possibilities. How could the conversation between Galaxy and Kujo regarding the meeting location have most likely been leaked? Kujo told someone else. There were other listening devices present. The conversation was overheard by someone nearby. We still haven't figured out what the halos belong to, so it could be the robots. Well, no. No, he was in proximity to any of the robots, so... No, his room is secure, so... was filled with shielding devices when I talked to Erica. No one was allowed near me. Okay, so he was in there alone, and he had shielding devices. But who would Kujo tell, though? I don't think she would have told anyone else. Could it be that Kujo told someone else in private?
What? Are you out of your mind? Since our mother's death, I have been the only person Erika was closest to in this world. Who else could she have talked to? Even if it's to ensure her own safety, she would never leak such crucial information.
Indeed. Even I myself find it impossible. Kujo's closest person in this world. Perhaps her husband, Kashmakan, was also included? Even though she claimed to be using him, I feel like things aren't that simple. With a woman's intuition. Phew, but regardless, I don't think she would disclose her whereabouts to Mr. McCon. Let's try a simpler approach.
Hold it!
Let's make it simpler. Since eavesdropping through the badge is not feasible, how about simply placing a listening device on either of you?
Oh, that's a good point. If you want to monitor a specific individual, directly placing a listening device on the target is the most effective method.
Ridiculous. Our personal belongings undergo rigorous checks at any time. Moreover, we have developed a habit of changing our personal items every day, except for a few select private belongings. Even if there were a listening device, it would be impossible to hear any crucial information right on that day. Understand?
A few select private belongings. Galaxy was a free man, with plenty of time and space to inspect his personal items and change his appearance. If there really is a listening device, it's more likely to have been placed on Kujo. But what item on Kujo would be considered one of the few select private belongings that wouldn't be changed?
Oh, the amulet.
Alright, enough nonsense. Just move on to the next topic.
Hold it!
Don't rush. I think you have a lead on the location of the listening device.
What? Fine. What? Find it if you do.
If my speculation is correct, the listening device might be on this item. Yeah.
That's it!
This is... Mother!
Yes. The person in the photo should be your and Kujo's mother, Mrs. Evelyn Kaeda, right? Over the years, Kujo had always worn this necklace, never parting with it. To install a listening device without being detected, I think this would be a very perfect option.
What? Which jerk dares to tamper with my mother's photo?
Objection!
This is just a defense's speculation. Find concrete evidence before drawing conclusions.
Prosecutor Ray is right. Currently, this is my only conjecture, but it's easy to confirm. We just need to examine it on the spot, and we'll know, right?
That makes sense. Well then, Detective Sanford, can you inspect this necklace?
Me? Well, alright, I'll give it a try, but don't get your hopes up too high. It's quite romantic to wear the person you care about the most. Unfortunately, the person in this photo is no longer here. Detective Sanford, why did you tell us not to get our hopes up? Isn't it obvious? The police have scanned this item when we confiscated the victim's personal belongings. If there were really a listening device inside, we would have detected the unusual signals long ago. Just to be sure, please open it and take a look. Can you check the inside, please?
Hey, be careful! If you damage your mother's photo, I won't let you off the hook.
Just keep your mouth shut and watch quietly. Don't doubt the expertise of professionals. Oh my. A wire? Based on this small piece of copper wire, it's impossible to determine what was previously installed here. But the possibility of it being a listening device does exist.
Yeah, because it was removed.
Order! Order! The defense actually guessed it right.
Maybe it's just luck. I must carefully clarify that this trace only indicates the possibility of eavesdropping. To use it as evidence for the defendant's exoneration is still far from sufficient. I understand. Regardless, this discovery greatly aids our reasoning.
It's that necklace.
I suppose from a long time ago, every move of Kujo had already been under someone's surveillance.
How could that be possible?
Can you think of anyone who might be relevant?
Sky Shield has enemies all over the world. Anyone could have been a threat to Erika. How am I supposed to guess? Besides, if the monitor truly wanted to harm her, they could have acted any time during the months she was on the run. Why wait until now? The Skyrim Trade Center is heavily guarded and full of mixed company. Killing her there would only increase the difficulty.
Well, it does seem strange.
The drinker's heart is not in the cup, but perhaps the eavesdropper's target wasn't the victim from the beginning.
Yeah. Laying a long line to catch a big fish. Interesting. Right, the only note left by the ambusher said, "Today Skyshield shall perish here." But killing Kujo alone wouldn't make Skyshield disappear. Maybe their target from the beginning was you, Kalens.
Are you saying everything is because of me?
Yes, the monitor eavesdropped on Kujo's conversations long term, to wait for the meeting between her and you, Kalenz. Upon hearing the time and place of your meeting, they immediately arranged the ambush.
We initially thought the mysterious rope ladder on the second floor was set by Kujo's accomplice. In hindsight, it was more likely set up by the real culprit. They deliberately left a way to lure Kujo in.
Someone planned this for a long time, and on the day of the incident, they hit on sight to strike. They intended to kill you, Galaxy, but Kujo ended up being the unfortunate victim by mistake. Or perhaps this person's goal was to eliminate both of you. After all, both of you are dead. Once both of you are dead, Skyshield would... Huh?
What is it?
Something occurred to me.
What is it?
Thinking carefully, because Skyshield is notorious for its crimes, we have always had a fixed mindset. Thinking carefully, because Skyshield is notorious for its crimes, we have always had a fixed mindset. I even thought capturing Kalenz would solve all the mysteries, but now Kalenz is standing before us, yet the fog obscuring the truth remains.
I have indeed suspected Galaxy Kaeda over the years, so I have been secretly investigating him and his associates. But the undeniable fact is that Skyshield's major attacks all have failed in recent years. It has also consistently lost its high-ranking heads. This case even led to the imprisonment of the leader Galaxy.
Right, I never considered this in my previous investigations. Naming it a series of events, Skyshield has been a victim from the start.
Skyshield is... the victim?
Besides the never-seen tuna, if the attacker wanted to kill both Kalenz and Snowflake, and if you, the only active two heads, are dead, it will indeed fulfill the prophecy on the note. All the heads will be dead, and Skyshield will perish.
Unexpected. So ruthless.
Order! Order! If the defense's inference is correct, those Skyshield is a heinous criminal organization. Extrajudicial assassinations of its members are blatant crimes that this court cannot condone.
Nonsense!
Huh? Are you referring to me?
Not you, I was addressing the defense. After going in circles, we're back to square one. What? You're just like that old fox, shifting the blame to a non-existent person. To acquit the defendant, you'll even side with Skyshield. What's there to justify these villains? I didn't intend to justify them, but speaking objectively, fine, you want objectivity? I'll join you in objectivity. Someone eavesdropping on the victim set a trap and ambushed on sight. Quite an imagination. So tell me, who is this mastermind? I don't have a lead on their identity yet, but we cannot deny their existence. Skyshield has countless enemies and enormous assets. Other crime organizations might covet them? Your words only prove someone has a motive, but not this person's existence. Inside the victim's necklace was only a small piece of copper wire. Who knows what it was before? The pistol and note found at the scene are just the defendant's words, and we know his credibility. And ambushing the victim at the scene is impossible.
Objection!
We haven't fully discussed this. It may not be impossible.
Objection!
Are you taking the prosecution or your client for fools? You've seen the layout of this floor. Apart from the few loaded bearing columns, it's empty. Not to mention the defendant is a seasoned crime leader with rich anti-surveillance experience. Even you would detect if someone else was on the same floor. In such conditions, how could anyone hide there? Well...
Luna, you've come this far, so we must figure out the crime process. If Galaxy isn't the murderer, there must be another way by which someone else shot the victim. We've done a very thorough investigation. Let's not drop the ball now.
Yes, I understand. Yeah, they shot them from the other window. Your Honor, please hear me out. Regarding this ambusher, the defense believes that... No, there's no way to hide on. No. Wait. I just need to confirm. Yeah, that is the 101st floor. There's no way to hide on the 101st floor. If the murderer was hiding on the 101st floor, well, it's definitely impossible. But did the murderer really need to hide on the 101st floor? What does that mean? The murderer prepared the light shielding trick to limit the vision of Galaxy and Kutio. If this person was on the 101st floor, wouldn't they be affected too? Even if they wore sunglasses, they would need time to adapt to the sudden bright environment. How could they carry out the shooting in this situation?
What are you saying? Are you suggesting that the murderer used the method of long-range sniping?
Absolutely. The murderer chose to shoot after the light shields open, not just to limit both of your visions, but more importantly, the light shields limited the murderer's own view of the scene.
What? Really?
And the bullet hole in the scene's glass was not caused by a bullet shot from the inside, rather it was left by a bullet shot from the outside the glass, which then took the victim's life.
Order! Order!
Objection.
Evidence first.
Huh?
Where was the murderer, if not the crime scene? Any evidence?
The murderer's location is easy to pinpoint because they needed to shoot from a platform roughly level with the crime scene. There is only one such location nearby.
Oh, wait. Didn't the police say yesterday there was no buildings of equal height near the crime scene?
Until the end of yesterday's court session, we thought so too. The reason for this misconception is entirely due to the glass at the crime scene acting as a visual trick. A visual trick? Yes, Detective Sanford also mentioned that the 101st floor is going to be a sightseeing platform overlooking the city. To achieve this, the builders used glass of uneven thickness. Looking through such glass makes everything shrink drastically, and close objects appear far away. What? Really?
Prosecutor Ray, please recall if there are any adjacent high-rise buildings near the Skyrim Trade Center. Such a building not only exists, but is one you are very familiar with.
From my office window, I can clearly see the entrance to the Skyrim Trade Center. Are you saying the actual distance between the Genesis Financial Mansion and the Skyrim Trade Center? Exactly. Only a few dozen meters away, truly.
Order! Order!
Although the Genesis Financial Mansion has a significant height difference between the Skyrim Trade Center, the crime scene is not the top floor, but the 101st floor. This floor level does exist in the Genesis Financial Mansion.
Yesterday, when I investigated there, I found that from the 101st floor of the Genesis Financial Mansion, I can get a clear view of the 101st floor at the Skyrim Trade Center.
So, that position is an excellent sniping point. Absolutely.
Objection.
Evidence?
There is evidence, thanks to Detective Spark and me running around most of the day yesterday.
Shh! That guy again! How many times will he trip me up before learning self-reflection? Chief, you are practically selling out your teammate. Anyway, the evidence that proves the Genesis Financial Mansion's 101st floor as a sniping site is... what's the... Where is it? Ah, there it is.
That's it.
Yesterday, we thoroughly investigated the 101st floor of the Genesis Financial Mansion. On the west side, there's an open window facing the east side of the same level of the Skyrim Trade Center, and we happened to detect a diffused gunpowder residue on that window and its frame.
So, there is such evidence.
Exactly.
By the way, the investigation was carried out under the supervision of Detective Spark, so there's no possibility of tampering.
So the existence of the gunpowder residue is indisputable. It seems we can conclude that someone fired a gun from the 101st floor of the Genesis Financial Mansion.
That's right. And based on the open window in the direction of the gunpowder residue, we can almost determine that this shooting was aimed in the direction of the Skyrim Trade Center. Therefore, the defense has ample reasons to believe that although the crime scene is at the Skyrim Trade Center, the real location of the murder was in the Genesis Financial Mansion.
Order! Order!
This is outrageous. I arranged to meet with Erica, but the murderer was waiting in the mansion across the street. What a vicious plot.
I don't know whether it's a vicious plot or not, but the murderer certainly was determined to take you out. It was you who gave Kujo the bulletproof vest she was wearing, right?
Yes, a fugitive often faces various threats, so I told her to always stay vigilant. But she still...
The murderer likely knew about this from eavesdropping, and specifically got bullets that could deal with the vest.
The enemy has always been in the dark and prepared, but I've been in a passive state until now. In any private situation, I would arrange for the members of Skyhill to be nearby to protect me. Only when I speak as the head of NGO will I send them away and go to the venue alone.
The Skyrim Trade Center is heavily guarded, so this person probably anticipated that you wouldn't bring your subordinates inside.
This trap was so well laid, and I was foolish enough to jump right in. No matter who this murderer is, I must admit they have outwitted me. I, Cleanse, accept this defeat.
But who the hell is it?
I just regret that the one who died under the gun was not me, but the one who should never have died.
Your Honor, you have heard the defense's argument. We believe that the person who ambushed from the Genesis Financial Mansion and conducted the sniping is the real murderer. As for the identity, the defense has no clues yet.
That's understandable. If, as you say, there was a sniper in the mansion across the street, they couldn't have just leave after committing the crime.
Yes, whether by retrieving surveillance footage or questioning the guards, it is the police's job to find this person. If the defendant who was at the Skyrim Trade Center is the murderer, we cannot explain the traces of the opposite mansion. Additionally, we cannot find any convincing motive for murder from the defendant. Therefore, the defense believes that the possibility of the defendant committing the murder is extremely low.
Regarding the defense's argument, this court will...
Nonsense!
Huh?
Have you finished? Prosecutor Ray? Stop this nonsense. This charade of whitewashing ends here. What? Our side acknowledges the defense's efforts to ensure the interest of their client. However, I cannot overlook the selective blindness to key evidence during your reasoning. At first glance, your hypothesis seems reasonable. Upon closer examination, however, it has significant contradictions. You claim the bullet that killed Snowflake was shot from outside the window by someone else. It is impossible. The bullet hole in the window glass at the crime scene could only have been made by Galaxy. Why? You asserted that the murderer in the opposite mansion used a different gun, right? Of course. Any problem? After the crime, the police conducted a thorough search of every floor of the Skyrim Trade Center. It has been confirmed that the only bullet found at the scene was the one in the bulletproof vest of the victim. Does that mean... Exactly. It was identified that 2 bullets had been fired from the murder weapon. If Snowflake was indeed killed by a bullet from outside, where did the 2 bullets fired by the defendant go? What? I completely forgot about that. You claim that someone from outside sniped the victim, which means the bullet that pierced the window and the bullet that hit Snowflake were not fired by the defendant. If that's the case, then there will be 2 bullets missing from the crime scene. Your Honor, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. We still believe the defendant is undoubtedly the murderer. He fired twice on the 101st floor. 1 bullet pierced the window, and the other took the victim's life. This is the only scenario that can explain the number of shots fired from the pistol and the number of bullets at the scene. The gunpowder residue at the Genesis Financial Mansion is suspicious, but the defense has not provided relevant evidence.
Objection!
The height matches the crime scene and the gunpowder residue is right facing the scene. How can it be unrelated?
Objection!
Even if it is related, it doesn't prove the defendant's innocence. Don't let your position limit your imagination. What if the defendant had long harbored ill towards the victim, and he not only brought a gun to the meeting, but also arranged a double insurance? What? For instance, he arranged for a Skyshield sniper to shoot from the opposite mansion. But the sniper missed, and the bullet deviated at such a height, so we naturally couldn't find the bullet. Ultimately, the person who killed the victim is still the defendant who was close by. This argument can perfectly explain all the traces at the scene. It's far more convincing than your incomplete reasoning. How could this be?
Order. Order! Huh. I almost believe the defense's argument, but upon closer consideration, Prosecutor Ray's claims make more sense.
If the defense insists that the defendant is not the murderer, then explain where the bullets went. Well...
What in tarnation is this? Who says I fired 2 shots on the 101st floor? I only fired 1 shot. If Erica was killed by a bullet from outside, perhaps my shot coincidentally hit the same bullet hole.
Nonsense!
You just said you fired first and the victim fell afterward, and now you're changing your story.
I don't know, but I'm not lying.
The defense is too naive, easily swayed by the defendant's sob story. Don't forget that the person standing before you is a cunning criminal of countless murders. All this talk of a sniper and a trap is nonsense that never existed.
Order! Order!
What should we do? Is there any flaw in our reasoning?
No, our conclusion is very close to the truth. If there's a problem, it must be something aside from the crime process.
This is right. If Galaxy isn't the murderer, his 2 shots should have produced 2 bullets. In our reasoning, he not only didn't shoot Kuzio, but he also didn't break the window. So where did his 2 bullets go?
Defense, if you can present a valid counter-argument, this court will accept Prosecutor Ray's claim.
Oh no. Once this viewpoint is accepted, Galaxy will be convicted guilty to a larger degree. Could it be that everything Galaxy just showed was an act? Is he really the murderer?
But Snowflake, I mean Erica, what wrong did she commit? I never imagined that even someone as kind as Erica would be driven to her death by you. If the world itself is hypocritical, then I will destroy it. Even if it means going against the entire world, I will find Erica's murderer and tear them apart.
No. Such sorrow, anger, and madness can't just be an act.
Hey, what are you doing?
Ah.
Weren't you supposed to find Erica's real murderer? Where are they? I don't care if you convict me. Do whatever you want. But even if I die, I want to die knowing the truth. I haven't given up, so why are you two giving up, huh? You insisted on continuing this farce, yet your performance is worse than a nobody's. I'm deeply disappointed.
I never expected that one day I'd be encouraged by a notorious criminal. I understand. Galaxy, I'm sorry. Like most people present, I hate you. And there's no trust between us. But only for this one thing, I don't want to disappoint you.
I hope you can back your words with action. Don't just make pretty speeches.
It's good you're calm now. Think carefully. What's wrong with the bullets? You're not fighting alone this time. I'll spare no efforts to help you.
Understood. Phew, we reached the most critical step of the reasoning, so we can never back down now. It's time to clear my mind and review this case from the beginning to the end.
Oh, okay, time to do the thing where you fall back into imaginary water and think of how the murderer could have gotten away with this shit. Alright, time to fall back into the water thingy and just Uno reverse the entire case. There we go. Imagine if she just falls down and just hits the floor. Oh my god. Yeah, this is how she enters this trance all the time. She just, it's just blunt force trauma from falling on her back. On the hard tile floor.
This complex and tangled case has reached this point. I can feel that I'm very close to the truth. Galaxy and Kuchio agreed to meet on the 101st floor of the Skyrim Trade Center by phone long ago. However, a listening device was placed on Kujo's necklace, allowing the real murderer to intercept their motives. The murderer, aiming to kill the 2 Sky Shield heads, prepared armor-piercing bullets in advance. On the day of the incident, the person set up a rope ladder on the 2nd floor and left a note and a pistol on the 101st floor. While the murderer waited on the 101st floor of the Genesis Financial Mansion across the street, the actual distance between the 2 buildings is only about 50 meters, within the reach of a remote control with a strong signal. When Galaxy and Kujo met, the murderer remotely opened the light shields on the 101st floor of the Skyrim Trade Center. Their vision was limited. While the murderer fired from the opposite mansion, Kujo and her keen instinct seemed to sense the danger, shouting at Galaxy to duck and take cover just before she was shot. Then the armor-piercing bullet penetrated the glass and killed Kujo. Galaxy, overwhelmed with grief, knelt in repentance. And that's when Moony Beans appeared at the elevator door.
Oops. Then Galaxy took Kuchio's body to the rooftop via the elevator. He broke the rooftop security door with his body, which was witnessed by President Gu. Both the traces on the scene and Galaxy's testimony confirm this deduction, but the missing bullets on the scene create a significant contradiction. The bullet that pierced the glass and hit Kuchio is the same one fired by the real culprit. Galaxy claimed that he fired a random shot in panic, but Sis said that the police found no bullets on the other than the one that killed the victim. Bullets couldn't disappear for no reason. Did someone lie?
Neither of them was lying.
Sis has no reason to conceal the police's findings at this critical moment, and Galaxy had no reason to lie. What they said must be true. I have to figure out a scenario where both of their statements are valid. Why did Galaxy fire the gun, but the police couldn't find the bullet on that floor?
The bullet hit someone?
If Galaxy's shot hit someone, and that person left with the bullet, it would make sense. There were only two of them at the crime scene. No target left to shoot. Besides, he used a large caliber pistol. If someone was hit, they'd be seriously injured, even if not dead. If any of the involved parties had such injuries, we would have found out long ago. To think of the other possibilities, why did Galaxy fire the gun but the police couldn't find the bullet on that floor?
I guess it flew out the same hole.
If Galaxy left a bullet hole in the glass when he fired, and the real murderer happened to shoot a bullet through the same hole, hitting Kucho, it would indeed lead to this outcome. But I remember Galaxy fired that shot blindly. How could the murderer accurately aim at the same spot and hit the victim? Think about the possibilities. Why did Galaxy fire the gun? Okay.
It's still inside the pistol.
If Galaxy pulled the trigger and the bullet didn't actually fire from the gun, then there wouldn't be a bullet left at the scene. No. Galaxy would have felt if the gun didn't fire. And if the bullet is still in the pistol, the police would have discovered it when they seized the weapon. Think about the possibilities. Why did Galaxy fire the gun, but the police couldn't find the bullet on that floor? So strange. None of the possibility I thought makes sense. Could Galaxy really be hiding something from us? No way. I can't easily overturn my conclusion. There must be some overlooked details. There must be a way for Galaxy to have successfully fired without leaving a bullet behind. Hold on. Now that I think about it.
After cleaning up the scene, I made sure there was no blood left and took the elevator to the rooftop with Erika. The rooftop was locked with an iron gate. I pulled out the pistol and tried to break the lock. I fired a shot at it, but strangely enough the lock remained intact.
Oh, right.
Right, a similar situation happened with the rooftop security door. We never figured out the gunpowder reaction there, which might be related to the missing bullet. Galaxy fired at the security door but couldn't break the lock. What exactly is the problem?
The pistol, he said he tried to fire it, but there was no bullet left in the magazine.
No matter how sturdy the lock is, it shouldn't withstand a gunshot without leaving a mark. Maybe there's something wrong with this pistol, like it has poor power, its barrel had been modified. Let's get creative. Is it possible to put something like a furnace inside the barrel to mount the bullet? Wait, no. If the pistol had been tampered with, the police and prosecution would have found out. The case had been on trial for 2 days, but no one has mentioned this, so the pistol should be normal.
Oh wait, no, I think I'm supposed to push the bullet.
Since Galaxy could open the door, that means the door isn't particularly strong. And the pistol has been investigated by police for 2 days. If it had been tampered with, they would have found out. So the only possible issue is with the bullets loaded in the pistol. Is there a way for a pistol to fire normally but not shoot out the bullet?
Don't load bullets. Load special type of bullets. Load bullets of the wrong caliber.
Yeah, just don't load the bullets. If there were no bullets loaded in the pistol, Galaxy wouldn't have been able to shoot through the security door or kill anyone. But in that case, the pistol couldn't have been found to have fired twice, right? According to the police investigation, the pistol did successfully fire twice on the day of the incident. Think it over again. There's no way for a pistol to fire normally but not shoot out the bullet. I guess the wrong caliber. I'm not well versed in gun knowledge, but if bullets of too large of a caliber are loaded and block the barrel, would that work? For example, putting 14mm bullets into a 12mm barrel. I suddenly feel the disdainful look coming from Chief's direction. Probably not possible. Even if they could be forced in, firing with a blocked barrel would cause the pistol to explode, and Galaxy would get hurt. Think it over again. Okay. Special type of bullets? That's right. The pistol was a trap set up at the scene by the real culprit. What exactly was loaded in the pistol was entirely decided by the real culprit. The culprit's goal was likely to kill both Galaxy and Kuzo simultaneously, but such a meticulous and malicious culprit probably left themselves a backup plan. That is, in case they failed to kill both as planned, they could frame one person's death on the other. To achieve this, loading special bullets that can fire normally but can't shoot out the projectile is a crucial part. I think I heard someone mention the name of this type of ammunition just yesterday. The pistol was loaded with blank rounds. Aha! The missing bullets, the unbreakable lock. Everything makes sense now. All the truths are coming together right now. That was like the fastest I've deduced that. Yeah, I was like, oh, blank rounds.
Did you forget? They fired salutes in front of the building this morning, and they wouldn't actually leave traces of gunpowder.
Ah, I see. Oh, when we defend Galaxy, can we argue that the gunpowder residue on his body is from him blocking the salute cannons with his body?
Are you serious?
Of course not. Just kidding. If you did that, he'd probably be blasted into the sky.
The blank rounds loaded in the salute cannons are fired with gunpowder, but lack projectiles, so they're harmless.
I got it! What did you say? I finally figured out why those two bullets are missing. The police conducted a thorough search but couldn't find the bullets, not because they fell in hard-to-find places, but because those two bullets never existed in the first place. What? The pistol Galaxy wasn't loaded with regular ammunition. It was loaded with two blank rounds.
Blank rounds? What are those?
A blank round is a type of ammunition that consists of a casing, a small amount of gunpowder, and a primer. These bullets are usually used for training and drills. In some countries, police officers may load one for warning shots. It can fire normally and make a loud noise, but it won't shoot out a bullet.
Oh, I see.
If the defendant's pistol was loaded with blank rounds, it would result in gunpowder residue without any bullets.
Nonsense!
The defendant wasn't in a drill. Why would he be so stupid to load blank rounds into this pistol?
Objection!
Because he didn't load the pistol. Don't forget, that pistol wasn't the defendant's. It was deliberately left in front of the elevator by the real culprit. The culprit certainly wouldn't leave a dangerous weapon to the person they wanted to kill. Maybe the culprit considered the possibility of failing to kill Galaxy from the beginning. This person anticipated that Galaxy would fire in a panic, so they preloaded the gun with blank rounds. If Galaxy didn't die, he would have gunpowder residue on him. A perfect frame-up would be done.
What? Even that was planned in advance?
Objection!
Even if you say so, it's still just a hypothesis. When the police obtained the pistol, the magazine was already empty. No one knows what it was loaded with before. If you intend to argue from this perspective, show me some evidence first.
Objection!
The defense makes this statement precisely because there is evidence to support it. What?
That's right. Although blank rounds themselves are hard to trace, and we can't directly prove their existence, we can indirectly prove that the pistol was loaded with ammunition that couldn't be fired.
Yes, don't worry, Chief. At this point, I've already got it. The evidence that can prove the defendant's pistol could fire normally, but couldn't shoot out bullets is...
I guess the security door? Because it was shot and... yeah. Hold on.
That's it.
The evidence that can prove the pistol was loaded with blank rounds is this rooftop security door. Since there is gunpowder residue, it indicates someone fired a gun at the door handle. However, the door wasn't damaged by gunfire, and there are no bullet casings or holes in the entire area. This phenomenon can only be caused by blank rounds.
Oh? Isn't this the evidence submitted by the defense yesterday? None of us understood it then. If it was by blank rounds, it indeed makes sense.
With this, the disappearance of the two bullets can be reasonably explained. There was only one bullet fired at the crime scene, which was the one that killed Edgar Kuzio. Since Galaxy's pistol was loaded with blank rounds, he absolutely couldn't have shot the victim. The murderer in this case must be a sniper lurking in the opposite building.
Order, order. So the victim in this case was killed remotely by an unknown outsider. Although the defendant has a bad record, the court finds it hard to deem him the murderer after hearing the defense's argument.
So noisy.
Prosecutor Schubert?
I merely paused on the rest for a half-beat, but the defense's sunshine suddenly became inexplicably bright.
I'm here to illuminate your gloomy soil. Do you have a problem with that?
Of course I do. Shade-loving plants, when exposed to a strong light for too long, will suffer from overexposure.
What exactly are we metaphorizing about?
Regarding the defense's evidence and reasoning, I have only one stance. All overruled. He didn't even spell it out individually, letter by letter this time.
Again?
Firstly, the hypothesis that the defendant's pistol was loaded with blank rounds. Overruled. Don't assume you're the only one versed in military matters. There are many more types of blank rounds than you think. Blank rounds are divided into crimped blank rounds and full-formed blank rounds. The former cannot fire bullets, while the latter can still shoot plastic bullets without lethality.
I've never heard of that before.
All training ammo within our country are full-formed blank rounds which leave plastic bullet heads after being fired. This does not correspond with the traces found at the crime scene.
Didn't Sky Shield steal overseas equipment before? Maybe they also stole another type of blank rounds.
Overruled. If you're a member of a criminal organization, would you steal something that, like, blank rounds?
Well...
Secondly, the claim of a sniper at the Genesis Financial mentioned. Overruled. The defense relies solely on some flimsy traces to make such bold speculations.
But what about the gunpowder residue?
It's been too long since the incident, and the sparse gunpowder residue cannot prove any connection to the case. Shooting through glass to kill a target in another building with one shot demands exceptional marksmanship. If such a person truly existed, why did they leave no trace on the day of the incident?
That day, everyone was focused on the Skyrim Trade Center. It's normal that no one would notice the building across the street.
Overruled. Don't underestimate us. Even if we didn't realize the actual distance between the two buildings, we wouldn't overlook any doubts.
Huh? Do you mean?
Last night, Prosecutor Ray and I had someone check the surveillance of every building and elevator in this neighborhood. On the day of the incident, we didn't spot any suspicious individuals who didn't belong here on camera.
What?
Therefore, the defense's various hypotheses appear feeble in the face of reality. Your fabrications and assumptions are as crude as intentionally playing a whole musical phrase wrongly to cover up the wrong note. These delusions aimed at absolving this guy should come to an end. In conclusion, the defense's claims of the defendant's innocence lack substance. The real culprit in this case can still only be Galaxy Kaeda.
Upon hearing this, Prosecutor Schubert's argument sounds more reasonable. The defense did present a series of intriguing possibilities, but upon careful consideration, you haven't provided any ironclad evidence proving the existence of a sniper across the street.
If even gunpowder residue isn't sufficient, what would count as ironclad evidence?
I believe what the judge wants is surveillance footage capturing the culprit or credible eyewitness reports. Proving the existence of a person is more about the process than the outcome they leave behind.
The prosecution has reviewed the elevator surveillance at the Genesis Financial Mansion and found no suspicious individuals. I can't possibly argue that the real culprit climbed 101 flights of stairs to reach the sniper point. As for the eyewitness reports, they're even less likely to exist. There's so many people coming and going in the building across. Where would I even start asking? It's good that you're aware of this. The prosecution has indeed considered the fact that the shooter was not present at the crime scene. We've scoured the surveillance and questioned the staff at the Genesis Financial Mansion's front desk, but found no one as such. If you insist there's a supposed real murder in the building across, then provide substantial evidence. Chief?
Reluctantly, the prosecution isn't wrong. Relying solely on gunpowder residue is enough to shift the focus of the trial. Also, have you considered that while we believe this assertion is correct, our reasoning is complete? For example, if this person truly exists, then who exactly are they?
Yeah, it seems there are no more suspects in this case. Galaxy, Greek Gorga, Mooney Beans, and even Mr. Justice. They were all at the Skyrim Trade Center the whole time. Proving that these people never left the building is practically a given. Not just them, but all the ceremony attendees and those who were present at the scene during the incident. As far as I can think of, none of them had the opportunity to commit the crime in the building across. Which means the real murderer is someone we can't name, or whom we've never even seen before. Without concrete evidence, how can we expect the court to believe such a claim?
Events, can you present stronger evidence?
What should I do? We've come this far. There's no turning back now. Should I give it a try? Regarding the claim of a sniper at the Genesis Financial Mansion, our position is... Fuck! We don't have evidence. I don't think we do.
Uh-oh. This is not good. What the hell do I do? We don't really have any evidence other than gunpowder residue. I mean, there were signs of wear, but like, it doesn't seem to be connected to the case.
The defense has no more evidence.
It seems that's true. It seems that way.
What should I do? You've come this far.
Give up.
Galaxy?
I told you before, if they want to convict me, you can't stop them alone.
No, you're wrong. We haven't lost yet.
Is such a desperate struggle even meaningful? Whether you want to give me an answer or give yourself one, you've done enough. If Erica knew from the afterlife, she wouldn't blame you, so let's end this here.
No, I refuse. We're so close to the truth. How can we give up now? But the evidence to prove the sniper's existence, where is it?
Don't waste your efforts. You can't prove it.
Mr. A, if there's no evidence, I'm afraid the court cannot accept your hypothesis.
Does that mean all efforts up until now have been in vain?
It seems so. Who was that?
It was me.
Mr. Justice, what is this about?
Earlier I left a bad impression on the court by fabricating testimony and evidence, for which I deeply apologize. However, after listening to your arguments, there is something I must say.
Objection!
Your actions have completely discredited you in this court. We don't need to listen to you, to anything you say.
Is that so? You've convincingly proven that my son is the leader of Sky Shield. At this moment, I am still the head of state, and it seems your respect has faded rather quickly.
Why is Mr. Justice suddenly stepping in now?
Mr. Justice, what's your idea then?
I remember. On the day of the incident, I heard someone say they saw someone outside the building.
What?
This might prove that someone could have been sniping from outside the building.
Huh?
Objection.
Don't forget, thanks to those two lawyers, you're still a suspect. No matter how high your status is, testimony from someone who has lied since the trial began cannot be trusted. I am, of course, fully aware of that. So this time, what you'll be hearing is not my testimony.
Old man. What trick are you trying to pull now?
This is no trick. What I said earlier was that I heard someone say. In other words, the eyewitness is not me. This person may have seen the shooter with their own two eyes. Shouldn't you listen to his testimony?
What?
Mr. Justice, is that true?
I'll see you there.
Mr. Justice.
Yeah, I know.
Mr. Justice, what's going on? What are you talking about?
On the day of the incident, when I entered the Skyrim Trade Center, there was still some time before the ribbon-cutting ceremony. While I was resting in the lobby on the first floor, I encountered a cute little boy.
Huh? A little boy?
Yes, the boy called himself Rendy.
Rendy, could it be?
Perhaps the boy was bored by himself, so he approached me to talk. He said his mother was busy and left him in the lobby, although he was strictly forbidden to move around. He really wanted to go into the glass house, so he begged me to take him there.
Tessa, what is this about? Huh, this kid is a real headache. I had no idea Rendy had any contact with Mr. Justice, but I can confirm that Mr. Justice is not lying. After all, only Rendy would call the observation elevator a glass house.
Excuse me, what are you all talking about? Is this little boy someone you know?
Huh, more than just an acquaintance. The person he mentioned is my son, Skyrim Stone.
Order! What is going on? Why is Detective Sanford's son involved in this case?
Huh, this is the first time I ever heard of it too. Mr. Justice, you didn't do anything to Rendy, did you? This hostility, so terrifying.
Given my status, how could I do anything harmful to a mere child? But I truly didn't expect that little boy to be the son of the lady detective here.
Mr. Justice, you said that he witnessed the sniper. What do you mean?
At that time, the child looked at me with such pleading eyes that I couldn't refuse him. So I instructed my subordinates to wait in place while I took him on the elevator.
Even someone like Mr. Justice couldn't resist Rendy's pleading eyes.
While the elevator was going up, the child was very excited. He suddenly shouted at me, there's a Superman flying outside.
A Superman? Flying outside?
That was his exact wording. After taking him to the top floor, I brought him back down to the lobby to avoid worrying his mother.
Oh my. In that case, I should thank you for looking after him.
It was a small effort, not worth mentioning. At the time, I thought the Superman was just the child's imagination. Thinking back now, it was around 8 o'clock, which coincides with the time of the incident. The mention of a sniper by the lady lawyer reminded me of what he said. Although I'm not sure what the child saw, his words at least could suggest the possibility of someone outside the building. So I believe you'd better hear what that child has to say.
Well, what do both parties think?
Since there's a new clue, of course we should take it seriously.
Objection!
Before I officially raise an objection, I need to clarify something. But you already objected. The child's legal guardian is present in court. Shouldn't you ask for her opinion first?
Oh, right. That was my oversight. Detective Sanford, what do you think?
I, as his guardian, don't know if he's really said that. He never mentioned it to me. Even if he did, it was probably just a child's imagination. He's still in kindergarten. It's normal for him to fantasize and make up stories.
Objection!
Precisely because he's a child, he's more likely to say what he saw without any embellishment. Everyone here has handled many cases. How many adult witnesses have testified without hiding anything? Randy's testimony could be a crucial breakthrough for us.
Objection!
A child that young can't distinguish between reality and fantasy.
Objection!
If that's the case, then it's up to us to make that distinction. Isn't that what a lawyer's questioning is for?
Huh, you really leave me no choice. It seems you're determined to question Randy. If possible, we appreciate your cooperation, Detective Sanford. Well, since this case is so important, I can't let my protective instincts get in the way of justice. But if you scare Randy to tears with your questioning, I'll hold each of you accountable. We'll be careful. Your Honor, are you aware of the proceedings for minors testifying in court?
Of course. It is a part of my duties. Our country's law states that anyone who knows about the case and can express their own will can testify in court. In other words, there is no regulation in the country that prohibits minors from testifying. But how old is your son?
His reported age is 5, but he's actually only 4.5 years old.
What? He's that young? Order! Order! This court believes a child of only 4.5 years has no capacity to testify independently. Detective Sanford, would you mind accompanying him to the stand? If there are any issues, you will need to assist him.
That's fine. He's so short that he might not even reach the witness stand railing, so I'll hold him. She's going to hold him the whole time? While he testifies? Detective Sanford really is strong. Well then, Your Honor, I'll go bring Randy over. The procedures involving a minor testifying along with their guardian can be quite cumbersome, so I ask for everyone's patience. I'll be back shortly. Detective Sanford agreed to such a bold request so readily. Truly a person who's seen the world.
Ah, yes. Then, this court will allow Skyron Stone to testify as a witness alongside his guardian. Before the new witness arrives, this court will recess for 30 minutes to allow for the necessary procedures. Now I declare the trial for the Skyrim Trade Center murder case adjourned.
January 30th, 11:26 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby.
We got through.
Indeed. If Mr. Justice didn't appear and provide crucial information, even I wouldn't have known what to do.
Too many unexpected things just now. I haven't fully digested them yet. Galaxy is actually Kalen's, the one we've been desperately hunting for all these years. I still can't believe it.
I'm not so shocked, although I'm not sure if he's the real Kalen's. I've noticed his peculiarities over the years of traveling between our country and Neon for investigations.
Huh? Why did you not warn me earlier then?
Well. Even though I knew he was strange, I couldn't have predicted such an sudden turn of events. Taking on this case was not in my plan.
Is that so? I have a feeling that you're still hiding something from me.
Well, some things are better left alone.
Fine. You're always one step ahead of me anyway. By the way, besides the elusive tuna, the identities of the remaining heads of Sky Shield have all been exposed. According to Galaxy, these people, except Kujo, should all harbor deep hatred towards society.
Indeed, Zane's English and Han were born in a bloodshed environment beyond their control. Joseph Crimson was a typical maniac scientist. As for Galaxy, he developed a twisted personality due to his hatred for Mr. Justice. I know they don't deserve forgiveness, but it's not solely on their own making that shaped them.
Yeah, the society played a role of intensification. We can at most change the outcome of the case, but not the entire society. By the way, I have a question. Galaxy's only 30 years old, and was even younger 5 years ago. Even if he can secretly leverage his family resources, it's still a bit hard to believe that he could lead that group of people.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Indeed, he's nowhere near as cunning and composed as Zane's English. When it comes to finding opportunities in crises and making logical but strategic arguments, he's not even up to par with Kuzio. Given his ability, it's quite a stretch for him to lead those world-class criminals.
The one leading those people has never been him. Huh? Mr. Justice?
Huh. I anticipated that the two of you might cause some trouble for me, but I didn't expect it to escalate to this extent.
Is it my imagination? The air of authority and menace that always accompany Mr. Justice before is gone. Mr. Justice, where are your entourage?
I asked them to wait outside. There's no one here.
Ah, are you gonna stop monitoring or controlling our actions?
At this moment, there's no point in keeping things hidden anymore, as everything has been revealed by the two of you. I'm here just to share some information. After all, we don't know where the trial will lead next. I can only rely on you.
I see. It seems we can finally have a conversation with the real you. When did you find out about Galaxy being the leader of Sky Shield?
I had suspicions 6 months ago, but it was only a few days before the incident that I confirmed it. If I had known a bit earlier, things wouldn't have gone so bad.
So you just confirmed his identity not long before the case happened.
Taking advantage of my political position, I have thoroughly investigated the origins and activities of Sky Shield in recent days. But it's too late. I can't change it now.
You mentioned earlier that the person leading Sky Shield was never him. What does that mean?
People as astute as you must see through the reasoning behind it. Since the incident 5 years ago, the activities of Sky Shield have significantly decreased. Galaxy was the nominal leader, but in reality, he was just a puppet.
So the person who gathered these people and planned various criminal activities was?
Yes, it was Cerberus who died 5 years ago. His alias was Saints English, I believe.
As expected.
He used to belong to a special mercenary unit that conducted covert operations for powerful entities, politically and financially. Assassinations, infiltrations, even torture for confessions. These are things regular soldiers aren't allowed to do. Yet, they took advantage of their identities to receive hefty commissions for executing such tasks. It was only when I held a high position in the government that I became aware of the existence of this group of people.
If I remember correctly, this unit was already destroyed over a decade ago, right?
Who are you and how do you know about such classified matters?
It doesn't matter. Let's set aside these matters for now, since they're not directly related to the case.
Fine. Saints English assumed the identity of a professor. Saints English assumed the identity of a professor from your country, and Galaxy met him during his time studying here. Sky Shield ostensibly provides a place for those who are disappointed with society or rejected by the world. But both of you have seen their actual actions firsthand.
Gathering these individuals with strong antisocial tendencies, but will only breed greater evil. Is that so?
Very few people are born with such tendencies. Their personalities are shaped by their life experiences. However, once they gather and gain power, they are likely to seek revenge against the society that neglected them.
Sky Shield, from its name, is supposed to be about defense, but in the end it's filled with aggression and slaughter. How ironic.
Mr. Justice, are you suggesting that Galaxy became the nominal leader of Sky Shield under the brainwashing of Saints English?
It's more accurate to say he willingly allowed himself to be used. Galaxy lacked discipline since early on, and his temperament was much gloomier and more paranoid than his peers. Coupled with the fact that I once committed an unforgivable act, it's predictable that he fell onto the wrong path. Others may not understand why he joined with those people, but I do.
In that case, Mr. Justice, I have to ask now, ever since we took on this case, you've been obstructing us at every turn. Whether it's interfering with our meeting with Galaxy or today's farce of false evidence, what is your real purpose in this case?
Can't you figure it out?
Perhaps it would be better to hear it directly from you.
I learned about Galaxy's role in Sky Shield after arriving in your country. At the time, we happened to be staying at the same hotel, We hadn't communicated for many years, so I wanted to say hello. However, when I dismissed my subordinates and approached his room, I noticed the corner of the hallway carpet was slightly raised, which prevented his door from closing properly, so I heard that conversation.
Hey, I have no one else available now. Would you come and support me?
We are not in the same city. If it's only a meeting with Snowflake, you don't need me, do you?
Fine. By the way, check on Tessa Sanford's movements for me. She poses too much threat to us. Why did she show up at the Skyrim Trade Center? Who was she targeting?
Just regular duty. You're overthinking it.
Is that all?
Yes.
I've had very little contact with Galaxy over the years, so I can't claim to know him well. But upon hearing this conversation, I immediately understood his intentions. Whether it's identity or the crimes he has committed over the years, I got the whole picture with a little thought.
Such a shocking revelation, yet he accepted it so casually. He really is something. Wait a minute. According to your description just now, the person communicating Galaxy was... Tuna?
Probably. However, even with my abilities, it's difficult to determine the identity of the person on the phone. Oh my god, my throat. I'll be right back.
You and Galaxy have had a strained relationship for a long time, and there's no real father-son bond between you. And even though you're highly influential within your country, you also have political enemies waiting for you to make a mistake. Despite all that, your initial reaction upon learning that Galaxy is the leader of a criminal organization was to protect him.
Moreover, with your power, there should be other ways to protect him, right? Why go so as far to take the blame for him personally? We can't understand.
Sky Shield has caused trouble worldwide for years, with countless eyes watching. Whether it's Interpol judiciary members from your country, or people like you who have personal grievances with them, everyone is holding their breath, waiting for a big fish. Doesn't my identity perfectly fit your expectations of Kalen's?
Well, yes, if someone told me that Kalen's was just a nobody, I would never believe it. If it weren't for Sis and Prosecutor Schubert's prior actions, I might have never been deceived by him. Mr. Justice, could you tell us about your actions on the day of the incident?
Alright, I indeed have no direct involvement in the case that day, but I did do some things that had an impact on the case.
You mean?
While escorting that child to the 188th floor, I heard a gunshot coming from the rooftop.
Ah, that must have been the sound of Galaxy firing at the rooftop security door. Only blank rounds were loaded in the gun, so we did not damage the door.
I was not certain about what happened, so I parted ways with the child and hid in the dark corner of the stairs to observe. It was at that moment that I encountered Mr. Johnson running down in a panic. Shortly after, Galaxy came down with a strange expression.
I see. No wonder President Gu encountered you at that time.
After they both left, I quietly made my way to the rooftop.
Ah, if you went up there at the time, you would see.
Yes, Erica's body. I don't know exactly what Galaxy did, but judging from the situation at the time, two things can be inferred. First, Erica's death was likely related to him. Second, her body was most likely brought up by Galaxy. The rooftop was windy, and hiding the body there wasn't secure enough. The rooftop is spacious, but there was no telling when Galaxy might return. What if the body were to be moved by strong winds? To prevent such a situation, I tore off the water heater cables in nearby and securely tied the body.
Huh? So it was you who tied the body?
Despite Galaxy's experience in crimes, he still acted recklessly to some extent. I never directly taken anyone's life, but I do have some experience in handling crime scenes like this.
Are all politicians so terrifying?
If it were me, I would do whatever it takes to eliminate the traces of gunpowder residue on my hands.
If it were you, this case might never get solved.
Regardless of whether your actions were appropriate or not, we understand your desire to save Galaxy.
But
Save me? Are you kidding?
that voice.
You old fool. Now you decide to act all righteous, huh?
Well, well. Stay calm. Regardless of the outcome, Mr. Justice has done a lot to help you today.
Merely the performance of a clown. Who knows who it's intended for? I refuse this unwanted help.
Galaxy.
If I remember correctly, this room is the defendant's lobby, right? I'm going to rest now. May I ask what you, the one who have just committed perjury, are doing here?
Well, well. Calm down, both of you.
Mr. Justice has always been calm.
Because of Rendy's young age, the court needs to arrange special summoning procedures. Galaxy, you should be more aware of your situation than we are. Perhaps this is the last time for you and your father to meet without a glass barrier.
Indeed, after this trial, whether we can clear his name for killing Kuzio or not, he will surely be imprisoned as the leader of a criminal organization.
I don't need that. It's disgusting.
Galaxy, as your lawyer, I'm requesting that you calm down now.
Who do you think you are to make demands of me?
Don't you want to find the killer of Kuzio? Whoops, I'm actually terrified. Maybe I should ask Detective Sanford to assign more people to protect me later. Mr. Justice, please continue. The information you possess is crucial to us. I still don't understand. It might make sense for an ordinary person to go to great lengths to save their child, but why would you, who resorted to any means to climb to a high position, sacrifice it all so easily now?
Well, power is indeed important, but there's another skill in my heart.
Forgive me, but didn't you use your wife as a tool for advancement back then? How is that any different from Galaxy in comparison to her?
A tool for advancement. That's how others saw it, as expected.
Am I wrong?
It's not surprising that Galaxy might think that way. But answer me, if my wife's feeling to me was strained, why would she risk her life to protect me?
Huh?
It's an old story. Back then, in order to salvage a political downfall, I did indeed plan a fabricated assassination. I assume Galaxy has already told you about it. However... Why did you...
So in the end, it was your plan.
Don't talk anymore. The ambulance will be here soon.
Oh my god, it's just... history's just repeating itself, oh my god. They're even in the same fucking position.
I used to be a doctor. This time, I'm afraid I can't get it through.
How? No. I just didn't want to involve you in these political tricks, so I didn't tell you.
Forget it. I considered this possibility, but I was still afraid. I was afraid if this assassination were real, you would be in danger. Without me, you should be able to take care of yourself, right?
I will.
With you there, Erica will be fine, right?
So you know that?
Yeah. Even though you refuse to acknowledge her, you've been secretly helping her a lot, haven't you?
When I'm not around, only she knows how to take care of you.
I'm not worried about her. It's Galaxy. What about him?
I will do my best. I'm not a good husband or father. Perhaps those who hold political ideas are bound to make sacrifices. However, I just want to strive to protect my family to the greatest extent while pursuing my ambitions. Unfortunately, regardless of the outcome of today's trial, I will ultimately lose everything. This is retribution, I suppose.
Mr. Justice's wife and adopted daughter have both passed away. Galaxy has seen him as an enemy all these years, and now he's about to go to prison. I still can't sense any warmth or sincerity in his gaze, which I suppose is due to his profession. However, this once fearsome leader is now just a lonely old man.
You... What nonsense are you spouting? No, I don't believe it. It was you who killed Mother just to climb to the peak of power. Maybe shooting Mother was your plan from the very beginning.
Galaxy, didn't you hear what you just said? The facts are not like that.
I don't care. I followed Mr. English's teachings and built a terrifying criminal empire, all to make people like you disappear from the world. If not for him, I wouldn't have seen through the hypocrisy of people like you. Skyshield is the result of my efforts with his help. Since then, I've been determined to use Skyshield to crush the faces of hypocrites like you.
I know you hate me, but I never thought you would go this far. Have you ever thought that even if you went down this evil path, Evelyn could never come back to life?
Don't compare me to you. If what you said is true, how do you explain your continuous rise in power over the years?
Neon is just a small land, facing crises from scarce resources and party conflicts, while also facing threats from neighbors and Western powers exploiting our resources under the guise of protection. Putting an end to political chaos and revitalizing our country is not just my ideal, but a shared goal with Evelyn. We have told you about these matters, but you have always turned a deaf ear. After Evelyn was gone, I considered leaving the political arena, but if I did that, the years of painstaking efforts and tremendous sacrifices made by Evelyn would become meaningless.
No, it's impossible. I don't believe it. I've heard enough of sweet talk from politicians. The purpose of our organization is to...
Enough!
Luna?
My fist swung out before my mind. I don't know what kind of tragic life you experienced, but now you're even worse than a maggot. Even if Mr. Justice were truly despicable, you have never shown an ounce of courage to confront him directly all these years. If you think his methods are filthy and unworthy of rising to power, why not stand before the public and expose his crimes? Since your country's public opinion can be stirred by an assassination, your actions would surely deliver a heavy blow to him. But what have you done until now? The targets of the Skyshield attacks were mostly unarmed civilians. When you declared war on our military and police last year, your intention was to detonate a mine, harming innocent people. The strong wielded their anger against the stronger, while the weak point their blades at the weaker. If you believe you have been treated unjustly by Mr. Justice, why didn't you directly take action against him all these years?
That's because...
Let me finish for you. Your hatred towards Mr. Justice is nothing but a lie to deceive yourself. With the organization established by Saint English, you recklessly vent out your own lowly and distorted anger on the weak. And when you calm down, you tell yourself that it's all because of Mr. Justice that you have to do this.
You...
What a noble excuse. In the end, it's all for your own sake. It's time to open your eyes and see what you have done. Your mother, Mrs. Evelyn, even until her death, still hoped you to choose the right path. Your adopted sister, Erika Kujo, had already sacrificed her entire life for you. And your father, Mr. Justice, is the last person in this world who still wants to help you. For your own selfish desires, you have betrayed everyone who cared for you. Now, what do you have to criticize Mr. Justice?
Shut up. Just shut up.
Galaxy, I can somewhat understand your resentment towards me, after all these years. However, the existence of Skyshield has not only brought disgrace to our country, but also harmed countless innocent civilians. And now, even Erika, who had been close to you since childhood, had been pushed to her death because of you. It's time to wake up.
No. It can't be true. It can't be. It can't be. It can't be. It can't be. You hypocrite. You liar. You are the embodiment of all evil in the world, the incarnation of darkness and ugliness. If not, would I have been living for all these years? What for?
Oh, his hair changed color.
Galaxy is wailing in despair, as if the belief that has supported him for so long has completely collapsed in an instant. Even his father, Mr. Justice, doesn't step forward to comfort him. I even had an illusion that the leader of a criminal organization is nothing more than an immature giant baby. If a person who cannot control their desire and emotions gains power, the consequences will be disastrous like this. Now, this insane young man has brought too much turmoil to the world. What awaits him is not just imprisonment. The desert in his soul will probably never be green again.
Are you okay?
What? Wanna mock me?
I know it's not the best timing, but we still need to gather some information. Those only you, as Kalens, would know. This is the last chance for us to communicate face to face.
Whatever.
Phew, I can finally confront Kalens face to face. Of course, I should start with the most important question. Galaxy, regarding incident number 761, what do you know about it?
Incident what?
Well, the cases that occurred successfully at the Apex Stadium and this courthouse.
Oh yes, you even assigned it a number. Why bother?
Let's cut to the chase. Do you know who killed Detective Caliber and Stone at the stadium?
I've heard about the situation from Erica. Whether it was Mr. English or Erica, it's normal to eliminate the traitor trio, and in that situation, I can only tell you that Erica didn't do it. As for Mr. English, I don't know. I didn't have a chance to communicate with him from his arrest to his death. I don't know more than you do.
What about the scene of Saint English's death in this courthouse? What exactly happened?
Well, I'll tell you the truth about that. My order at that time was simply for Erica to create chaos and assist Mr. English in escaping. As for who killed whom, I don't know and I don't care.
Huh?
Either Mr. English died together with the other two people in the room, or your country secretly got rid of him. That's why I put the blame on your country. Is there a problem?
So you're not clear about the situation at the time.
I was busy acting in the mine at the time, and Erica informed me about the frontline matters. I later found out that she had intentions to kill Mr. English, but it was merely a passing thought. Since Mr. English died from a gunshot, it couldn't have been her. That's it.
Even in desperate situations, she wouldn't use a gun?
Absolutely not. It's not a matter of whether she knew how to use it. She hated guns, because they reminded her of our mother's death. It would be easier to kill her than let her touch a gun.
Well, that's a resolute reason. So it seems that even the leader of Skyshield has no clue about that incident.
Apart from Kucho and Saint's English, did you send anyone else to the court for standby?
Why should I? Erica alone was enough to create chaos.
I see.
Kuto, who was eager to kill Cerberus, wouldn't touch a gun, and there was no third person at the scene. Who on earth did it? Can you tell me about how the seven heads joined the organization?
Huh? It's a long story. In short, most of them were invited by Mr. English. There were just 3 of us when the idea of Skyshield was brought up. Tuna, him, and me.
Oh, so Tuna is a member from the early days.
I don't know where she came from, but Mr. English asked me to trust her, so I did. She has a wide network of connections, as if she has eyes all over the world. She can get intelligence from the police of every country. We have evaded many sieges thanks to the information she provides. However, other than the fact that she is a woman, I know nothing about her.
Tuna is indeed mysterious.
Within 6 months after the organization was established, Quadrant and Hand were invited to join, one after another. Quadrant's identity was not a secret within Skyshield, and there are few people in the world who can create so many high-tech gadgets. According to Mr. English, Quadrant, Tuna, and he himself had been acquaintances for over 10 years, but I don't know what happened among them.
As for Han, during his drug business needed channels, and Skyshield acted as his protector and took a share afterward. It's quite some time later when Erica and Trions requested to join. I didn't want Erica to get involved in all this, but once she made up her mind I couldn't change it. That's how the situation evolved into what it is today.
And what about Detective Stone, who joined around the same time?
Stone? If he hadn't repeatedly leaked confidential information from your country's police, he even commanded us to hijack the convoy transporting our members, we wouldn't have trusted him so much.
Indeed. Undercover agent arranged by the police wouldn't have done so much.
So Detective Stone really went far for revenge. I'm not sure how to evaluate his actions.
The trial will continue in 2 minutes. Defense and defendant, please prepare yourselves and enter the courtroom immediately. Well. It seems our little witness has arrived. Although things have deviated from my plan, I finally settled the matter in my heart. Mr. Drake and Miss Ray.
Huh?
I'm deeply grateful for your tremendous assistance. Don't mention it, Mr. Justice. You were also a great help during the previous trial. Not at all. It was I who caused you both a lot of trouble at the beginning of the trial. I owe you an apology.
If Mr. Justice hadn't made the mistake with the caliber of the pistol, we might have been truly helpless.
The real mistake I made was not in mistaking the caliber of the pistol, but in not believing in your abilities, both of you. Well then, I have revealed everything I know. Although I will face impeachment soon, I still have official duties to attend to before that. I won't be able to accompany you for the upcoming trial.
Although Mr. Justice committed perjury, our country currently has no authority to detain him. In that case, we won't be able to ask him to testify later.
I understand. We wish you the best of luck. From now, I entrust my son's safety to the both of you.
I don't need you to worry about my safety.
Until we meet again.
Leave it to us.
The commotion across the hallway has ended. It seems Detective Sanford's procedures have been completed.
Yes, Chief. Let's go. The outcome will be determined in the following session.
January 30th, 12 p.m., District Court, Courtroom Number 2.
Now, the court will reconvene for the trial of Mr. Galaxy Kaeda. Prosecution, are you ready?
Witness Skyron Stone and his guardian, Tessa Sanford, are ready.
Sorry to keep you waiting, everyone. Randy, come and say hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Skyron Stone. I'm 4.5 years old. The way of holding a child, and looks like she can't exert any strength at all. I wonder what kind of arm strength she has to maintain in this position.
Oh, hello there, little one. Do you want candy?
The judge has entered Grandpa mode.
What are you all standing there for? Say hello.
Silas Schubert, 23 years old.
Luna Ray 2. Why are we revealing our ages to him?
Anyway, questioning this witness is the defense's request. It's up to you now.
Chief?
Don't look at me. This is my area of expertise.
Alright, Randy. Listen, when you were taking to work by Mommy last time, did you really see Superman flying in the sky? Superman. I don't really remember. Huh? What a waste of effort. But I remember the glass house. It's beautiful. Randy, did you really leave the first floor lobby by yourself? Yes, Mommy, I'm sorry. But I wasn't alone. Our kind grandpa was with me. Kind? Really? Chief, what should we do? It doesn't seem to be going smoothly.
Randy's too young. We can't expect his memory and speech to be firm and logic like adults. If he can't recall on his own, we might as well try to guide him.
I understand. So, Detective Sanford, could you please ask Randy to tell us about his actions on the day of the incident?
The timeline of the case is crucial, so I hope he can be as specific as possible.
No problem, but be prepared. Even though my little Randy is smart, it's his first time speaking in front of so many people, so even I have no idea how it will turn out. Will it be okay? I hope so. Randy, can you tell everyone what you did that morning? Alright. On that day, Mommy woke me up very early, and we took a car to that tall building. Mommy was so busy and went to expect, so she asked me to wait in the plaza. I met Auntie Stella. She gave me paper and pens. I also saw Uncle's sunglasses. He was riding with a brush. The plaza got crowded, and I really wanted to go and play inside that glass house. I saw Kind Grandpa and asked him to take me inside. After watching the flying house show, Mommy came back.
Defense, what are your views on this testimony?
Detective Sanford, are Randy's statements all true? Huh, did you hear him? After I left him, I went on patrol with my subordinates. Only Randy and the people he encountered knew about his actions before I returned. And Prosecutor Ray, it seems he also encountered you? Yes, but don't expect me to be of any help. Besides giving him paper and pens, I didn't do anything. Why so cautious? I didn't say you did anything.
After all, Randy's not yet 5 years old. He can't largely connect events and people in his mind. I'm afraid this testimony is more like the presentation of whatever comes to his mind.
Although I didn't meet him that morning, there seems to be something off about his testimony.
We need to at least organize the sequence of events of his actions to trigger his memory.
Alright, let's use questioning to guide him.
Hold it!
Expect? He means inspect. I took the team to inspect Justice Kaya's route of action. And what is plaza? I remember there's no plaza near the Trade Center, right? It's the bright, big place with a shiny floor. Huh? He's probably referring to the lobby on the ground floor. Oh, I see. Detective Sanford, did you leave the lobby immediately after arriving? More or less. At the time, we were officers on duty in the lobby, and I didn't think Randy would be in danger, so I left first. I see. I also don't think someone would abduct him in front of a group of police officers.
Hold it!
The glass house you mentioned, is it the transparent observation elevator in the Trade Center? Eh? That's a house? Not a human. Why do you call it a waiter? Not waiter, elevator. Ah, I get it. Like arrest and rest. Rest? Yeah, he's indeed a police officer's son.
Objection!
I'll hurry up. Randy, please continue.
Hold it!
Why didn't you listen to Mommy and go play by yourself? I'm sorry. Hey, mind your words. No, I'm not blaming him. Randy, if you really want to see it, you can wait for Mommy to finish work and take you there. What if it wasn't that grandpa, but someone worse? Mommy, I'm sorry. Someone worse? So Mr. Justice has already been labeled as a bad guy by her.
Where did that kind grandpa take you?
He made the glass house fly up, and then he went out and sent Randy back down.
So you didn't leave the house throughout the whole time?
Yeah, I didn't dare to go too far. It shouldn't take too long if it's just riding the elevator from the first floor to the top and back, right?
Hold it!
How long did it take from the time you returned to the lobby until Mommy came back? A very long time. A very long time? How long exactly? 10 minutes? Half an hour? Or very, very long? Right. Children can't estimate time.
Let's try asking from a different perspective. What were you doing when Mommy came back?
I just finished a picture. Huh? Picture? Did you carry drawing tools with you? Auntie Stella gave me the paper and pens. So after you got the paper and pens from Auntie Stella, you were drawing in the lobby the whole time, right? Yes, you're so smart. That didn't reveal anything? Phew, at first his testimony seemed clear, but upon closer questioning, it completely falls apart. Any details and sequences are jumbled up. What a mess.
That's normal. Children's statements often lack logic. They say whatever comes to their mind.
If Mr. Justice was still here, he could provide some additional information, but now we can only rely on ourselves.
So after this round of questioning, do you have a clear understanding now?
Probably? What should I do? Should I stop the questioning and help Rennie summarize his experiences? Continue.
Hold it!
Auntie Stella refers to Prosecutor Stella across from us, right? Yes, Auntie Stella told me about prosecutors, and it was amazing.
Huh. What did she say?
Objection!
If you dare to delve deeper into this topic, I'll bash your head into the wall.
No, I dare not.
It seems Rennie left some painful memories for Sis. Prosecutor Ray, do you remember the time when you encountered him? I couldn't possibly be checking the time with every step I took. I only glanced at the clock when I left my office. It should have been shortly after 8 AM. Sis's office is on the 3rd floor, so she doesn't need to wait for the elevator. With her fast walking speed, it would only take about 5 minutes to arrive, right?
Hold it!
Uncle Sunglasses writing with a brush. It should have been President Goo. Randy, is this the person you are talking about? Yes, he wrote a sentence with a brush, but I only know the last part. It's "there's a way." Wow, that's a saying. You're really impressive, you know?
If I remember correctly, President Goo mentioned something like this yesterday.
Really, I have no recollection of it at all.
Up upon my arrival at the center, I chanced upon a young fellow. When a friend arrives, a warm welcome is due. This young fellow is fond of calligraphy and may have heard of my name. He requested that I write something for him. I wrote a sentence, where there is a will, there is a way, and presented it to the young man.
That's what he said.
President Goo testified in court, and we also had a private conversation with him. His movements can be confirmed. Shortly after he arrived at the Trade Center, he had a brief encounter with Mr. Justice at the entrance. After that, he took the elevator to the 99th floor to inspect the American consulate.
Well, analyzing the movements of a third party might reveal something.
I think I got everything. I mean, this is clearly the beginning, so... Well, my questioning is finished.
Oh, so defense, have you reached any conclusions?
To help Randy accurately recall what he saw on the day of the incident, we reorganized his actions based on the questioning.
Is that so? Then tell us.
Alright, on the day of the incident, the first thing Randy did was come to the lobby of the center with Detective Sanford. After that, Detective Sanford left and Randy... Yeah, Justice Kaido was last, so... He definitely got the papers first? Yeah, he probably got the papers first, and then... Yeah, I think he encountered Stella? Is that so? Why not? Was it you? Was it you who wanted to organize his actions? Why do you sound so uncentered now? Maybe I wasn't fully prepared. Okay. Oh no, it was a Google girl. Yes, after finishing calligraphy, President Goom met Mr. Justice, who had just entered, so he should be the first person Randy encountered. Yes, Uncle Sunglasses writes so beautifully. After that, Randy... Yeah. Encountered Stella. No? Okay, that's... Okay. No? Oh, huh? What? Okay. Yeah, encounter Google girl. Encounter Justice? That doesn't make sense though, because he didn't have... Wait, how would he... Hold on. We didn't get any testimony from... Did he encounter Justice? Yes, Mr. Justice should have encountered Randy as soon as he entered the door. Speaking of which, Mr. Justice is the head of state. How did you manage to persuade him into taking you into the elevator? I just told him I wanted to see the glass house and stared at him. Ah, being stared at by such an adorable kid, I would even agree to take him on a world tour. Mr. Justice took Randy into the elevator and went to the top floor, and then Randy returned to the lobby. Next, Randy encountered Stella? Yes, Randy encountered Prosecutor Ray after the elevator trip. He got paper and pens from her and started drawing in the lobby. After a while, Detective Sanford returned to the lobby. That's Randy's experiences on that day, right? Yes, you're so smart. Randy encountered Uncle Sunglasses first, then went to the glass house with the kind grandpa. After saying goodbye to the grandpa and the Superman, I met Auntie Stella.
Hold it!
Randy, what did you just say? I said after saying goodbye to the grandpa and Superman, I met Auntie Stella. So you finally remembered seeing Superman? Yes. I saw Superman in the glass house. I even waved at him.
Order! Order! Defense, is this the information you want?
Yes, you are such a young child. If we carefully piece it together, we can refresh his memory. Randy, could you please describe in detail what you saw about Superman? I can't really remember.
It was just an illusion from a long time ago. I don't know what you're expecting.
It's okay. I believe the truth we are seeking is right in front of us.
Then, please have the witness testify about the matter concerning the Superman.
Randy, tell everyone about the Superman.
Remember, only talk about what you saw. Don't make up stories, okay?
Yeah. I really saw Superman. I remember it. It was when we were going up the glass house. Superman flew over from the opposite building towards me. I asked the grandpa to look, but he didn't see it.
So who is this Superman exactly?
Detective Sanford, does this witness usually watch cartoons? Of course. His taste is no different from most boys. He likes to watch combat-themed animations. Then he must have also watched superhero movies and tokusatsu shows where characters fly around in the sky, right? Like Space Hero Duck Eggman or something. Auntie Stella knows about it too. That's my favorite.
Objection!
Prosecution, don't digress from the topic, please.
Objection sustained. Please continue your questioning, defense.
Sis wasn't just chatting earlier. The more she says, the more the court will see Randy's testimony as a mere imagination. If I don't stop her in time, things will get troublesome.
Nice reaction.
Haha, thanks to your guidance. Well then, Randy, I want to know more about the Superman. Can you tell me? Yes, I will tell you.
Hold it!
Flu, how exactly did that happen? Because he's a Superman. That can't explain it. Can you be more specific? But everyone knows Superman can fly. It seems Randy doesn't understand what specific means. Is there any way to give Randy to describe how Superman flew more accurately? Oh, he can't record it. Actually, did he... Can he imitate it? It's either imitate or record. I'm gonna ask for record. He probably drew it. Randy, did you manage to record that Superman? Record? What does record mean? Wait, if I remember correctly... Yeah, he drew it. Didn't he draw it? Yes, Randy encountered Prosecutor Ray after the elevator trip. He got paper and pens from her and started drawing in the lobby. It was a while later that when Detective Sanford returned to the lobby. Randy, you started drawing after coming back from the elevator, right? What did you draw? I just drew what I saw in the elevator. Yes, that's it. Your Honor, the defense requests that the witness submit the artwork as evidence.
Objection!
What can a painting by a child under the age of 5 really prove?
Objection!
Just show it and let's see. Your Honor, the defense insists on it.
Honestly, I don't think this kid's painting is sufficient evidence. But on the other hand, I'm a bit curious about it myself. Whether it can be accepted as evidence or not, let the court check it first before making a decision.
Nice. This should work.
Young mate, can you show us the painting you made?
My painting isn't very good, Grandpa. Please don't laugh at me.
Alright. Okay, so both their hands are above their head. It's going up.
This should work now. This should work now. Not at all. What on earth is this drawing? What a waste of effort.
Why are the colors in this painting like that?
I provided him with pens, only a red and blue one.
What about this figure in the middle?
Because I saw Superman, so I drew what Superman looks like. Superman whooshed down and flew under the glass house like a cable car. So I drew that scene. Defense, are you suggesting that the culprit in this case is this duck-egg man in the picture? Well...
Randy, did you just describe the scene of the Superman flying?
Huh? Did I?
It was something about a cable car. Can you add that to your testimony, please?
Just say it again? I got it. Superman whooshed down and flew under the glass house, like a cable car. It seems like Chief has discovered something. I hope it would be useful to us. With a painting like this, I really can't convince the court to accept it.
Hold it!
Randy, have you ever seen a cable car? Yeah, Mommy once took me to Mount Noodle, and there are cable cars there. Cable cars are small houses hanging on a line and moving. Although the explanation is not entirely accurate, it does fit a basic image and characteristics of a cable car.
Did you feel that this description sounds a bit off?
Huh? Does it?
I'm not very artistic, so maybe it's just a misconception.
Whoosh down like a cable car.
What did we just present this? Oh. Yeah, I don't know if I should present that though.
Objection!
I guess I just present that.
Randy, please wait a moment. You just mentioned that the Superman flew like a cable car, right? Yes. Then you should know that a cable car, like an airplane, cannot float in midair, right? Yeah, cable cars need to be on ropes. But in your drawing, this Superman is flying in the sky with nothing in his raised hands. Why is that? Because Mommy came back before I finished it. I didn't want Mommy to know that I went out to play, so I didn't continue drawing. As expected. Well then, Randy, can I add a stroke to help you complete this drawing? Okay.
Miss Ray, what are you doing?
Don't worry, Your Honor. We'll see the result shortly.
Randy, is this the scene you actually saw? Yes, you're so smart. Alright, thank you. Randy, you've been a great help.
I still don't understand. Does this stroke change anything in the drawing?
Luna, have you realized it? If the Superman Randy saw was flying in this way, this case might undergo another reversal.
Honestly, I haven't thought too much about what will happen next.
Anyway, let's finish our current reasoning first.
Well, Your Honor, please take a look at this process doodle. This line is simple, but it could reveal a fact that none of us had considered. The reason why the Superman Randy Witness could fly is because he used a zip line. The reason why the Superman could fly is that he used a zip line.
A zip line?
Yes, as long as a sturdy rope was set up at a height difference between two buildings. This Superman didn't need any superpowers to move through the air, just like in this doodle. Randy is still young and doesn't understand the concept of zip line, so he mistakenly believed the person was flying.
So noisy.
Taking a child to the courtroom and coming up with such a far-fetched conclusion. You think everyone in this courtroom is a fool?
Objection!
A child cannot fabricate such surreal content out of thin air. The scenes he describes must have a basis in reality. And the defense's conclusion is a reasonable inference from Randy's drawing and testimony. If you have any other objections, confront me directly.
Interesting. Let me tell you how absurd your conclusion is. Oh shit, are we gonna do the confrontation thing? I think we are. Yeah.
你想说的是，有一个人从对面的大楼滑到了天际贸易中心？
是的，无论他看起来多么不符合直觉，但这个可能性可以完美解释现在的一切。
是吗？我却觉得他漏洞百出。首先，2栋楼的距离有50多米，在这么长的距离间滑动，势必会引起路人的注意。而在高达100层的高空使用滑索，危险至极，稍不留神就会送命。想要潜入现场，有更多隐蔽可行的方式。凶手有何必要如此犯险
Objection！ 当天的天际贸易中心安保森严，并不能轻易潜入。
Objection！ 一节绳梯就足以让死者和一个卖月饼的小贩神不知鬼不觉地潜入了。有如此简单而隐蔽的手段，你口中所谓的凶手，为什么不用？
这确实难以反驳。
My hypothesis indeed sounds fanciful. Prosecutor Schubert took advantage of this point and used practical arguments to refute me. Listen carefully, there must be weak points.
首先，2栋楼的距离有50多米，在这么长的距离间滑动，势必会引起路人的注意。而在高达100层的，想要潜入证人天天的目击情报。
Objection！ 那是至少300米的高空，哪有那么多看起来像人的东西在乱飞？
Objection！ 你的意思是，真的有个人在飞，就合理了吗？
倒也不是。
我宁愿相信，是某位小朋友用氢气球和纸张做的假人手工，不小心放飞到了天上。这起码比一个真人在那里滑动要真实得多。 首先，2栋楼的距离有50多米，在这么长的距离间滑动，势必会引起路人的注意。
Objection！ 不是的，只要滑索被架设在足够高的位置，地面上的行人便无法看清。创世金融大厦的高度虽然不及天际贸易中心，却也有120层之高。 真正的案发地点在天际贸易中心的101层，想必滑动入侵的起点高度不会比这层差多少。一次发生在至少300米高空的移动，可没有你说的那么引人注目。
Objection！ 就算不会被路人关注，但滑索本身要如何设置？ 架设50多米，足以承受1个人重量的绳索，已经算不上小型工程。 你该不会主张这个超人还带了一支施工队到现场吧？
这个我还没。
Wait a sec，
哦
反对，这里就交给我
哦
吧。
，Thank you。
只要设备齐全，准备充分，这样的装置即便只有一个人，也可以快速设置。此人只需使用一把强力的十字弩和绑在绳索头部的倒形铁钩。将绳索从一侧的高楼射向另一侧，就可以实现滑索的安装。
Nonsense！
No, now she's stepping
连
in.
不切实际的假设真是越来越多了。法庭不能根据你们的空想来做出判断。
This is taking the stage, Chief. Come on.
Oh fuck.
是不是空想，也要好好
I'm just
论
gonna-
证过才能知道。
Just gonna.
雷简，就请放马过来吧。
你说的这些工具在生活中都不常见，你能找到他们的入手途径吗？就算真有这样一个人，在严密的安保环境下，此人也无法绕开警方架设滑索。海江田父子仍旧疑点重重，将重心放在他们身上才最切合实。你们完全是根据答案来拼凑过程，但所谓的答案，现场没有任何架设滑。
Okay.
Objection.
There we go.
能够直接架设滑索的工具，或许确实已经被处理得干干净净，但滑索曾经被使用过的痕迹，却难以被彻底清除。
Yeah, I think there was the signs of wear, yeah. And then there's the sign of sort of wear here-ish. I think, or is it? Wait, hold on, is it? No, it's the.
哦，这么说，你已经有证据了。
能够证明有人曾在天际贸易中心使用滑索的证据，就是。
Oh, okay, that is this crazy. Yep.
Take this.
Please take a look at this piece of evidence. The metal window frame on the 99th floor inside the American consulate.
And the window on the 101st floor of the Genesis Financial Mansion.
Exactly. It's not surprising to find any kind of traces in the long-used Genesis Financial Mansion across the street. However, the Skyrim Trade Center is a newly constructed building that had its grand opening on the day of the incident. Moreover, besides President Gu, no one can access the 99th floor. The worn marks on this metal window frame clearly indicate the traces of a rope being installed. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, we're good.
Order! Order!
Objection!
It's too far-fetched to infer the installation of a rope solely based on these worn marks.
Wait a sec.
Only the worn marks in the window frame may not be enough to prove that someone used a zip line. But following this clue, we can immediately understand a piece of evidence that has been troubling the court since yesterday. The defense has more evidence to present.
What?
Pay close attention. The evidence that proves someone used a zip line on the 99th floor is this.
Where's that? Yes.
Take this.
The pitch-black video from President Gu.
Yes, although due to President Gu's mishandling, the camera didn't capture a clear image. But based on the marks on the window frame, the sound in this video is an important clue that guides us to the truth.
So it's...
You get it, don't you? That strange metallic impact sound is likely the sound of the culprit hitting the window frame when they reach the 99th floor via the zip line. We've checked the windows on each floor. The building is not yet in use, and for easy cleaning, all the windows are unlocked and can be opened from the outside.
So the intruder on the 99th floor we've been discussing.
Yes, this is the truth of the intrusion into the American consulate that has not yet been used.
Chief is truly remarkable. When I learned about the clues he investigated yesterday, I didn't have such a clear thought. I need to keep working hard.
A fascinating debate between the two of you. But I'm sorry, my mind is starting to lag behind. The building and that building and that building and this building. The defense's descriptions are too complex. Could you simplify your reasoning?
Well, I think it's already pretty obvious, isn't it?
Explain the culprit's actions solely through the words is indeed not clear enough. Come on, Luna. Turn into images.
Huh? Me again? I'll give it a try.
You're gonna draw that shit again?
Sorry. The time is limited, so please forgive me if there are any inaccuracies. Please look at the image and consider this bear as the culprit.
Still quite eye-catching for a culprit.
Please ignore that. Anyway, it's been confirmed that the shooter fired from the 101st floor of the Genesis Financial Mansion. After Cujo was shot, Galaxy immediately laid down and could no longer be targeted. The culprit had to give up shooting Galaxy and instead launched a crossbow towards the Skyrim Trade Center. It's likely they had already surveyed the windows on the 99th floor and confirmed they can be opened from the window outside. Next, the culprit secured the rope on their end and used the zip line to cross over, which happened to be the witness by Randy, who was riding the elevator up. After the culprit arrived, the rope was retrieved. Although the US consulate on the 99th floor has strict access control and cannot be entered from the outside, there was a button inside that anyone could use to open the door. When the culprit walked out of the 99th floor with the crime tools, President Gu captured the sound. And after President Gu left, the culprit managed to dispose of these tools. Of course, we cannot speculate on when, where, or how the tools were disposed of. After all, everyone's attention had been focused on Galaxy Kaeda and Justice Kaeda. The culprit had ample time to clean up and blend in with the crowd. The rope tied to the 101st floor of the Genesis Financial Mansion couldn't be immediately retrieved remotely, but that location wasn't noticed until today, giving the culprit enough time to rescue and handle it. These are the defense's speculations about the actions of the true culprit.
Oh, with the assistance of images, everything becomes clear indeed. Order, order. I'll present the court's opinion on this case. The defendant, Galaxy Hayada, has been confirmed as the leader of Sky Shield, Kalens. The crimes that have been committed are truly numerous. However, the trial conducted in this court is for the murder of Erika Kujo, which took place in the Skyrim Trade Center. Just now, the defense's reasoning and evidence have presented a complete alternative possibility. Whether it's the testimony of the 4.5-year-old witness, Skyrim Stone, or the various traces left at the crime scene. Each individual piece of evidence is not persuasive enough. But when they are combined, the court must carefully consider the possibility that the defendant is not the culprit. However, I must say, this lengthy trial has reached a stage where presenting ambiguous speculations won't make significant progress in our understanding of the case. I must now pose the most urgent and important question to the defense.
The moment of the final decision is finally coming.
Who is this true culprit that you repeatedly mention in your speculations? Who dared to set traps at such a significant occasion and manipulate the two heads of Sky Shield like pawns? Who risked their life, using precise marksmanship to kill the victim and moving between the two buildings in midair? It's not just me who has doubts. The two prosecutors, the audience present, and everyone following this case are all waiting for you to provide an answer.
Yes, I understand. When the idea of the zipline occurred to my mind, I realized that the previous assumption had to be overturned. After sniping Cujo, the culprit must quickly return to the Skyrim Trade Center, even if it means using a zipline. That confirms that this person had urgent business to attend to on the Skyrim Trade Center. We have not only seen this person, but we might also know them. Think carefully. Who was the person that fits all the conditions of the crime?
It's been too long since the incident, and the sparse gunpowder residue cannot prove any connection to the case. Shooting through the glass window to kill a target is in another building with one shot demands exceptional marksmanship. If such a person truly existed, why have they leave no trace on the day of the incident?
This person's marksmanship is marvelous. They shot at the magnifying window, yet still managed to take a life with one shot. During the ribbon cutting ceremony, while you were speaking, a body suddenly dangled out from outside the window.
Yes, everyone saw that. Afterward, the police concluded that the body was shot, so they conducted a thorough investigation of everyone present. Then,
Only I
tested positive for gunpowder residue.
This person clearly fired a gun but was not detected for gunpowder reaction.
Don't underestimate us. Even if we didn't realize the actual distance between the two buildings, we won't overlook any doubts.
Huh? Do you mean?
Last night, Prosecutor Ray and I had someone check the surveillance of every building and elevator in this neighborhood. On the day of the incident, we didn't spot any suspicious individuals who didn't belong here on camera.
Even under thorough investigation of the two prosecutors, this person was never found.
If we delve deeper in this case, it might reveal some truths that are hard for us to accept. And the choices we made in the trial would change many people's lives.
Is it really that serious? I'm confused.
Well, perhaps it's not as serious as it sounds. I've been following Chief Thomas's principles all these years. While I believe they're correct, they lack flexibility. But you have an elder sister who despises evil, you studied abroad, and you served as a prosecutor. If we must make a choice, who would be more appropriate for the younger generation like you to decide? I am the president of this office, but you are its future.
Chief is such a wise person, he probably has already thought of this possibility. I have to agree to his request, so there's no reason to back down now. How will the trial end? Only God knows. I'll just focus on my own job.
Luna, are you ready?
Yes. Leave it to me. Your Honor, the defense is now ready to present our final reasoning in this case.
Very well. This is the most crucial question in this case. I hope you will take responsibility for it.
Don't worry. I'm ready for it. The person who set traps and shot the victim in this case is... Oh boy.
Could it be her?
No way. No, but she went to investigate the...
Well, it's not any of the Kaedas.
I don't think... Wait, will she have access? Oh, I guess... She did come back last, though.
I don't think it's... No, it's definitely not Mooney. Oh wow, they're listing out everybody.
I don't think it's Cyan. No, I don't think it's Cyan. Who could have put the track? Who would have put the listening device on? Could have put the depression.
Oh boy. Could it be Stella? Or Tessa? Sorry, not Stella. Tessa. I got the two names mixed up. Because the only one who would have had access to... Because who would have been able to access Kujio's
pendant at the time. That would be Tessa. I mean, I guess Stella could also have access to it, but I don't think she would be one to tamper with it. And not to mention, she doesn't have as much of a grudge towards Sky Shield as Tessa. Okay, wait, did I save? Yeah, I did save. Your Honor, before we formally identify the culprit, I have one request.
Oh, speak your mind.
The defense requests that the minor in the courtroom be excused for a moment. After all, our upcoming statements will directly involve the process of a murder case. The content is not suitable for such a young kid to listen to.
That makes sense. Then this court grants the defense's request. Detective Sanford, please take Randy outside to rest for now.
As you wish. Randy, go with the bailiff outside and wait for Mommy, okay? Mommy will come over once the trial is over. Okay, I help Mommy, right? Of course. Mommy will reward you when we go back. Behave yourself, okay? Okay. Alright, is everything fine now? Yes, everything is fine. Well then, please allow me to make the final identification. Based on the clues we had gathered over the past 2 days, we can deduce the following characteristics of the culprit. First, this person possesses exceptional marksmanship. Even under the distortion caused by the special glass, they were still able to hit the victim's vital spot with one shot. Second, this person has some kind of privilege that enables them to evade police inspections. Otherwise, the police would have found a second person with gunpowder residue. Third, this person's identity and appearance have nothing to do with the word suspicion. Even if they freely enter and exit the scene and surrounding facilities, it will not be noticed by the two prosecutors.
Yes, these analyses make sense. So what is your final answer?
Our final answer is...
That's it!
Wait, Miss Ray, are you sure you're not mistaken?
I also wish I were mistaken. But unfortunately, this is the only conclusion our side can draw after analysis. The person who executed the plan to kill Erika Kuzio and frame Galaxy Kaeda is Tessa Sanford, the detective in charge of this case. Woohoo!
Order. Vance, you have thoroughly confused me. If this is a joke, I must earnestly warn you. Accusing a public official, let alone the direct person in charge of this case, is an extremely serious matter.
We are well aware of that, and we are prepared to bear all the consequences.
Nonsense!
Luna Ray, what on earth is going through your head? I don't know what, but at this moment, I'm more clear-headed than ever.
Once spoken, words cannot be taken back, just like spilled water. Are you prepared to take responsibility for your words?
Of course. Young girl, for your own good, I'll give you one more chance to take back your previous statement. I can pretend that nothing ever happened.
Mr. Ray, this is no time for joking. Answer me again. Are you serious about the accusation against Detective Sanford?
Unknowingly, I've been standing in the courtroom as a lawyer for a long time now. In the past year, I've encountered various people. Indifferent. Passion. Morose. Sunny. Detached. Complex. After going through all sorts of things, happy, sad, terrible, accidental, lonely and desolate, Now I have a feeling that this 5-year-long cause and effect is about to come to an end here. Let us. Let us be the ones to put an end to the chain of events from these past 5 years. Yes, at this moment, I have a piece of evidence to present. It signifies our determination in regards to the accusation.
I do not know what to present here.
I guess it's this? Because she was the one who took it out. I'm pretty sure she did take it out.
Let me just double check everything. Died in front of the room.
Do I just present the image? Okay. It's not the time to bring out such a relevant item. The thing that I'm willing to bet everything on has been closest to me, isn't it? It signifies. Oh, is it not? Okay, I didn't get a penalty for that. Nice. Wait, what? Let me reread this. I do not know what to present here. Well, trial and error, since we don't get punished here. No, oops. Something we held close the entire time. No. It's been closest to me the entire time. Here? No? Oops, I did not mean to do that twice. I'm just gonna continuously present. This? No. This? No. No. I'm just gonna, just gonna continuously present. Yeah, this is an awkward finale. Sorry about this. Closest to me. What? I've already presented everything, haven't I? What have I not presented yet? I already presented that. I already presented this.
That's it.
Oh. Really? Your lawyer's license? Yes, it represents the determination of the defense, me, Luna Ray, to expose the true culprit behind the scenes. Okay, was that part necessary? Okay. The defense formally accuses Tessa Sanford as the mastermind behind Kuchio's murder. I thought she was talking about evidence, but okay, she wanted to show off her badge. That's why I was so confused. I was like, huh? Okay.
Order, order. Defense, I never expected you to demonstrate such determination.
Yes, Your Honor. Please allow me to continue. Based on our reasoning, someone who wouldn't draw the prosecution's attention or show gunpowder residue can only be the person responsible for conducting these examinations themselves. Someone who acts both as a player and a referee and will forever stay off the list of suspects. Detective Sanford, the defense's reasoning will simply stop at giving your name. Next, please take the witness stand and answer our questions.
Order, order.
Objection!
Huh, I don't know what's wrong with you, sweetie. Why are you suddenly bothering me instead of dealing with the dangerous person right in front of you? Detective Sanford, stop pretending to be so frivolous. You should know that I'm serious. Fine. Well, sweetie, we've known each other for so long and you've handled many cases. Have I ever treated you unfairly? You're involved in this case not just to earn some commission, are you? Indeed. You can't even handle the situation, let alone uncover deeper secrets behind the case. Don't you realize you overestimate yourself? Take care of yourself. Seems like you didn't quite get my point. I neither believe she's the culprit, nor do I believe she's innocent. As a detective, I can't let my emotions dictate my actions. I only do what I should and can do. Huh? So that means... It means even if the evidence seems overwhelming, I won't encourage the prosecution to rush to conclusions until the last moment. I can't say I'll help you, but if there's any new evidence showing the girl might be innocent, no matter where I am or what I'm doing, I'll make sure it's brought before the court as soon as possible. Detective Sanford! Hello everyone, I'm back again.
We've had some interesting news discoveries over there, so we hurried over.
New discoveries.
That's right, I always keep my word. If I promise something, I'll follow through. Detective Sanford! Detective Sanford, you have never treated me or our office unfairly. In these cases, I've encountered numerous desperate situations. You've encountered me multiple times and provided practical help. Without exaggeration, many cases would have been lost without you. Even so, do you still believe that I am responsible for this murder case? In the courtroom, we only discuss reason, not sentiment. That's what you taught me, Detective Sanford. Very well. Your Honor, as you can see, the defense has requested that I testify as a person involved in the case. According to the rules, it would be better for me to go through the procedure again.
Understood. The defense has just made an unexpected and significant allegation. Besides completing the procedure, this court needs to temporarily adjourn for deliberation. I hope both parties can use this time to reorganize the evidence at hand and supplement the existing deductions. With that said, I declare an immediate 20-minute recess.
I never expected it would come to this in the end. Alright. Be right back.
it begins.
I never expected it would come to this in the end. Although I arrived at a logical answer, I haven't figured out all of the causes and consequences. Detective Sanford, who has helped me countless times and served as a role model. I never thought that one day we would stand on opposite sides. Detective Sanford, why did you...
Luna. January 30th, 1:55 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby.
Oh, that's Stella. Sis?
Well, well. Too reckless, aren't you? You nearly knocked me over just now.
Shut up.
Yes.
Luna, do you really know what you're doing? This is a highly publicized international case, not child's play. If you make a mistake here, do you understand the consequences? Have you thought it through? If you continue to make baseless accusations and speak without thinking like before, you will face unimaginable punishment. Thank you, sis. Only this time, trust me. What? This time, my decision was not made impulsively. From the moment I uttered Detective Sanford's name, I was prepared to face the consequences. So you are serious? Huh? You and that scruffy man, are you both serious? Of course. I don't want to believe it either. But as a lawyer, the truth I see won't change. Then go ahead. Huh? The culprit in this case is Galaxy Kaeda. Your current deductions are not enough for me to abandon this assertion. So don't expect me to relax in the upcoming trial. I won't. The police are in chaos, and I have to go and help take charge. Hey you!
Yes?
Never mind. Seems there's nothing to say.
Huh?
Anyway, you take care of yourselves. I understand.
Well, well. She truly is an admirable person.
Is that so?
If I remember correctly, Detective Sanford and your sister have been both colleagues for good friends for a long time. But just now, what she was concerned about was that you made an impulsive and baseless accusation. She never denied the possibility of Detective Sanford being the culprit or blamed you for speaking the truth. What a sister and prosecutor. Stella Ray.
Yeah, although she's aggressive in the courtroom, when it comes to matters of right and wrong, she remains steadfast and never hesitates. Even now, though our positions differ, the gap between her and me is still significant.
Well, I think you can be more confident now. After all, our battle has only just begun. It's hard to say how strong our opponent will be.
Indeed. Just the thought of facing off against Detective Sanford directly makes my throat dry. Speaking of which, there is a prosecutor with a completely unclear stance and mindset. I wonder what he thinks.
Are you talking about me?
Whoa! Prosecutor Schubert! I definitely didn't say that out loud just now. And where did he get here?
I'm busy. I just have one question for you. What do you see standing in the courtroom?
Eh?
The truth is seen by a lawyer. Is that all?
What do you mean?
The so-called truth is inevitably something that has already happened.
Of course, if something hasn't happened yet, there's no truth to speak of, right?
Think carefully about this matter.
Huh?
See you later.
Hey, wait! So, what exactly is he trying to convey?
Honestly, I have no idea. If he could be easily understood, he wouldn't be Silas Schubert.
You have a point.
Well then, it's about time for us to return to the battlefield.
Yeah. Next we'll be facing Detective Sanford head-on, right?
All our weapons are within the evidence. Before the trial starts, you should take another careful look.
I can't say I'm fully prepared, but I've done everything I can. I have a rough idea of the entire process in the case in my mind. The only thing I can't figure out is her motive.
Detective Sanford's family and life were both destroyed by Sky Shield. If it's about revenge, it's somewhat convincing.
Is that really the case? I don't know why, but I feel uneasy about this seemingly obvious conclusion.
Well, if there are hidden facts within it, it'll be our task to uncover them. As I said yesterday, you're no longer just a rookie. Just stick to your own judgment.
Yeah, I'll take full responsibility for my own choices. Regardless of the outcome, I won't waver.
The trial will begin in 2 minutes. Defense, please enter the courtroom promptly.
Time's up. Let's go.
Okay, I'll do my best.
January 30th, 2:15 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 2.
Order! Order!
Well, well. Even with Prosecutor Ray and the others doing their best to maintain order, the decision you made still disturbs everyone's hearts.
The most unsettled person now might be me.
I understand that the development of the case has taken everyone by surprise, but the trial must continue. Miss Ray, this is a serious matter, and I want to confirm with you one final time. Do you persist in your assertion that Detective Tessa Sanford is the true culprit behind the murder of Erika Kuzio?
Yes, I do.
Prosecution, what is your stance on this assertion?
The defense has only presented an assertion and has not yet provided arguments or evidence. We do not intend to comment at this stage.
So, you also believe that the defense's assertion is at least worth hearing. Very well, and Detective Sanford?
I fought on the front lines for years and never feared standing against anyone, but now I want to face the defense. Are you both really unwilling to back down? Until we thoroughly uncover the truth behind the case and prove the innocence of our client, the defense has no option to back down. Oh, as stubborn as expected.
Since that's the case, this court will leave the remaining time to you. I hope the defense isn't just pulling on a show.
No problem. Then please, allow me to state our viewpoint. Based on the previous proceedings, we have already proven that someone sniped the crime scene from the Genesis Financial Mansion. This person, after killing Kuzio, used a preset zipline to enter the Skyrim Trade Center. Throughout the entire incident, Justice Kaeda and his son, who were considered prime suspects, never left the scene. At least at this stage, they do not meet the conditions mentioned above.
Yes, this court cannot deny this point.
The culprit plotted the murder of Kuzio, known as Snowflake, and framed Galaxy, known as Kalems. It is evident that their target was the high-ranking heads of SkyShield. However, it's not that simple to strike at SkyShield without drawing the attention of the police. But the culprit managed to leave the scene unnoticed, eluded all inspections, and were well informed about the police deployment at the scene and even the intelligence of SkyShield. There's only one person who fits all the conditions, Detective Sanford.
Objection!
So far, the defense's statements are mere speculation, and the directionality of the evidence is severely insufficient. We cannot rule out the possibility of an external intruder entering the 99th floor and leave through the main entrance.
Objection.
Furthermore, every police officer at the scene meets the criteria. Not only Detective Sanford. If Detective Sanford really wanted to kill Kuzio, there would be no need.
Objection!
What? Why did you object?
Hey, I'm the one who's standing on the witness stand right now. I admire the dedication of the two prosecutors, but have you been a bit too zealous? Sweetie, your naivety is truly beyond my imagination. I thought you would present some remarkable claim, but it turns out to be just empty bravado. Prosecution, the following time belongs to me and the two lawyers. I hope you two won't disturb us too much, okay? As you wish. Sweetie, you have too many unfounded fantasies indeed. I don't think my reasoning is a fantasy. The essential distinction between reasoning and fantasy lies in that the former is based on certain facts. Your Honor, I'll prove whether the defense's arguments are based on reasoning or fantasy.
Go ahead.
Despite Despite the strict security measures taken by the police that day, even with me present, we cannot guarantee absolute safety. You don't suspect external criminals exploiting security flaws, but instead believe it was an internal police operation. According to your theory, the key to carrying out the sniper attack was to open the light shields. But don't forget, the remote control for the light shields was found in the defendant's possession. In any case, the sniper should have been a member of Sky Shield, acting under the defendant's orders.
Indeed. The remote control was found on the defendant.
I have no idea how it got there.
Huh, even if you knew, you won't acknowledge it, won't you? Or would you? I'd forgotten about the remote control. Indeed, Detective Sanford is not someone easy to deal with.
Her offensive won't end with just a remote control. We must be cautious in our response.
Your Honor, we request to cross-examine the testimony just given. You're still stubborn, aren't you? Fine then, bring it on. I'll make sure you admit defeat. Willingly and convincingly. Is it really impossible to carry out a sniper attack without opening the light shields?
Huh? How can you carry out a sniper attack without opening the light shields?
Well, for example, by using sound to determine the location? Sweetie, the sniper's position was over 50 meters away from the victim, with a glass in between. The sniper couldn't even hear it. Maybe the killer could perform a blind shot relying on their exceptional sixth sense? You probably read too many fantasy stories. Do you also believe that the bullets can turn around, tennis balls can kill people, and freshly cooked mapo tofu can emit light? None of this are possible?
After the bullet is fired, it undergoes gyroscopic stabilization, so without a continuous external force it cannot turn around.
Completely off topic here.
Anyway, if the killer wanted to carry out a sniper attack, they have to open the light shields.
Yes.
Hold it!
Is there really only one remote control for the light shields? If you don't believe me, you can go in and question the frontline police officer responsible for confirming this matter. I just want to make sure. There was only one remote control for the light shields, and it was found on the defendant after the incident. As long as he waited for Kujo to arrive and seized the opportunity to open the light shields with the remote control, the sniper waiting in the opposite building could take it as a signal to carry out the attack. So you mean the defendant didn't kill the victim by himself? Instead, he ordered the killer to ambush the building opposite? That's the only possibility. Can you include that what you just said in your testimony? Oh, now you're thinking what I said makes some sense. It's precisely because I want to determine whether it makes sense or not that I need to ask more questions. Whatever. The defendant and the killer, he instructed, worked together to kill the victim.
Hold it!
Does such a killer really exist? Up until now, we haven't found any suspicious individuals, right? Even you, Detective Sanford, can't reveal the true identity of this so-called killer, can you? The identity of the killer is not the point. After all, they are just a pawn in the Sky Shield. Instead of investigating from the perspective of unidentified outsiders in cases like this, it would be simpler and more direct to focus on Kalen's, who was present at the scene. Justice Kaeda has been applying diplomatic pressure all along. We couldn't use any tactics against the defendant. Or he might have already confessed everything. Detective Sanford, did you just say something dangerous? Did I? No, nothing, sweetie. Anyway, I need to figure out whether there are traces that such a killer couldn't have left. The defendant and the killer he instructed were together to kill the victim.
Maybe this?
Objection!
No.
Hold it!
We have confirmed that the victim, Edgar Kujo, was the defendant's adopted sister. He valued her very much. Even after you saw his desperate relief for his sister in court, you still think he is the one who did it. Didn't you also see his madness and hysteria? Such a person who has typical antisocial tendencies. His beliefs are something you and I can fully understand. I can't deny that. Sky Shield, the organization he leads, is inherently a criminal group devoid of morals, prone to violence. But the defendant's attitude towards the victim doesn't necessarily indicate a lack of morals, right? Sweetie, a person with distorted values could kill their beloved for the sake of love. Similarly, it's not uncomfortable for someone to point a gun at their most loved one due to a certain belief. Only by avoiding actions driven by emotions can you get closer to the truth of this world. Avoiding actions driven by emotions? Just like how I treat Detective Sanford now. It seems to be the only way to get closer to the truth, though I don't want it. Detective Sanford is indeed experienced. She managed to distance herself and the entire police force from the case.
But even for her, there must be some loopholes somewhere as long as she weaves a lie.
I understand. We can only ask her again carefully and look out for loopholes in her testimony, right?
Yes, we don't hasten to win in one strike. Let's start by proving your connection to the case.
Let me ask in more detail. There must be flaws, okay.
Objection!
Oh, it is just that. There's no other traces.
I'm sorry, Detective Sanford. The theory you propose doesn't hold water. Oh? Why? If the killer were indeed a hired assassin, they should have escaped the scene after the sniper attack. But this person risked their life to return to the scene by a zipline. Why? The only reasonable explanation is that the killer is someone who needed to appear at the venue.
Oh?
Detective Sanford, you were one of the key personnel responsible for security that day. You had the necessity to return to the Skyrim Trade Center. Moreover, if you knew in advance there would be a murder in the building, you would have more necessity to return to the building as soon as possible to deal with various unforeseen circumstances.
Objection!
Don't jump to conclusions. I've been listening to your entire argument, sweetie. Indeed, there are traces on the 101st window of the Genesis Financial Mansion. But to say they were left by a zip line, isn't that too hasty? The traces from the side of the Skyrim Trade Center and the video taken by President Gu can both support it. Oh? Is that so? But based on my years of experience in handling cases, These things are considered circumstantial evidence. You first made the assumption that someone used a zipline to move between the buildings, and then made deductions based on that. Obviously, you know that how much weight my son's painting holds as evidence. As for the crossbow, iron hook, and 50-meter long zipline, they have only existed in the hypothesis so far. Would you find any of those items except for empty words? Or are you planning to use your doodle as evidence? Those things must have been taken care of by you. These traces cannot be explained by coincidence. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not. I really can't agree with this kind of deduction logic, sweetie. Listen to an example of a case that my subordinate just closed last week. Mr. Davis, who lived alone, died from poisoning at home. We found his coffee toxic, but we didn't find any poison in his house. But his bedroom window was open. His neighbor is a model airplane enthusiast who has been browsing online electronic stores for the past week. Sweetie, a smart girl like you should know what happened, right? Huh? His neighbor used a drone to enter the room and put poison in the coffee? Ha! I knew you would say that. In fact, Mr. Davis commits suicide. After poisoning himself, he opened the window and threw away the poison bottle. The bottle happened to fall on a passing truck and was transported dozens of kilometers away. And although his neighbor enjoys model aircraft, he has never bought a drone. According to your logic, are you going to forcefully claim that the neighbor disposed of the drone and the poison? Eh? It's a big taboo for police and judicial circles to start with preconceptions and then look for evidence in a case. If such logic can be accepted, I can't even imagine how many miscarriages of justice there would be in the world. How could this be?
Order! Order! I have to admit that Detective Sanford's words are enlightening. Defense, we must carefully consider your hypothesis about the zipline.
Just to remind you, the remote control for the light shields was found with the defendant. If, as you say, I was on the under the first floor of the Genesis financial mansion for the sniper attack, the defendant must be my accomplice. Is that what you want to say? Of course not. Glad you know. It seems that your so-called reasoning is still far from the truth. Not only is the evidence incomplete, but the logic itself is full of loopholes. Yet you still want to accuse me as the culprit. Ridiculous. Your Honor, forgive me for saying something inappropriate for the workplace. I have a personal connection with the two lawyers. They're just eager to close the case and are grasping at straws. It can be considered within the scope of their duty. Oh, that's not spelled right. I sincerely request you to be magnanimous and not punish them for that.
Order! Order! Detective Sanford's abilities and demeanor are truly impressive. We apologize for placing you in this position due to the defense's immature reasoning.
Chief, what should we do? It seems like we've suddenly been at a disadvantage.
Well, well. I said from the beginning not to rely on a single decisive blow. She must have meticulously planned for this day for a long time. She probably had a contingency plan for every aspect. With our incomplete chain of evidence, it's impossible to quickly bring her down.
The remote control found on Galaxy was probably planted by her during the search, I think. But we have no way to prove it. This claim will be refuted as soon as it's presented. The judge is leaning towards us having pointed the finger at the wrong person. What should we do now?
The evidence in this case is indeed insufficient, but we can try to focus on what happened before the crime. No perfect crime is possible in this world. There will always be some evidence she couldn't deal with in time.
Before the crime. Ah, right, that thing!
Defense, what are you whispering about?
Your Honor, please don't rush to conclusions. Detective Sanford's suspicions cannot be ruled out just yet.
Oh, do you have something more to say?
Yes, we have previously proved that the culprit set up an ambush successfully in the location chosen randomly by the defendant. It's because this person installed a listening device on Kujul's necklace. But there aren't many people in this world who had the opportunity to do so, right?
Objection!
I thought you were going to say something meaningful. The thread on the necklace is also circumstantial evidence, and we can no longer prove if it was indeed a listening device. It's equally plausible that Kujo installed a small bulb on the necklace to commemorate her mother.
Objection!
If so, why would she need to remove the device from the necklace? Fine, fine. Let's assume it was a listening device then. Kujo was such a cautious person. If someone really eavesdropped on her, wouldn't it make more sense for it to be the defendant?
Objection!
You know very well that is impossible. Ever since Kujo was declared dead in the plane crash, she disappeared from the public eye and later resurfaced in our country. From taking on Sophia McConn's identity and committing the Foxtail Mountain crime to her demise at the Skyrim Trade Center, she never had a chance to meet the defendant face-to-face all these years. If they could have freely met, they wouldn't have needed to take such risks and arrange a meeting for financial support. Oh, is that so? The defendant didn't have a chance to meet her face-to-face? But did I have one? The grudges between Kujo and me dates back 5 years. If she saw me, she would either stab me directly or just run away. How could I have had the opportunity to install a listening device on her? Well...
The person you had a grudge with was Kujo, not Sophia McCann. If you had known she was Kujo before we revealed her true identity, you would have had the opportunity to tamper with the necklace during the routine inspection of the courtroom attendees.
Order, order. Mr. Drake, what do you mean by that? Wasn't it you who revealed Kujo's identity in this courtroom several months ago?
I've always thought the same way, but now the situation has changed, and I have to rethink it.
According to the usual practice, all witnesses are indeed subject to inspection by the police before entering the courtroom. Detective Sanford, as the person in charge of this case, had the opportunity to install a listening device, right?
I see. I didn't expect you to start considering events from so long ago. And answer me, have either of you had the experience of eavesdropping on someone? Huh? Of course not.
I know what you're trying to say.
Yes, glad you know. Even if I had recognized that Sophia McCann was Kujo ahead of time, several months have passed since she escaped. There was no way for me to know where she would communicate with the defendant. If it was a matter of specially assigning police officers for continuous surveillance, it might make sense. But since both of you consider me the suspect, the act of eavesdropping becomes a personal action hidden from the police. I had to handle my daily work while staying on guard with the listening device for 24 hours. Am I Black Widow? Well, what if you had a tape recorder? Even if I had recorded the audio, I would have needed time to organize and listen to those recordings, wouldn't I? When the police conduct surveillance, we even form a 3-person rotation monitoring team. It's simply impossible for me to handle it alone. I see.
Indeed. It is definitely impossible to conduct long-term monitoring alone. What about short-term monitoring?
Short-term? I had advised you to give up on that idea. There was no evidence to guarantee that Snowflake and Kalens would communicate at some point. The Interpol has a dedicated task force investigating the heads of Sky Shield. You can go check the records. Is that so? Could it be we were really wrong? But someone did indeed install a listening device on the necklace of solicitude. And among the people who had access to this necklace, Detective Sanford is the only one who could have committed the crime. But how could she be certain that Kujo would contact Kalens at some point?
Don't panic. If we can't make a breakthrough head on, let's try a different way of thinking.
Are you suggesting?
Yes. Don't think about whether Detective Sanford could determine when Kujo will contact Kalens. We should consider under what circumstances Kujo must contact Kalens.
Like missing her? Like missing her?
That could be considered an answer, only it seems less urgent.
Or when Kujo escaped from the courtroom and just settled down? For her, Kalens was both her leader and family. It would be normal to let him know that she was safe, right?
If you monitor her at that time, you might hear them arranging future contact times. In that case, Detective Sanford could listen in more selectively, rather than having to listen to the device all the time.
Objection!
Have you forgotten? Kujo almost blew up the entire courtroom. I cleaned up the mess all day. Prosecutor Schubert and I were also involved in that day. I don't think she had the opportunity to listen in that day. After going through such a major incident, Kujo would need to escape to a location far away from the courthouse. Maybe it wouldn't be so quick for her to settle down. Oh, but doesn't that bring us back to the same question? How would I know if she had already settled down? Well...
Don't rush. Take a moment to think it over. Is there any method that would allow Detective Sanford to track Kujo's movements without monitoring?
Movements. Perhaps there really was such a method?
Evans, you have repeatedly presented unproven assumptions. Now I now require you to present some concrete evidence.
I understand, Your Honor. Please allow me to explain. Detective Sanford had a way to know Kujo's movements, and this is the evidence. Did she plant something on the remote control? Because, yeah, wasn't there a tracking device on this?
That's it.
What is this?
Have you forgotten? This is the bomb remote control that Kujo has several months ago. Oh. You told me yourself about what's inside this remote control, Detective Sanford. Yeah, that was a tracking device in it, wasn't it? Yeah. We installed a tracking device on one piece of evidence beforehand. A tracking device? Yes. I wasn't supposed to tell you that, but considering your history with the evidence, it doesn't matter to tell you a bit. After all, you are the one who gave me that manipulated evidence. There is a tracking device inside the bomb remote control in advance, which allows you to monitor its movements at any time. Before the Foxtail Mountain case occurred, monitoring the remote control's trajectory might have been the work of the police. But after the explosion, the utility of this remote control ended. Continuing to monitor it became Detective Sanford's personal will.
Oh. Interestingly, even though the bomb corresponding to the remote control had already exploded, the victim, Erica Kujo, still carried it with her.
Yes, with this thing, Detective Sanford could almost constantly lock onto Kujo's location.
Wait a minute. I'm getting a bit confused here. Why would the victim have carried the remote control since the bomb had already exploded? Could it be that she knew there was a tracking device inside and deliberately leaked her whereabouts?
Well, we haven't figured it out yet.
Objection!
Haven't figured it out? Then tell us. If you can't even understand it yourself, how could Detective Sanford know? If she couldn't ensure that Kujo wouldn't discard the remote control, how could the surveillance plan be feasible?
Back off!
Damn, she just told her to back off.
Stella, I've already said it before. Leave it to me. You don't need to interfere. Fine. Detective Sanford didn't need to ensure that Kujo would keep the remote control, did she? Maybe she just happened to glance at the surveillance and found the remote control was moving, which led to the subsequent plan?
From the Skyrim Trade Center case, we can see Detective Sanford's actions are Oh, my throat. From the Skyrim Trade Center case, we can see Detective Sanford's case actions are meticulous and her plans are interconnected. If the series of subsequent plans were all caused by coincidence, it would be somewhat lacking credibility, wouldn't it?
Indeed. I need to think about the origin of this remote control. The reason Kujo was able to obtain it because Skyshield attacked the police's evidence room. As a precautionary measure, the police installed the tracking device in the remote control in advance.
I remember that incident as well. But I have a question. I wonder if Detective Sanford can provide me with a reasonable explanation. The remote control had been confiscated. Why would the police install a tracking device on it? It sounds as if the police already knew an attack would occur.
Woohoo! Why surprised? Skyshield has many talented individuals, and they are very cunning. It shouldn't be a problem for me to be a bit more cautious, right? Besides, the installation of the tracking device was not my personal decision. The police are aware of it. The words are not entirely unreasonable, but have a sudden sense of dissonance. The security of the evidence room is very tight. Not only are there police officers on duty 24/7, but we also installed a large number of surveillance devices around. Huh? So did all the surveillance devices fail to capture the appearance of the criminal? Or were they all destroyed? No, all the cameras worked well, but the criminal managed to avoid the sight of every single camera. The criminal infiltrated the room like a ghost and used a specially made in miniature bomb to blast through a wall. I suddenly have a terrifying thought. If that's the case, our understanding of this case might be overturned once again. Is there any connection between Detective Sanford and the attack on the evidence room? She's not with Sky Shield, I don't think. Could she really be Tuna though? Because Trios didn't join until way later on, and Tuna's been with Sky Shield since the beginning. Alright. Could Detective Sanford have leaked the evidence room's security flaw on purpose to lure Sky Shield? If so, she could quickly pinpoint the locations of Sky Shield members using the tracking device, but that doesn't explain her subsequent influence on the remote control. I better think about other possibilities. I guess she attacked her. Yeah. Could it be that the person who attacked the evidence room wasn't from Sky Shield at all? If all of this was a trap set by her from the very beginning, what's wrong? You suddenly look strange. Are you going to come up with another wild imagination, sweetie? Huh? To compete with you, wild imagination is necessary. Detective Sanford, you are much more formidable than what you have shown and what you have previously imagined. Or we have previously imagined. Oh, thank you then. I'm afraid I can't be happy about it. Perhaps starting from the attack on the evidence room, every move of Sky Shield was under your surveillance. So what does this baseless claim mean? We have thought that the bomb remote control was stolen under the manipulation of Sky Shield, but the security at the police evidence room is extremely tight, making it nearly impossible to sneak in. Compared to the members of Sky Shield that the police are wary of, it would be easier for someone from the police like Detective Sanford to take action, wouldn't it?
What?
Objection!
Are you insane, sweetie? Why would I attack the evidence room and steal the remote control? The items in that room are already under our control. If I wanted to take the remote control, I would just do it openly. No, it was necessary for Detective Sanford to attack the evidence room. The reason is... she wanted to attack it. Headlines... she needed to... what is it worth? Detective Sanford had to take the remote control without anyone noticing. Huh, on the day of attack, the police immediately inventoried the damaged and missing evidence. Where's the without anyone noticing part? Well... and even if I told you about the day after the incident, did you forget? Yes, you're alright. Okay, well shit. What impact on an attack on the evidence room have? Make headlines? Detective Sanford's purpose in attacking the evidence room was not just to take the evidence, but to get the attack on the evidence room into the headlines and known to the public. Oh?
Objection!
Was she out of her mind? Why would she let the world know the police were fools?
Objection!
Please let me finish. This was exactly Detective Sanford's goal, and her cleverness. When the evidence room was attacked, with some evidence damaged or lost, it would become an explosive news, and Sky Shield would see it. Sky Shield wouldn't just take in unknown items, but with the attack event, Detective Sanford could describe the attacker as someone who wanted to join Sky Shield. You mean... yes, Detective Sanford did it to create an opportunity to hand the bomb remote control to Sky Shield. Oh, I see.
Order, order. Miss Ray, I'm having trouble understanding. Are you saying that Detective Sanford deliberately gave the remote control to the Sky Shield?
That's right. From that point on, Detective Sanford set a huge trap for Sky Shield. The first move used the bomb remote control to lure the long-dormant Sky Shield out of hiding. and soon after SkyShield got the remote control, they sent out a warning, threatening to take revenge on our police.
Defendant, is that true?
At that time, Erika was not yet exposed, and she was in charge of this country's affairs. I was told that she obtained the remote control through certain means, but I can't be sure that she did not attack the evidence room. We couldn't afford such a risk.
Erika Kujo was among the top operatives in SkyShield, and even she didn't dare to act. Detective Sanford, I think you need to explain this attack to us.
Back
Enough! Sweetie, I can dismiss your previous accusations as mere fantasies, but to say that I helped SkyShield plan the attack, what kind of person do you think I am? Maybe you're just giving a small benefit to lure them in. A small benefit? That was the remote control for a high-powered bomb. At that time I had no idea about your sister's identity, just like you, let alone where the bomb was hidden. Ah, yes. What if they had already planted the bomb and detonated as soon as they got the remote control? Not only would I not have lured anyone out, but it would have also caused an incalculable disaster. Am I a fool in your mind? Well...
Wait a sec.
Perhaps you never intended to hand such a dangerous item over to SkyShield.
You've all seen who had the remote control, haven't you?
I mean, the remote control in Kujo's hands might not have been dangerous at all.
Ah, could it be? I don't know what happened, but just now the timer on the bomb inside me has been activated. What? Erika Kujo! Erika Kujo, I've already agreed to your terms. Are you out of your mind? What's going on? I haven't... Fine, whatever. I found it odd at the time. When Annie said the bomb had been activated, Kujo's expression was as bright as ours. Perhaps she never actually pressed the switch on the remote control, and she would have been the one who activated the bomb. In other words, the bomb remote control in Kujo's hands was actually a fake.
Objection!
You've seen this remote control before. Couldn't you tell whether it was real or fake?
Objection!
From the look, it was just a black plastic box. You wouldn't be able to determine its authenticity by operating it. If it was a fake, that would explain why Kujo continued to carry it around. Because she wanted to figure out why the bomb was detonated when she didn't do it. And as someone who on the run, she had no way to consult an expert. So she had to keep it with her and wait for an opportunity.
Objection!
We cannot accept that. A genuine bomb remote control, which actually caused an explosion, is claimed to be a fake without evidence.
Objection!
No. If the police were to examine the remote control retrieved from Kujo...
Objection!
Eh? Huh, sweetie. Your idea is interesting, but there's no need for an examination. The police had already thoroughly checked it when we recovered it. What? I can tell you now if you want to know. About why the remote control in the hands of SkyShield is definitely the one that was stolen from the evidence room. You might think that SkyShield is a camp of fools and wouldn't verify the authenticity of the remote control once they have it. In fact, when the police recover each piece of evidence, we will undoubtedly conduct a thorough examination. Due to the lack of military experts, we are unable to directly authenticate the remote control. But fortunately, the material of this remote control is special and bears a unique trace. Specifically, fingerprints from 2 handlers were detected on the surface of the remote control. The trace is impossible to be replicated, so the bomb remote control in Kujo's possession must be genuine. 2 handlers? Don't you remember? This remote control was taken by someone sent by Joseph Crimson, known as Quadrant from Murder Masons. And that, at that time, Zoe Sapphire, who was interning at the research center, also came into contact with it. After Joseph Crimson was murdered, the remote control was submitted as evidence, and the fingerprints have remained until now. If the bomb remote control were fake, why are these fingerprints still on it? Huh? Fingerprints from that time? They're still there? I thought they were only lasted a day or 2. 48 hours is the mere optimal extraction time for most fingerprints. The surface of this remote control has been polished, which makes it very easy to preserve fingerprints for a long time. Ah, just like my new phone.
Defense, what do you think? Do you still consider this remote control to be a fake?
Detective Sanford seems very confident. Did we make a mistake?
Don't be discouraged. Although there's a chance we made a mistake, there's no time to retreat yet.
Okay, I understand. Your Honor, the defense would like to question this testimony.
That is all right. Please proceed.
Hold it!
Even with the combined expertise of our national experts, we still can't authenticate the remote control? This remote control and its corresponding bomb came from a military research institute in a military base in Oregon, USA. It is a new type of weapon and has never been released to the public. No matter how skilled our experts are, they cannot authenticate something they have never seen before. That does seem reasonable.
Hold it!
Just to be sure, what exactly is special about the material of the remote control? To ensure lightweight, the main material of this remote control is a high polymer plastic, but to prevent it from being easily damaged, its back is reinforced with a metal and glass composite. The main component is an anodized aluminium alloy, and its surface has undergone magnetoiological polishing. I don't understand. You don't need to understand. Just know that it's a material that easily retains fingerprints. Got it.
Hold it!
The fingerprints found on the remote control are indeed those of Joseph Crimson and Zoe Sapphire, is that correct? How could I make a mistake on such an important matter?
Then what's the condition of their fingerprints?
There are several sets of Joseph Crimson's fingerprints, both left and right hand. Zoe Sapphire's fingerprints only show one set from her right hand, with the thumb, index, and middle being relatively clear. Director Crimson must have studied the remote control repeatedly. Zoe Sapphire only picked it up once in a panic. It really does seem to match the situation at the time.
Since the material of the remote control makes it so easy to collect fingerprints, why aren't there any earlier records?
Theoretically, yes, but after Joseph Crimson received it, he must have wiped its surface. In that case, the fingerprints of those who previously handled it would have been erased. By the way, including myself, the police who handled it were all wearing gloves, so there would be no fingerprints of ours left. Cujo seemed very careful with it, and we did not detect her fingerprints either. In short, the current state of the remote control is exactly the same state as it was before it was stolen. Can you add that statement to the testimony?
Why? You find anything?
Not yet. More information's always better. Whatever. The current fingerprints conditions of the remote control is exactly the same as it was before it was stolen.
Hold it!
Just because the fingerprints match perfectly, does that mean it's genuine? Joseph Crimson's already dead, so it's impossible for him to touch the remote control again. And Zoe Sapphire is currently free. Am I supposed to find her and force her to touch it? Even if Director Crimson's dead, it's still possible to leave fingerprints, right? In detective novels, there are often scenarios where the deceased's hand is used to hold a gun to stage a suicide. If a fake bomb remote control were to also be touched by Joseph Crimson's corpse, wouldn't that also leave fingerprints?
Objection!
I don't know how obsessed you are with detective novels to come up with such a far-fetched theories all the time. Just answer me, how long has Joseph Crimson been dead? About half a year? That case was closed a long time ago. What would we keep his body for? Do you think our police department's a graveyard? So you mean... Yes, Joseph Crimson's body was already cremated. Are you suggesting I go find a pile of ashes to get fingerprints? I didn't know that. Now that you know. In any case, the current state of the remote control is exactly the same as it was before. If the remote control is genuine, it should be the same one I found in the research center. Think carefully. Is there any important clue that might be missing? The remote control should have Joseph Crimson and Zoe Sapphire's fingerprints on it. I'm clear on that. Could it be that we were wrong and this remote control is actually genuine?
I wasn't involved in the case at the Robot Research Center, so I can't offer advice. But if something is really wrong with this remote control, there must be some oversight somewhere.
But what exactly does she overlook?
By the way, although it's rarely used, you can also present profile pics during presenting. If you think there's a contradiction between Detective Sanford's testimony and a certain person, you can present it.
Oh, okay.
I see. Let me give it a try.
Oh, really? Okay.
What do you mean by that? And a certain person.
Objection!
No, okay. What, do we just Erika Kujo? Or do I... hold on. No, she was wearing gloves.
It was exactly the same as it was before it was stolen. And a certain person you can present it.
Objection!
No? Okay, I'm at a loss. You can present a person, but who would I present? Was it this? I have no idea. I genuinely have no idea. Do I just present you? Because I think she can replicate fingerprints, can she? Oh my god. It's not bad. Okay. I don't know. Huh? What the... Okay. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, I looked at the walkthrough. Yeah, I should have had her fingerprints on it because she had the bomb on her. Right. Fuck. I didn't actually consider that. So, oh my god, what is with the... Okay, there we go. No, stop. Oh. Look at my game's acting weird. Okay. Oh, what the hell? Oh no, Okay, there we go.
Objection!
Detective Sanford, tell me, your claim is the fingerprints on the remote control is exactly the same as before it was stolen, which is enough to prove it's genuine, right? Of course. In other words, if the fingerprints on the remote control do not match those before it was stolen, it would indicate that the remote control must be a fake, right? In theory, yes. But unfortunately, all the features of this remote control match those on the genuine one, especially the fingerprints, which are irreplaceable, so it can never be a fake. No, Detective Sanford. It's precisely because of those fingerprints that I have the opportunity to prove it's a fake. What? In the case of Joseph Crimson, the people who handled the remote control were indeed Joseph Crimson and Zoe Sapphire. But don't you remember? The person who found this remote control at the scene and eventually handed it to you was me! The Joseph Crimson case was the first case I handled independently in my legal career. To be honest, I took a long time to get into the groove, and my early investigation and defense were a mess. Naturally, I didn't think of wearing gloves and avoiding contact with every item's surface. So the genuine bomb remote control should have my fingerprints on it.
Order, order! Detective
The only reasonable explanation is the bomb remote control that Skyshield had at the time of the explosion was a fake.
Objection!
Even if you were the one who originally found the remote control, the lack of your fingerprints isn't enough to prove it's a fake. Kujo might have simply wiped off the fingerprints.
Objection!
If she wiped the fingerprints after getting the remote control, Joseph Crimson's and Zoe Sapphire's fingerprints should have been wiped as well. It can't be only mine.
Objection!
Even if after you say this bomb remote control is a fake, you still can't prove it's related to Detective Sanford. Since the Robot Research Center case was closed, this remote control has experienced a lot. There are many chances to replace it.
Objection!
You are wrong, Prosecutor Ray. Don't you understand yet? It's precisely the two set of fingerprints on the remote control that reveal Detective Sanford's role in the case. If the remote control were merely a swapped fake, it wouldn't have the fingerprints of those two people on it. The fingerprints of Joseph Crimson and Zoe Sapphire on the remote control are known only to a few people involved in the case. And imprinting these fingerprints by some technical means is not something an ordinary person can do. It proves that Detective Sanford not only fabricated a fake, but also forged the fingerprints on it. Can you still claim to be unrelated to the case after having done such things, Detective Sanford?
Order! What is going on here? What's happening?
Wait, if the remote control in Kujo's hands really is a fake. Yes, Sis has realized the most terrifying thing I would not like to admit. But at this point, I can no longer avoid it.
Don't hesitate any longer. Say it out loud.
Yes, Your Honor. Everyone, you must all remember what happened in the court a few months ago. In a desperate situation, Kujo used the bomb left inside Annie, also known as the robot GBX-004, to threaten us. In order to conduct the attack, the robots made by Quadrant can block out all radio waves, except for the remote controls. I'm afraid pressing the button will take less than half a second. If anyone here makes a move, you'll all be buried together.
She detonated the bomb.
But at that time, Kujo actually had no ability to detonate the bomb. Hidaka Kujo, I've already agreed to your terms. Are you out of your mind? What's going on? I haven't. Fine, whatever. There's only one explanation I can think of. At that time, it was you who activated the bomb inside Annie. It was you who detonated the bomb in court, causing Annie to be obliterated. It was you, Detective Sanford.
Objection!
It seems I have no choice but to admit it.
What? Are you saying that you...
Sweetie, I have to admit now. I underestimated your determination before. Huh? It seems you are determined to label me as the murderer. No, not just the murderer. You want to make me out as a demon who disregards the life of others. I just want to find the truth of this case, and the truth happens to involve you. I have no other choice. Very well. Since that's the case, I'll stop playing around and show you the real deal. The real deal? Your Honor, I completely deny all the accusations presented by the defense just now. What? Until now, all the accusations made by the defense are still based on speculation and baseless delusions. Without concrete evidence, I will not acknowledge any accusation. Isn't the fake remote control and the forged fingerprints evidence? Oh, is that so? So it turns out the remote control is fake, with forged fingerprints on it. If you hadn't discovered it, I would still be in the dark. The person who made it clearly is you, after stealing it from the evidence room.
Objection!
Stop. Answer me now. Answer me. How do you plan to prove that the person who stole the remote control is me?
Objection!
The remote control in Kujo's hands is a fake, and even the police were unaware of it. Given that, aren't you, who had the means and technical preparation to create this fake, the most suspicious person?
Objection!
That's hard to say. The remote control has been stolen for such a long time. We are not sure how many times it has changed hands or who has handled it. Finding it to be a fake now doesn't necessarily mean that the remote control she had at the time was also fake. The truth is, after determining that I'm the murderer, you've been trying to pin all sorts of crimes on me. You can't even find the evidence in this case, so you pull in events from months ago. But I'm disappointed that you're still using speculative conjectures as your so-called evidence. I detonated the bomb in court? Ridiculous. Where's the evidence? The bomb has been turned to ashes. Even if Detective Sanford had the real control, she would have disposed it long ago. The evidence for this matter cannot exist fundamentally. Moreover, have you considered the point of detonating the bomb inside her? Kujo was already doomed in court, but the explosion gave her a chance to escape. If I had really given her a fake remote control, did you say, why would I be so panicked? Why would I cooperate with her threat and actually activated the bomb to save her life? Sweetie, do you think I have any reason to do such a thing?
Her words do remind me. Defense, according to what you said, Detective Sanford harbored intent to kill Kujo. But the result of that commotion was that Kujo escaped from the court. Doesn't that sound contradictory?
I was so eager to reach a conclusion, I haven't had the time to think about the reason. All along I've been using the evidence I had and the logic in my mind to make deductions. However, if we really consider it from the conclusion, Detective Sanford's actions seem a bit illogical. Why would she detonate the bomb inside Annie in court? Detective Sanford, who is zealous against evil and aims to maintain justice, did she have a reason to do that? I mean... Oops, I clicked out. Yes. Could it be to release Kujo and then capture the Big Fish Galaxy? No, that's not possible. The bomb in Annie was information she had just learned in the court. If she planned to let Kujo go, there must have been a better way, rather than such a radical strategy. Even if she wanted to, the Detective Sanford I know would never gamble with so much lives. So it's impossible. No matter how much I doubt her, I don't believe the Detective Sanford I knew would do such a thing. Yes, if it's the Detective Sanford I know, she would have no reason to do that. If she really is the Detective Sanford I know... Oh my god, is it Tuna? The Detective Sanford I know is someone who hates evil and is strong and brave. Such a person would have no reason to detonate the bomb inside Annie, putting everyone in danger. And would she really push Annie to such a cruel end out of her own hatred? But what if Detective Sanford has another identity that I don't know about at all?
Detective Sanford, I have an idea. I wonder if you'd like to hear it.
Oh, so you're going to get involved too? Fine, go ahead.
Well, there's the sniper attack at the Genesis Financial Mansion, the attack on the evidence room, the swapping the real and fake remote controls, or pressing the activation button in court. There's only one person who seems to fit all these conditions.
Oh? Are you saying?
The one we still don't know the identity of, the second head of Sky Shield, Tuna.
Oh. Yes, it's summer now. If she is Tuna, her motives can be fully explained. As the top leaders of the criminal organization, it's normal for her and Kalens to have power struggles. Whether it's killing Snowflake or framing Kalens, these actions would benefit Tuna. And the previous attack on the evidence room was also part of an plan to lure Kalens.
What? If such a person really exists, there should be some traces left, right?
Exactly. So based on previous situations, it's possible. If Tuna's real goal was to eliminate the heads of Sky Shield led by Kalens, she could truly seize control after this case.
Order. Defense, what are you trying to say?
Isn't it obvious? Detective Sanford. You are actually the second head of Sky Shield, Tuna, right?
Hey,
Wait a second.
At this point, there's nothing more to wait for. The Detective Sanford I know would never have the heart to activate the bomb in such a situation. Even though Annie wasn't alive in the strictest sense, the people in the courtroom were under a real threat. But if you're a heartless head of Sky Shield, everything makes sense.
Objection.
Enough. Do you really know what your words imply?
Yes, even though I find it hard to believe. This is the only conclusion I can reach now. I believe that the person who could have executed all these plans and activated the bomb inside Annie is none other than Detective Sanford, who is also known as Tuna.
Order! Order! Are you really serious about what you're saying? Detective Sanford, Tuna!
Oh shit.
Tuna? You're saying I'm Tuna? Detective Sanford.
Oh shit. She's starting to have aura.
Ah! Sweetie, you really pissed me off.
Detective Sanford?
What?
Be careful. She is vastly different from the usual Detective Sanford. I'm afraid this is her true form when she's on the battlefield.
Detective Sanford, is this your true face? Tessa, even though you've been an Interpol officer for several years, I've never seen you like this before. But I know acting out of emotion is not your style. Stella, I have never imagined I'd find myself in this situation. Moreover, it's this little girl I'm facing. Now, I won't care whose relative she is. What should I do? I'm traveling all over. Miss Ray, I could laugh off all the accusations you've made against me, but now you're pushing the name of Tuna onto me. I really don't know what you're trying to achieve. I'm also reluctant to believe that the mastermind behind these actions is you. So, Detective Sanford, I hope you can provide a final explanation for these suspicions. Heh. Sweetie, you're very brave. I cooperated with you repeatedly, yet you turn around and accuse me of being a member of Sky Shield. You want an explanation, do you? Then come out and accept my challenge. She's so overwhelming.
真是令我失望。让姐姐我看看，你的指认
Oh
究竟有
shit.
几斤几两？
Here we go.
Save, 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 save. Final boss fight, here we go.
这些年以来，天盾将我的好友、至亲接连夺走，你以为我放得下吗？假若林小璐和银河的行踪与身份已经暴露，我完全可以光明正大的行动。我带着队伍，正面将林小璐击毙，再将银河捉拿归案。敢问有何问题？我有什么理由需要这样大费周章的布局干掉他们？实在可笑！你们大可去彻查我入职以来的全部记录，国际刑警总部全都有备案，你们敢吗？你们也太小看国际刑警了。Objection!
Detective Sanford, are you implying that Interpol has already identified Tuna? That's right. Interpol has been closely following Sky Shield for years and has gathered some information, but that's confidential information from headquarters. I certainly wouldn't reveal it easily. But now, with two aggressive lawyers pressing this accusation on me, I have to speak up a bit more today. At worst, I'll take responsibility when I get back. Now listen up. The second head of Sky Shield, Tuna, is a defector from the FBI. Huh? Her name is Julia Fortuna, 46 years old. Of course, her appearance is typical of a Caucasian. She joined the FBI 24 years ago, but suddenly left the organization 15 years ago and disappeared. Witnesses claim that she has not changed in appearance during these 15 years, but it cannot be confirmed. The high-end equipment and advanced counterintelligence and breakout techniques of Sky Shield during Interpol operations are all attributable to her. All of the above is recorded at Interpol headquarters and can be verified. Even if you don't believe me, there's someone who can corroborate it. What? Hey Galaxy,
What do you think of what I just said?
I don't know her name or age, but she did mention she was from the FBI.
Then answer me another question. Do you think Tuna, who co-runs the criminal organization with you, is me?
You? How dare you ask me? Let's set aside whether or not you're the one who killed Erica when it comes to Tuna. In terms of speech, style, and intelligence, Tuna is nothing like you. There's been a police mole 5 years ago. If you're also a mole, I might as well commit seppuku.
You two, did you hear that? Be prepared and swallow the bitter fruit of your arrogance.
Was that the right one?
Order! Order!
Do you still insist on that claim?
After receiving all this information, this court believes that Detective Sanford is definitely not Tuna Skyshield. The defense has apparently made a very inappropriate accusation.
Detective Sanford showed an unprecedented determination on this issue. The information about Tuna has completely shattered the hypothesis I just presented, and I never expected such a result. To be honest, my accusation that Detective Sanford is Tuna is indeed driven by personal motives, because I simply cannot believe the Detective Sanford I know would detonate the bomb inside Annie. If she were Tuna, she would no longer be the person I knew, and her evil deeds would seem to make sense. What am I doing? At the final moment, I'm being driven by emotions. What am I really hoping for?
Calm down, Luna. Although I mentioned Tuna earlier, I don't believe that Detective Sanford is Tuna. I mentioned Tuna only to discuss whether there might be someone hidden in the shadows. God knows you dive straight into that topic.
Chief,
It's okay. I understand how you feel, but you need to stay calm now. Your actions just now undoubtedly touched Detective Sanford's bottom line. The information she just provided has completely shattered the hypothesis you previously proposed. It has made our current situation extremely passive.
Yes.
But on the flip side, it might be a great opportunity.
Huh? Really?
Yes, Detective Sanford has consistently remained non-committal about the previous accusations. Although she always says we lack evidence, her rebuttals are always vague. But now she clearly denied the identity of Tuna.
Yes, but clearly, everything matches the facts. Yet we end up losing due to the lack of concrete evidence and unexplained motives.
As I was worried earlier, the motive remains our Achilles heel. Although motive is not necessarily element for conviction, Detective Sanford's situation is very unique. Given our current situation, we can't even come up with a reasonable motive.
Indeed, I consider that Detective Sanford might have been driven by a need for personal revenge against her enemy. But is it really necessary to go out to such lengths? This assumption seems too flimsy.
It seems the defense has nothing more to refute.
Seems this boring game is nearing its end. Although it might be fun, I didn't expect to face such vexing accusations. Take your defeat back and reflect on it.
It seems that the trial concerning the defendant, Galaxy Coyote, is coming to an end. Although the defense made a desperate struggle, it is clear they have mistaken the suspect. I must apologize to Detective Sanford for the disturbance.
It's okay.
If both sides have no objections, I'll proceed with the verdict. Prosecution, what is your stance?
No objections. Whatever.
Fine. And the defense?
Are we really at our limit? Galaxy Kaeda, is he about to be charged with premeditated murder? No, not just him. There's still so many things I haven't figured out. Think it over. Is there any oversight? There must be something we missed.
Defense, do you hear me?
Please give us a little more time. I beg you.
Today's proceedings have dragged from morning to the afternoon. I've already given you quite a bit of time.
There must still be room for discussion regarding Detective Sanford's motive. Are you still clinging to this? How many times do you want me to repeat it? I became an integral officer only to directly and openly shatter Sky Shield. Even for the sake of my close friend and deceased husband, I hope to use legal means to bring them to justice. I have no reason to go through such elaborate schemes to assassinate them.
Are we really gonna use the fucking lance in court? Wait, was that just an illusion? It shouldn't be happening in the courtroom.
Well then, unfortunately, everything will end here. Now the court will officially announce...
Hold it!
Miss Ray, you still have something to say?
Well... Oh no, I shouted out without meaning to.
Luna, what's wrong?
I just felt it. It's something we encountered many times before.
You mean?
Huh? Why is this thing on me? Isn't it always confiscated during security checks?
Don't you remember, before the trial, Detective Sanford mentioned...
I didn't say anything, sweetie. The rest of the information is for you to explore during the trial. Even the security inside the courtroom is much more serious today, and the lounge officers have been called in. It's been a while since I saw such a scene last time. Ah, indeed. Even the security personnel are called away. No wonder the lounge feels empty today. Ah, I see it now.
Events, please stop mumbling. I'm very troubled by your interruption and delay in proceedings.
Your Honor, it's still far from the time for a verdict.
What do you mean?
We haven't presented our opinion on the motive for Detective Sanford's alleged crimes.
You didn't provide a logical motive for the crime, and it's often very difficult to confirm a motive. Miss Ray, are you saying this just to delay the proceedings?
No, I'm not. A cornered beast struggle. Boring. Haven't you had enough of this yet? Before substantiating the motive, we need some time to thoroughly review the events. Is that okay, Your Honor?
The efficiency of the court proceedings is indeed very important.
Is that a no? Just give me a bit more time. Reviewing the events isn't to buy time, but to find that feeling I just had.
However, if you can reveal any new possibilities, we cannot ignore them. Moreover, you have already shown your determination to everyone. Therefore, listen carefully, Miss Ray.
Yes.
In the time remaining, you may state your opinion on Detective Sanford's motive. But if you fail to present convincing claims and supporting evidence, this long-delayed trial cannot be postponed any further, and this court will deliver a verdict immediately. Am I clear?
Understood. Think it over. Under what circumstances did Detective Sanford trigger the device? We will formally present our arguments. First, based on the conditions of the crime scene, it's clear that this case was premeditated. I'm just gonna. On January 28th, Galaxy Kaeda and Erika Kujo arranged to meet on the 101st floor of the Skyrim Trade Center. After they arrived there, the light shields were activated by the killer in the Genesis Financial Mansion. Their eyes were temporarily blinded by the sun's strong light. At that moment, the killer shot Kujo through the glass. Hearing that gunshot, Galaxy, in panic, defended himself with a pistol, shooting aimlessly. When his vision returned, he found Kujo dead, and then cleaned up the scene and moved the body. The fact is, the pistol loaded with 2 blank rounds was left on the ground deliberately by the killer. The purpose was to frame Galaxy Kaeda. After the sniper attack, she used the zip line to reach the Skyrim Trade Center, thereby concealing their whereabouts. This person is you, Detective Sanford. Do you still deny it?
Ha! Do I need to repeat myself? Why would I go through such trouble for something thankless?
Your close friend, Jem Goldwyn, and your husband, Caliburn Stone, both died because of Sky Shield. Maybe you want to personally kill the heads of Sky Shield to avenge them?
Ridiculous! I've already said that I do hate Sky Shield, but even if it's for Cal's revenge, I would prefer to use legal means to punish them. I have no reason to secretly set up a scheme to kill the defendant and the victim.
This is it. What Detective Sanford just said is a total lie. Although I don't yet know what lies beyond the statement, it gives us an opportunity to attack.
Now, Luna!
Oh my god, we're really doing this in court.
黒き嘘よ、光の元に散れ、ランギヌス、起動!
Oh, that's a new line. Annie, this time you'll join us, right?
What are you trying to do? This is a courtroom.
I know. I just need to confirm a few final things with Detective Sanford.
You've already confirmed many times. How many more times do you need me to say it?
Detective Sanford is strongly resisting cooperation. Breaking through her lies is tougher than ever. It's clearly not feasible to deal a heavy blow to her psychological defenses in just a few sentences.
But oh, my mouse just flipped over.
But Detective Sanford is human. No matter how intricate the setup, there will always be some vulnerabilities. As long as we present evidence at the right time and break through one lie, we can move to the next and press the advantage. This is my first time using the barrier lines in court. I don't know what will happen next.
I'm just gonna add some layers here.
Is it just my illusion? When I activated it, it felt like everyone's gaze in the courtroom was severed. Am I fully aware that if this attempt fails, the judge will immediately deliver the verdict? This is the real final battle. Once it starts, there may be no turning back. Just to be safe, it might be a good idea to save the progress here.
Yep, I already did that.
Alright, here we go. We must persist until the end. Detective Sanford, you just said that you have no reason for assassinating Kuzo, right?
Of course, I've already said what needs to be said. Even if I really wanted to kill her, I could have done it openly by leading a team to arrest her and killing her if she resisted.
Indeed, given your position, choosing such a covert assassination makes no sense. You would have to face the risk of the trap being uncovered and failing to kill her. And you'd also have to worry about the situation being discovered by other police officers. Detective Sanford, you must have had a compelling reason for having to do this.
Ha! I don't think so.
Think it over. What could have been the reason that made Detective Sanford take such a risky step?
I'm just gonna...
What prevented her from openly arresting Kuzo? What forced her to set up a trap to kill her in secret? There must be a reason why she couldn't allow Kuzo to be arrested publicly. Detective Sanford, you risked everything to kill Kuzo in this matter. You must have a compelling reason. I think it is probably because... Fuck. The reason Detective Sanford can directly capture Kujo perhaps is because Medica Kujo knew something that is unfavorable to you.
Oh?
Even though you could kill her if she resisted during a direct capture, it still wouldn't be absolutely safe. If your officers manage to capture her alive, she might reveal those secrets. So you have to silence her.
Yes, that's the right direction. What exactly are you trying to say? I've been a detective for so many years. I may not be a hero, but I am clean. What kind of information could Erika Kujo, a fugitive, have against me?
Maybe she holds information that she herself didn't fully understand. If she really knew your weakness, she might have already used it to blackmail you. She probably had some crucial information she wasn't even aware of, and you're eager to make it disappear.
Naive. What could Kujo possibly have known? Why would I have wanted to make it disappear? Without concrete evidence, it's just a delusion and not worth discussing.
Her reaction proves my theory is on the right track, but I really have no more leads on this topic. I can't imagine what crucial information Kujo might have. If her purpose is to silence her, is there anyone else who might be connected to this?
Ha! Why the silence now? Are you realizing you're wrong and afraid to continue?
I'm not sure what Kujo knew, but there's someone else who might corroborate this.
Ha! You can't even explain Kujo, and now you want to drag someone else into this.
Right. If every event up to now is not isolated, connecting them all might lead to the answer. Detective Sanford, this person might be related to the silencing of Kujo.
Galaxy.
That's it.
Ha! As I suspected, a completely unrelated person.
Huh? Completely unrelated? You didn't even think of it when you said, huh? Oh, never mind. What?
What? Huh?
This person might be related to the silencing of Kujo.
Him?
Okay. The matter might not be only known to Kujo. Yeah, that's why I... Huh? Yeah, that's why I present Galaxy. The only matter might only... What? How is it not her? Huh? Wanted to cover up might not be only known to Kujo. Yeah, that's why I presented a Galaxy. What the fuck? Huh? Might not be related. Huh? How is it not Galaxy? The fuck? Is it Justice?
That's it.
No? What the fuck is it? Huh? The matter of the cover up might not be only known to Kujo. Huh? Might not be only... What? I'm lost here. The event is not isolated. Connecting them might lead to an answer. Connecting them all might lead to an answer. Who? The fuck? Who is it? Which am I not? What? Who is it? Okay, I'm just gonna look up on the guide. I have no idea what this is. Who the fuck is it? Huh? Okay, apparently this is the answer?
That's it.
Your assistant? Yeah, I'm like, she's dead. How am I supposed to get information from her? When we discussed the explosion, we were always focused on Kujo, but I neglected an important possibility. Maybe your aim is not Kujo. The real reason for you detonating the bomb was to shut up Annie. Okay. I shut her up? The Your System was a robot created by Sky Shield. She only had the memory of a 17-year-old girl who seldom went outside her village. Why would I seek trouble from her? If I really feel threatened by the robots, why would I not destroy Cyan too? No, you were wrong. GBX-004 did have the memory of the real girl, but there's also a fundamental difference between Annie and the other ultra-realistic robot, Cyan. And she'd never been erased. Annie, also known as GBX-004, did not have her original data erased like Cyan. You went so as far as to endanger everyone's lives in the courtroom to press that remote control. Right after she said, I have clearly remembered every detail I saw and heard, right? Okay. Detective Sanford, you are aware of both Annie and Kuzo. Although their interactions were recent, they both happen to be witnesses to the same event. What exactly are you trying to say? Incident number 761, from 5 years ago. Detective Sanford, you definitely haven't forgotten it, have you? The defendant Saints English, prosecutor Thoth Schubert, and lawyer Almoon Thomas all died in the defendant lobby of the court. The public result from the police said that the three of them perished altogether in a struggle. Due to a lack of evidence and witnesses, even though we had doubts about the result, we couldn't restart the investigation. That's how we all thought. But in reality, there were eyewitnesses in that room, and there were two of them. Those two eyewitnesses were the robots GBXF-003 and GBXF-004, which later becomes Cyan and Annie. At the time, Kuzio cut the power and attacked the bailiffs, making her location unpredictable. No one can be sure whether she happened to get close to the defendant lobby and witness the event. This is the only shared information of Annie and Kuzio. Yes, Detective Sanford, what you're trying to cover up is the truth about incident number 761. I'm just gonna save again. I really underestimated you. So, Detective Sanford, can you now reveal everything you know? Of course.
Of course not. I don't know why you dig up such an old case. Although I've accepted Call's death, I still don't want to recall the details of that case. Bring it up now. You really pissed me off.
What is happening? Oh great, phase 2. Detective Sanford's emotions are fluctuating wildly. Even the very last gauge is shaking. Anger, sadness, regret, and unfathomable darkness. So many complex emotions are spilling out. What should I do?
What? Can't you handle it?
Chief?
Take it easy. After all, Verity Glass is just a tool for measuring emotions. To get Detective Sanford to speak, we still need to rely on ourselves.
I see.
Calm down. The real final battle has just begun, like several times already. This time, I will join in as well. Let's gather our strength and uncover the whole truth.
I got it.
I will never forgive you.
But I will wait until everything is settled. Yes, after we are thoroughly defeated and left without a shred of dignity. Calm down. The Detective Sanford is in fight mode. It also means we are getting closer to the core of the truth. Detective Sanford, you must be aware that I've been chasing for the truth behind incident number 761 for years, but I never imagined that you would be behind it.
Ha! It seems you are determined to see me as the murderer. First it was Kuzio, then Annie. What's next? What else do you plan to accuse me of? Are you going to claim that in the defendant lobby 5 years ago, I killed all three of them?
I need to give a speculation about Detective Sanford's connection to that incident now. I believe that your connection to this person's death is inescapable. No, not you. Okay, like this again. Almoon Thomas, Saints English. The person who killed Chief Thomas and Prosecutor Schubert, judging by the wounds, can only be Saints English. And I really can't think of any motive you might have to kill the two seniors. But Saints English's death is most likely related to you, because you had both the motive to eliminate him and the opportunity to obtain the weapon used in the crime. In that case, Detective Sanford, you were both the victim's family and an excellent detective. When the court trial was suddenly interrupted by a blackout and Kuzio attacked the bailiffs, you immediately realized it was a meticulously planned prisoner rescue by Sky Shield. Having just suffered from Detective Stone's death, you must have been determined to prevent the killer from escaping at any cost. As a police officer, you had a duty to safeguard evidence, which includes Detective Stone's service weapon. So, Mr. Chaos, you picked up that pistol and rushed to the defendant lobby where Saints English was. But when you arrived, you found Saints English, who had just attacked the two and was preparing to escape. You couldn't tolerate Detective Stone's hard-earned prisoner escaping, so you took deadly action.
Ha! Full of flaws!
Is there anything wrong with what I said?
Just because I had an opportunity to get the weapon, you're pinning the blame on me. The police do have the duty to safeguard evidence, but that pistol was just presented in court. It was placed on the evidence table where anyone could reach. Many people had the opportunity to get the weapon, including you two.
What about the motive? There weren't many people who would want to kill Saints English.
Saints English was a high-ranking criminal organization member. There were plenty of people who hated him with a passion. Besides, even I really did rush to that room with a pistol. How was I supposed to kill him?
Huh? Just firing the pistol?
Ha! You were also involved in that incident, have you? Have you already forgotten? The courthouse was in a blackout at the time, and that room had no windows. In other words, the crime scene was completely pitch black.
Ah, right.
The autopsy report of Saints English shows he was shot in the heart and died instantly. Was I supposed to shoot blindly and hit his heart coincidentally?
Yes, in the absence of light, it's nearly impossible to see the situation inside the room. And when shooting Saints English, who was trained in military tactics.
Do you understand now? Without light, even I would be no better than a blind person. Not only would Lily Sanford fail, but so would Tessa Sanford. If you insist that the perpetrator was an outsider, then it must have been someone with night vision equipment.
No, it can't be.
Wait a sec.
Although there was no lighting at the scene, it can't be ruled out that you might have carried a lighting tool.
Tactical flashlights are standard equipment for police officers, but I was in the courthouse, not on duty. I didn't carry any equipment, guns, batons, or flashlights.
Lighting tools. Wait a moment. Detective Sanford, there should have been something at the scene that could be used for lighting.
Yes, the robot eyes.
I'm just gonna highlight that.
Stop bluffing. If there really was, the two seniors wouldn't have been killed in a surprise attack.
No, I believe a lighting tool must have existed. It was on you, I'll say it in English. Well, you didn't carry a lighting tool. It might have been one at the crime scene.
Ha! What was it?
I've seen the photo. Those two robots' eyes emitted a faint green light.
Oh, how far did that light reach?
About a few centimeters.
And you call that lighting?
Oh shit. Sanford could have used for lighting. Although you didn't carry a lighting tool, the defendant, Saints English, might have had one.
Ha! Are you kidding me? The police checked his body right away and found no lighting device. He was the defendant. All his personal items were inspected by us.
Maybe he had some tool that wasn't detected, like those wooden blades?
If he did, he could have used it to take out the initiative in the light. Even if Cal couldn't beat him, do you think I could?
Oh shit. Detective Sanford, although the defendant lobby was in a blackout back then, there was only one item that had electricity, if I remember correctly.
That's impossible. This court houses an old building, and it doesn't have a backup power supply.
This item didn't need backup power supply because its power source was internal. Detective Sanford, the lipstick you always carry around is actually a stun gun. Did you carry it around with you that day?
Ha! I thought you were going to say something major. This is the last gift Carl gave me. I've kept it with me all these years.
Detective Sanford, you could have used the electric sparks for lighting.
Nonsense.
Huh?
How much light can this thing really emit? You've seen it before, remember? The electrical sparks from the stun gun lipstick can't even light up my hand. Even if I activated the taser coil at the end, it couldn't be used for lighting. If it's activated in the dark, it wouldn't even light up a meter in front of me. And don't you forget, Saints English was a Special Forces soldier. If I turned on the stun gun for lighting, it would quickly reveal my position. In close combat, even Carl couldn't beat him, let alone me.
Is that so?
Only lighting up less than a meter and continuously using it would expose your position. Even such an inconvenient tool might have had a reasonable way to be used.
Yes, to use a stun gun to hit a target in complete darkness. Is there a clever way to use this tool? Detective Sanford, you could have shot Saint English. You only needed to... Only needed to what? You only needed to throw the lipstick into the air and use the brief moment of light to just locate him. Since the lipstick was no longer in your possession,
he couldn't easily attack you. Oh, if I threw the lipstick into the air, the light would go up as well. How was I supposed to use it to find Saint's English? Maybe Saint's English was hanging from the ceiling?
Ah, fucker. I'm just gonna load the data back. Run it back, run it back. Okay, this is kind of taking a while to load. Come on, hurry up.
You only needed to stun him with the lipstick. Even if Saint's English's combat abilities were exceptional, he won't be able to resist after being stunned. Oh, then how was I supposed to find him first? Well, I don't know. Fuck. You only need to throw the lipstick to him. Ha! That was one of my few weapons, handing it over to a former Special Forces soldier with exceptional combat skills. Was I insane? If you held the lipstick and released electric sparks, your position would be exposed immediately. But if you threw it at that moment and made Saint English catch it, then he would be the one giving away his location. Although the lighting of the electric sparks was weak, it was enough for you to locate your shooting target in the darkness. I don't know where you get such vivid imagination. But don't forget, although this case lacks decisive evidence, there is a complete autopsy report. One important basis for the conclusion of the three perished together is the gunpowder residue on Prosecutor Schubert's hand. And you, as a witness to that event, reported hearing only one gunshot on the scene. Therefore, the shooter must undoubtedly be Prosecutor Schubert. Perhaps Prosecutor Schubert really fired a shot at the scene, regardless of this reason. But there was really only one bullet fired. But was there really only one bullet fired at the scene? Of course. That bullet was still in Saint English's heart during the autopsy. No. I have evidence to prove that a second bullet was fired at the scene. Yeah, it's this one.
That's it!
What is this? I don't think you can prove that a second bullet was fired at the scene. Huh, we definitely can, because this is the bullet. What? This was taken from Cyan. No, from the body of the robot GBXF-003. 5 years ago, this bullet directly damaged GBXF-003's lower limb, forcing Cyan to move on tracks. At the time of the incident, only one gunshot was heard in the court, and this bullet was hidden in GBXF-003's body, which was quickly taken away by Joseph Crimson. The police could only assume that Mr. Schubert, who tested positive for gunshot residue, was the one who killed Saint English. However, the existence of this bullet can shatter that assumption instantly. Detective Stone's pistol has now been brought to court. A rifling analysis on this bullet will prove that. This murder weapon was fired twice in incident number 761. Great. This is the first time Detective Sanford has shown a flustered expression. As long as I keep pushing this direction... I have already discarded some memories. Because of this, Lily Sanford from 5 years ago is already dead. The person standing in this court now is just Tessa Sanford, an Interpol detective. This version of me also has duties to fulfill. That is all.
What the fuck?
No, her resistance has only grown stronger. Detective Sanford's patience is wearing thin. There must be secrets I haven't uncovered yet.
Oh my god, phase 3?
Listen carefully, sweetie. Even if there were 2 shots fired at the scene, one of them was fired by Prosecutor Schubert. You can't prove that the shot which hit Saint English wasn't fired by him. Well, even if I did kill Saint English as you claim, have you heard of a term called criminal justification? Of course. You're referring to the situation where the law enforcement officers shoot and kill criminals who are threatening society. Although the act constitutes a crime, the essential nature of the act benefits society, so the officer wouldn't be convicted. Right. Saint English back then was a dangerous figure that everyone feared. Not only he had attacked and killed 2 people, but he also planned to escape from the courthouse armed. May I ask, as a detective, if there's any problem with me shooting someone like that? Well, if, as you said, I had killed him by throwing my lipstick, I would just need to stand there and call for help. Once the others arrive and I explain, not only would I avoid any blame, but I might even be commended for my actions. Why would I go through so much trouble to cover it up? Oh no, I was so focused on uncovering the truth that I didn't consider the internal logic of this reasoning. Detective Sanford is right. If she had shot Sane's English, there would have been no need to conceal it.
Don't rush. When you hit a mental block, try a new perspective to break free from the usual patterns.
Yes, I shouldn't confine myself. Instead, consider under what circumstances Detective Sanford would have to conceal this matter. It seems that this reason is the only one that makes some sense. Detective Sanford, you were trying to avoid being involved in the case, which wouldn't actually harm you, because you didn't want to be investigated, right? What? Although shooting a dangerous individual who had just killed someone and was on the run is part of your duty, objectively speaking, once a shooting incident occurs, a normal investigation process is inevitable. What you were hoping for was to divert the police's attention away from yourself and focus on the 3 deceased in the lobby. Ha! I have nothing to fear in this matter. Even if investigated, so what? Perhaps in this incident, Detective Sanford's actions do not have any blemishes. But what you want to conceal is probably something outside of this incident, right? Excuse me? Once there is one lie, countless lies are needed to cover it. There are probably not many things that could make Detective Sanford go to such lengths to hide. I think I've already figured out the root cause of all the subsequent events. Detective Sanford, what you want to... I'm sure... Fucking phase 3. Goddamn. Should be related to this... What you wanted to conceal should be related to this person. One of the deceased? Oh fuck. Fuck.
That's it.
How? What is... Shit. What you want to conceal should be related to this person.
That's it.
Him? No. Fuck. What you want to conceal... Wait, hold on. Because why would you do that? Why would you want to do this? Should be related to who? Silas?
That's it.
Oh, it is him. At the time of incident number 761, you were trying the case of Detective Caleb Brimstone's murder. Since the defendant died during the proceedings, the trial never reached a conclusion. There are still many unresolved questions in this case. The death of Carl has long been settled by the judicial community, and now you're bringing up old matters again. Are you trying to rub salt in my wounds? If it turns out that this matter should not have been pursued further, I will apologize for my offense. But everyone, including us, believes that either Saints English or Cujo did kill Detective Stone. But is that really the truth? You were the prosecutor responsible for the case back then. You should know the facts better than anyone. No, I don't know. Rather, regardless of which of the two was the real murderer, there's still a lot of evidence that cannot be explained. Detective Sanford, what you've been desperately trying to conceal is precisely this case. That's right, I'm getting very close. You really dare to speak so recklessly? The death of Carl is a case that has captured worldwide attention. The investigation and trial of the case were handled with the highest standards in the judicial system. Oops, I did not mean to do that. And the truth was revealed 5 years ago in court. No, during the trial back then, all the people involved had many doubts surrounding them. Because incident number 761 was too horrific,
we should shift our focus away from Detective Stone's case. What are you implying? Think carefully, Detective Stone. Think carefully. Detective Stone's actions have always been very unusual. According to Detective Stone's account, he went undercover in Sky Shield on his own initiative to seek revenge. The person you wanted to take revenge for should be your mutual friend, Jem Golden, right? And so what? Detective Golden was a legendary figure in the judicial world. I heard little about her achievements. She sacrificed her own life to shield the bomb, greatly reducing the casualties of that incident. You three were not only childhood friends, but also entered the police academy together and realized your dreams as colleagues.
I don't understand why you're bringing this up.
The loss of a dear friend might leave you and your spouse heartbroken, but to sacrifice another life just for revenge seems a bit unworthy, doesn't it? Detective Stone even left behind a video like that. He was clearly determined to die while carrying out his mission. If he had used normal methods and fought alongside other officers on the front lines against Sky Shield, even if the revenge was slightly delayed, he would still have achieved his goal.
Your assumption is utterly nonsensical. For us police officers, risking our lives to eliminate dangerous criminals is just a routine part of the job.
No, that's not right. For years I've had a major doubt. Detective Sanford, Randy's age this year is 4.5, correct? If you gave birth to him 6 months after incident number 761, it means that you were already pregnant long before Detective Stone's sacrifice.
You...
Detective Stone's actions were directed by the police. Prioritizing the greater good over personal life would make sense. But to abandon his pregnant wife and take such a nearly suicidal action on his own accord, even if he insisted on going undercover, he couldn't have waited until after the child was born.
Cal, he has already sacrificed himself. What's the point in digging into this now?
I'm thinking that Detective Stone's behavior was indeed difficult to understand with ordinary logic. Unless...
What?
Is that possible? If so, the seemingly meaningless piece of evidence makes sense. This? I understand now, Detective Stone's urgent need for revenge against Sky Shields because of this.
That's it.
This is the reason Detective Stone was eager to go undercover.
Is this funny to make someone... Oh, fuck.
And what other piece of evidence are you talking about? This?
That's it.
I see now. This explains everything. I'm sorry, Detective Sanford. This fact may be too painful for me to understand, but I have to reveal it. This is a diagnostic record left by GBX-004 when she was a diagnostic robot, and the individuals she scanned that day were the people she had come into contact with inside the stadium.
Ridiculous. How can this record be related to Carl?
This is precisely what I'm about to explain. 004 could estimate a person's remaining lifespan in days based on their physical condition. At that time...
Oh, was he ill?
At that time, Apex Stadium had thousands of staff and spectators, and their diagnostic results were thousands or even tens of thousands of days. In the midst of all these numbers, there was only one person with a different result. 7. It means this person had only 7 days to live. Now I finally understand the significance of this record. This ID. I think you should recognize it, Detective Sanford. There's no point in hiding it. We can uncover the truth with a bit of investigation. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Detective Stone's ID code. I don't know what kind of illness it was, but I can say for sure that by the time the incident occurred, Detective Stone was already terminally ill, with his life coming to an end. It was precisely because he knew that he chose to take desperate measures, because he no longer had the time to wait for Sky Shield to be slowly dismantled by normal means. Detective Stone wanted to make one last effort with his fading life to avenge his fallen friend. At the same time, he wanted to ensure peace for the world where you and your son would live after his death, right? Carl. Detective Sanford, I'm not finished yet. You can't possibly be unaware of Detective Stone's illness. While he may have kept his undercover role in Sky Shield a secret from the police department, how could you, who were with him that day in and day out, truly be unaware? In order to thwart the conspiracy against the Universal Games and capture the two head Cerberus and Snowflake, Detective Stone went all in, setting a trap balloon in a sauna.
However, the outcome of this trap wasn't satisfying to him, was it? What? What are you trying to say? Saints English, also known as Cerberus, was initially arrested for the charge of peeping. After a fierce struggle, although Detective Stone was on the brink of death with his ailing body, he was not seriously harmed. Is this the record? Is this the result he and you wanted? Although Detective Stone later published some evidence suggesting that Saints English might have been Cerberus, his materials were not compelling enough, otherwise he would have needed to carry out such complex actions. He could have just reported to the police department and organized an arrest directly. Oh, wait. Shh. Oh no, that was Charlie. Although Detective Stone... Oh, this was Charlie. Although Detective Stone later was published by some evidence suggesting that Saints English might have been Cerberus, those materials were not compelling enough. Otherwise he would have needed to carry out such complex actions. He could have just reported to the police department and completed and organized an arrest directly. Yes, if Saints English insisted that his motive was peeping, his actions wouldn't even be considered a criminal offense. He only faced detention for assaulting an officer. To put Saints English on trial and establish his identity, one necessary condition was Detective Caliburn Stone died in that incident. Am I right? Shut up! Shut up! From the beginning, you planned that Saints English had to become a murderer, and you, Detective Sanford, who risked everything, would never allow the plan to go wrong. The real murderer of Detective Stone is actually this person, right?
That's it!
This operation has completely exposed Detective Stone's undercover identity as Trio's. Given his physical condition, he couldn't have continued any new plans. To completely bring down Saints English, you had no other choice. After going to the sauna, Saints English was convinced that Detective Stone was still alive. And when Kujo arrived at the sauna, Detective Stone was already dead. The only person who could have visited there between them was the one who could keep in contact with Detective Stone via intercom and know the situation on site, Detective Sanford. You were willing to go so as far to personally shoot your husband to see the plan through, weren't you?
Back up!
Stop deluding yourself. Have you forgotten how you were utterly defeated 5 years ago? The ballistic analysis report is still kept at the police department. Whether we consider the shooting height, distance, or angle of entry, the shooter could only have been Saints English. No. For a professional like you, such a scene could have been fabricated. Are you insane? Do you know how difficult it is to forge a crime scene that can deceive ballistic analysis? My knowledge in this area is limited, but I can imagine its difficulty. Perhaps it was truly challenging enough that you alone couldn't have accomplished it. However, with an accomplice, it would be a different story. The accomplice who helped Detective Sanford fabricate the scene is... I mean, she was still alive. What am I thinking? I should... An accomplice?
That's it!
Oh, it is him, okay. According to the ballistic analysis report, the only person whose height matches that of the shooter was indeed Saints English. You would need to use a very awkward shooting posture to achieve such a result. Additionally, the victim would need to be positioned precisely with both the posture and angle of entry being exact. Without the cooperation of the victim himself, such a disguise would be impossible to complete. To complete your plan while Detective Stone's life was running out. To make Saints English a murderer and then reveal his true identity in court via Detective Stone's video. Detective Sanford, you were acting under Detective Stone's instructions, or perhaps even at his pleading, weren't you? Perhaps that was the last request made to you by Detective Stone, who was already doomed to die. You personally ended the life of your beloved, didn't you? No. No. Afterwards, this explosive development quickly thrust Saints English into the storm of public opinion. Even though Detective Stone's evidence was not complete, everyone in the courtroom concluded that he was indeed Cerberus. Your plan was originally successful, but you didn't anticipate that Skyshield had a counter-strategy. Kalen's even faked a kidnapping to give Snowflake a chance to rescue Saints English from the courtroom. Back then, you naturally didn't understand Snowflake's true motives. You only believed she was generally trying to save him. You couldn't let Detective Stone's sacrifice be in vain, so you went into the lobby and shot Saints English. The cycle of cause and effect should have vanished at the moment of Saints English's death. But Detective Sanford, you had another reason to forever bury the truth in darkness. This is a reason only you would have. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Detective Sanford, face the truth. We have your reasons, but we have our persistence. The real reason you had to destroy Annie, kill Kujio, and frame Galaxy was for this person.
Frame Galaxy. Oh, sorry. Kujo and Frame Galaxy was for this person.
That's it.
Yeah.
You couldn't let Erika Kujo fall into the hands of the police alive, and you certainly couldn't let Annie reveal your secret, because even though Detective Stone has gone, your son Randy's still here. Only by bearing all of this, Randy can grow up healthily and happily as the descendant of a hero. If the truth from that time is exposed, you will likely face criminal charges, and Randy will lose you, his only parent. The heroic deeds of you two will still be cast in a heavy shadow. You can't imagine what kind of life Randy would endure afterwards. Therefore, even if it means eliminating the innocent Annie, threatening the lives of everyone in the courtroom, or assassinating Kujo, you would never back down, right? This is the truth behind everything that has happened over the past 5 years. Am I right? Yeah. That's all.
Ooh, man, that was a long fight.
Shem, call. I didn't do it wrong. Or am I wrong? Did I let you down? Everything shouldn't have been like this. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this.
Ooh, sick animation.
So, Detective Sanford, can you tell us what happened back then? Fine then. Even if I use all my wits, I cannot escape my fate. If you learn anything from your sister, you should know that Cole, Jem, and I were all orphans. 30 years ago, there was a vicious incident where a cult organization captured children for sacrifices, and we were among the few survivors from that time. Back then, a brave and fearless police officer rescued us from that hellhole, and we vowed to join the police ourselves to repay society. Chief, do you know anything about that?
It's nothing. Just listen to her.
I thought we could study together, dream together, and then work together, spending a life together. It's not rare for police officers to fall in the line of duty, but I never expected Jem to end up like that. Because of Sky Shield's crazy actions, Jem was reduced to ashes in that stadium. I haven't fully accepted this fact yet, and Carl was diagnosed with a rare blood disease. The disease was incurable, and his life was already on a countdown at that point. I was still planning my future, but all those plans suddenly collapsed that year. It was at that time that he proposed his plan. Although Kyle claimed in that video that he wanted to avenge Jem, he knew better than anyone that the person who couldn't let go of the hatred was actually me. The decision, which was incredibly cruel for me, was the one we made together. I repeatedly asked him to abort the plan, but he refused. To this day, I can't even imagine our conversation in the sauna. What remains in my mind is Kyle's final words at his deathbed. I hope this world would be a better place after I'm gone. What happened next was just as you said. We were on the verge of success, only to be thwarted by Kuzio. Then you decided to go into the lobby and kill him. No, I didn't have the intention to kill from the start.
I just want to get to the scene as quickly as possible and call for backup to control him. After all, I'm a police officer and wouldn't let hatred cloud my judgment. It's more meaningful for the Sky Shield demon to face justice than publicly than for me to execute him privately. However, the situation at the time was like this. Hand up! Freeze!
You. Put that down the gun. You can't even see what I am.
What about the other two in the room? What have you done to them?
As you can see, dying. Oh, sorry. I forgot you can't see them now.
You!
Well, officer, how about we make a deal?
Shut up and stay still. Bailiff?
Shh! Don't rush to call for backup. You'll be interested in what I'm about to say. Your husband's murder has puzzled me ever since I entered this courtroom. I didn't know Snowflake's identity before, but I knew she never used a gun, and my shooting feeling never fails. Trions was not shot by me. If it was neither me nor her, who else had a reason to act? It wasn't until just now in the courtroom that I thought of this alarming possibility. To expose my identity under public scrutiny, the two of you have gone to such lengths. Such courage and execution far surpasses my expectations. I don't hold any grudge against Trions now. I only admire him from the bottom of my heart.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Let me go. Under these circumstances, no one will blame you for negligence.
What?
If you insist on keeping me here, I'm not obliged to keep your secrets. Though it may endanger me, it is not difficult to redirect this case to the right path. Having known Snowflake successfully rescue me would be the best outcome for both of us, wouldn't it?
I'm not admitting anything, but even if I open this door, you won't escape. By the time you reach the courthouse door in this darkness, the power will have long been restored.
You don't need to worry about that.
Fine, you're right. Rather than lingering here until the lights come back on, it's a better choice for me to let you go. I might as well do the right thing all the way. Here, take this!
What?
If it's about hand-to-hand combat, being a woman, I can't match Sane's English's special forces skills, but when it comes to marksmanship, I'm a standout from the police academy, and not necessarily any less skilled than he was. Just give me 1 second of vision, and I can take his life. After you killed him, you immediately staged the scene to make it look like the three of them died together. No, you're wrong. The one who staged the scene wasn't me. Huh? Are you saying that there's someone else in the scene?
Ahem.
Who is it?
So, it was you.
Oh, it was you.
Prosecutor Schubert, are you okay?
That guy tricked me.
Don't talk. Where are you injured? Tap the floor. I'll follow the sound to you and bandage you up.
No need. I'm not going to make it.
But...
There were some things I couldn't figure out in court. Now I understand. You killed Detective Caliban Stone, right?
Don't listen to that villain.
Don't panic. I haven't told anyone. I didn't realize it just from his words. During the autopsy, I noticed some small scars on Caliban Stone's hand. The forensic examiner didn't mention it at all. I suppose you and your husband had arranged it beforehand. As an older person, I know these scars best. They are yellow marks from IV drips, so I investigated it. Caliban Stone. Even if he hadn't died in this case, he probably didn't have much time left, did he? And from the beginning, this operation against Sky Shield, he never intended to survive, did he?
I can't answer that.
Take it easy. As a dying man, I won't do anything to you. Were the two of you acting for revenge, or to protect the public?
Forget
it. Although the methods are not to be condoned, I have a certain respect for you.
I can't be discovered, and Carl's matters must remain hidden forever.
Is it really worth it?
for the sake of the dead's reputation. No, I have his child. I see. You won't be held accountable for killing Sane's English, but becoming the focus of the case can't be a good thing for you. Give me the gun. What? When I fire, open the door and leave. What are you? I hope I haven't misjudged you. Let your child grow up well, and not follow the wrong path. Blowing up the robot in the courtroom was not my intention, but the situation was critical at the time. Annie Lemon might reveal what she knew from 5 years ago at any moment. With the four of you being so observant, even a small clue could have been fatal to me.
Even so, you shouldn't have endangered everyone in the courtroom, should you?
I didn't. Since incident number 761, I've been to this courthouse countless times. I know every room and corridor like the back of my hand. I confirmed the number of people in the courtroom and adjacent rooms. The detonation time was enough for everyone to evacuate. I really didn't expect that she would... You've already deduced most of what happened at the Skyrim Trade Center, so I won't repeat it. 5 years ago, only Saints English and Kujo entered the sauna, according to the police reports. If Kujo were captured alive, her testimony could complicate the case, and Kalens would not ignore the ambush on Cerberus, and who knew what Kujo might have told him. I had no choice but to eliminate these two. To conceal one thing, she ended up doing even more things that couldn't even be discovered. Anyway, I'm surprised by your performance. In this case, no, these years you've won, but I have no intention of apologizing to Kalens. I'm willing to accept the legal consequences as I deserve, but I don't expect me to bow down and beg for mercy. Since the day I chose this path, I haven't had the right to do so. If I could choose again, I would prevent Annie from ending up like this. Even though she wasn't human, she was still an innocent being. The duty of the police is to protect the public, and in my heart, she should have been protected. Even if I known her true identity sooner, I would have found a way to let her live no matter what. In this regard, I disappointed Prosecutor Schubert, and perhaps even you. I still blame myself to this day. But for everything else, I have no regrets. Just as she said, Detective Sanford calmly recounted her actions over the years. I don't expect any frustration or remorse in her eyes. It was as if she had known this day would come. Events. The series of events that have haunted Chief and me for over 5 years have finally come to an end.
Defense.
But before this, no one expected this would be the outcome awaiting us.
Defense.
Huh?
Wow, you finally responded. I was starting to think you had all lost your minds.
Huh? What? Have we been talking the whole time?
Are you kidding me? Both of you lawyers and Detective Sanford have been standing completely still for a while. I could vaguely see your mouths moving, but I couldn't hear a word. If Prosecutor Ray hadn't stopped me, I wouldn't have called a doctor to take you away.
What?
So this is what it's like to use Verity Lance in public.
Oh, right. Every time we used it before, it was when we were alone with the target.
Oh, is that how it works?
Now that you're back, let's continue with the previous topic. Have you found the evidence regarding Detective Sanford's motive to assassinate Kujo?
Huh? Didn't she admit it herself?
I don't understand. What you're saying. The court requires evidence.
It looks like the judge really didn't hear a single word of our conversation with Detective Sanford just now.
No way, do I have to redo everything we just did? If Detective Sanford suddenly changes her testimony, I can't guarantee we'll win this time. Forget it. What do you take me for? Lost is lost. There's no point in struggling like a cornered beast at this point. How the fuck does the lance work? How does it, create a separate telepathic plane for us to only hear each other? What? Huh? Okay. Show the evidence and end this. What the judge needs is evidence that proves Detective Sanford had a motive to assassinate Kujo. When discussing our motive, we must refer back to the incident number 761 from 5 years ago. Evidence that can link the current case with the one 5 years ago, and Detective Sanford. Maybe there's really something like that on me, but... The former chief used to tell me that all the original purpose of the law is to maintain all humanity's orders and interests.
as long as each judgment rewards the good and punishes the wicked, and the society benefits the most with the least harm. The so-called truth is not as important as we imagined.
But if the truth is not important, then why do we investigate so diligently?
Well, it's for finding the basis for judgment. If we can't visit every relevant person and collect every clue, what we see is only the one side of the case. To ensure that every verdict leans towards the most reasonable outcome, we first must have an overview of the entire event.
The basis for judgment. Have I found it? Or perhaps... Sacrificing a few to save the majority is always controversial. For example, there are many patients dying due to the lack of timely organ transplantations every day. If sacrificing a few to save the majority is considered just, why not harvest organs from healthy individuals? Huh? Just think about it. A healthy person has so many organs, and taking them all out can save so many people. That's a crime. What if the person whose organs are taken is a worthless thug, and the recipients are all elites who contribute to society? That's still a crime. So you see, consequentialism doesn't hold up. Sometimes procedural justice is more reliable. No one has the right to take the place of the law to enforce justice, even if it seems beneficial to society. If our conversation with Detective Sanford hadn't been muted, this trial might have already concluded. But I never expected that what was supposed to be a closed case would suddenly present us with a choice. Submitting evidence will confirm Detective Sanford's charge of assassinating Kuzo and unearth the case from 5 years ago. Everything Detective Sanford fears most will happen, and the couple's heroic deeds will be erased. She will suddenly be imprisoned, and what future awaits Rennie without both parents? Or setting aside personal emotions, think about societal impact of all these incidents. Although Detective Sanford crossed the legal boundaries for personal reasons, she is indeed a diligent officer. Among those she killed, Singing English and Kuzo would certainly have faced the death penalty if captured alive. Detective Sanford actively requested her to kill him, and their motives... Detective Stone actively requested her to kill him, and their motives were essentially for the benefit of society. Annie, though innocent, wasn't really human, so her death couldn't be classified as murder. Her actions ultimately led to the collapse of Sky Shield. If it weren't for the couple, who knows how many people Sky Shield wouldn't have harmed over the years. Is it really the right choice to make these matters public and imprison Detective Sanford? How will the public and all the frontline police officers feel? However, from another perspective, letting Detective Sanford go, is that really the right choice? From a personal standpoint, I cannot tolerate the murder of Annie going unpunished. Legally speaking, Detective Sanford has violated criminal law multiple times, which is undeniable. Among all these incidents, the only one for which she bears no legal responsibility is the killing of Saint English. Although she killed Caliban Stone with his consent, it also fits the scenario of intentional homicide by assisting suicide. Despite Kuzo being a wanted criminal, Detective Sanford had no authority to assassinate her before she resisted. No matter how evil Galaxy is, he's not the murderer of Kuzo. Framing him is also a crime. The motives behind Detective Sanford's actions are a mix of personal interests and duties, making them hard to judge. Taking a step back, even if she had good intentions and produced good results, does that mean she can disregard the law? If her actions are forgiven, does that mean that any means are acceptable as long as the results are positive? If that's the case, what's the purpose of having laws designed to uphold social order? After all these intense incidents, I really figured out what the right thing to do is.
Mr. Ray, are you lost in thought again?
Nothing. I was just preparing the evidence.
So you're ready?
Yes.
Although you haven't said it, you've probably been doing a lot of thinking during this time, right?
Yes, Chief. Don't you want to give me some advice?
If I did, I wouldn't have let you stand in this position. As I said yesterday, the future of this office belongs to the younger generation. The final choice is yours to make.
Okay. The next choice will probably lead this case to 2 completely different outcomes. Think carefully. There's no right answer to this choice, but it will change many people's fates. Well. Yeah, I think I did hear that this game has 2 endings.
Yeah, because I watched a YouTube video online about a review of this game and how it has a very well, it has 2 endings. So I'm guessing this is the part where we decide the ending. And well, what Detective Sanford and her husband have done was all for the sake of taking down Sky Shield, and to avenge the loss of the companion and all the lives that were victim to their attacks. But at the same time, she's also done things that also endanger the lives of many, like threatening to detonate a bomb in a courtroom, even though she did estimate the time it would take for everyone to evacuate. It still nonetheless proved a threat to everyone in the courtroom, and also she still planned things behind the backs of the police department. If we were to let this go, well, it could potentially inspire more people to do the same and straight up just say, fuck the law, I do what I want. So, present. The evidence that can prove the motive for Detective Sanford is... Also, I do not know the fucking evidence! That prove the motive. I guess it's the drawing? Oh, right, the chip, yeah. Yeah, there we go. Hey, fire sale.
That's it.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's going okay-ish for me. Finally putting an end to this game. Oh my goodness, I was not expecting this last segment to be going on for so long. Yeah. Because I want to knock this game's final case out of the park so I can start on a new one later on. So yeah, it's a long stream. But yeah. Anyway. Oh my god. I'm sorry, Detective Sanford. Your motives are mixed with personal interests and duties, making it difficult to judge whether their outcome is good or bad. I greatly admire your courage and determination, but the way you did it broke the law after all. Your Honor, please look at this video screenshot.
Oh, that heart-shaped halo. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before.
Yes, the heart-shaped halo in the screenshot is almost identical to the one in the video taken by President Gu yesterday. What's more important is where this screenshot came from.
It comes from the last chip left by the robot GBXF-004. Yeah, I believe that. I don't have the limitation of their inspiration. Yeah. This is both the final remains left by Annie and the last key to uncovering the truth of the case. Please note that this screenshot was taken on July the 6th, 5 years ago.
July 6, 5 years ago. Isn't that?
Yes, this screenshot shows the scene of incident number 761. This halo is the mark left by someone who intruded into the scene that year. And that same mark appeared on the 99th floor of the Skyrim Trade Center. At the time of the incident, the 99th floor was completely shrouded in darkness with all light blocked out. The true culprit, perhaps to minimize the risk of exposing themselves, chose a temporary light source with extremely low visibility, a choice both right and wrong. It means that the same person was still present at both scenes in these two incidences.
What? This case is connected to the old case from 5 years ago.
Yes, it's that old case that has led to a series of incidents over the years.
Objection!
You can't draw such radical conclusions based on solely on an unidentified heart-shaped halo. If you wanted a court to accept it, then explain what this halo actually is.
That's quite simple. It only proves a direct connection between incident number 761 and this case. But it can also directly reveal the identity of the person.
How much light can this thing really emit? You've seen it before, remember? The electrical sparks from this stun gun lipstick can even light up my hand. Even if I activated the taser coil at the end, it couldn't be used for lighting. If it's activated in the dark, it wouldn't even light up a meter in front of me.
Detective Sanford, we've all seen the contact electric shock functioning as lipstick. The sparks it emits are not very strong, and they don't really form a heart. However, I just learned that its tip has its taser coil. Chief? What exactly is a taser?
You really can't stay cool for more than a heartbeat. A taser is a non-lethal weapon commonly used by foreign police, also known as electric shotgun. It works by shooting an electrified coil onto the target to incapacitate them. While most coils are rectangular with rounded corners, some tasers may shoot out coils of unique shapes.
So, Detective Sanford, could you show the shape of the coil from your lipstick in court? Heh. You already know the result, don't you? This is the last gift from Carl, and it's custom made. In other words, it's the only taser in the world that can shoot out such a shape.
Order! Order! Detective Sanford, what do you mean by this? Are you admitting involvement in this matter?
Isn't it clear enough? This case is already overdue to be closed. The person who killed Eda Caputo is...
Prosecutor Schubert, you have something to say?
I do not approve of the defense's actions.
What? I was presenting evidence as requested by the judge. Isn't that acceptable?
Incident number 761, though leaving indelible scars on numerous people, has been concluded after all. There's no point in going back that far now.
Huh? Wait a minute. I thought you were the last person who would say that, Prosecutor Schubert. You chose the path of a prosecutor determinedly after your father's death, relentlessly investigating Sky Shield. Don't you want to know the truth behind incident number 761? I'm about to expose it.
Don't you know what will happen if you do that?
Wait, are you saying you knew everything from the beginning?
ZBL-type night blindness.
Huh?
Though this rare genetic disease mainly affects people in a remote village, there are some cases elsewhere. For example, my father.
Are you saying Prosecutor Schubert, he couldn't see in the dark?
Yes, you should know what that means. And that day I was also in the courtroom. I couldn't rush to the scene immediately but my father had his phone with him.
What?
There was no signal in the lobby. He used his last strength to compose a message, but he didn't send it. After the investigation, this phone, as a personal effect, eventually ended up in my hands as a family member. In the drafts folder, there were only 6 words. Don't make things difficult for her.
What? Mr. Schubert.
You are sloppy, but not stupid. I knew with that your ability and Mr. Drake's help, and it was only a matter of time before things evolved into the current situation.
As I mentioned earlier, the so-called truth must be something that has already happened. Rather than tracing back to the past, I'm more concerned with... the future is yet to unfold. This is my father's final wish, and also my own will. Now I ask you seriously, have you thought about what will happen after revealing the truth?
Yes, I have. The decision will not only change the lives of Detective Sanford and her child, but also stir up a storm of public opinion. In the eyes of the public, Detective Stone remained a hero who sacrificed herself for justice and brought the villains to justice. And Detective Sanford is a single mother who removed harm from the people and shouldered everything with strength. However, the two of them and their 4.5-year-old child, Wendy, will end up with no good outcome. No matter how it is explained, this outcome cannot be changed. I can hardly imagine the waves it will stir up on the internet.
Even so, you will still continue.
Yes, I will. The final outcome may be hard for the public to accept, but the law is law. I once believed that as long as good people ended well and villains were punished, the case's conclusion would be satisfactory. But in the real world, there are no people who are purely good or evil. Detective Sanford may have done countless good deeds, but she has still crossed many legal lines. Even with Galaxy's immense evil, his feelings for his adopted sister are genuine. Determining who is truly good or evil and what outcome they deserve is not within our powers as lawyers. What I need to do is reveal all the facts and let the law make the decision. If the law fails to deliver justice, then it's time to amend the law to meet societal needs. Until then, no individuals, including you and me, has the right to bypass it, right?
The law is set for general situations, but there is always exceptions. With such complex and entangled scenario, do you still believe that cold and rigid legal codes can bring just a verdict?
我不敢保证它能带来的裁决是公正的，但它一定是公平的。我们一旦为了一个特例网开一面，就一定会有下一个、下下个。
That's exactly what I was
我
thinking.
们甚至无法排除，这种特例有朝一日会遭到别有用心者的恶用。如果届时连法律都不能约束他们，我们又要靠什么来维护社会的秩序？因此，无论结局有多么残忍，我都要捍卫法律的尊严。这就是我作为一名律师所做出的选择。
Oops. Since that's the case, I have nothing more to say. Do as you please.
Then, Your Honor, the defense is now familiar with the full details of the case. Please allow me to present them.
Yes, please proceed.
And so I reveal the entire truth of the past 5 years in court. The judge and the audience were shocked for a long time before slowly accepting the facts. Throughout my entire recount, Detective Sanford's expression remained calm, as if she had already accepted her fate. Meanwhile, Sis, standing across from me, simply shook her head in silence.
This is indeed a shocking and heavy case. Detective Sanford, do you truly admit everything that Miss Ray has stated?
What she said is all true, although some details lack evidence. Dwelling on them is not my style.
I understand. Since Detective Sanford has fully confessed to her crimes, prosecution, this case is now in your hands. Is there any objection?
It is our duty.
What will happen to her?
Detective Sanford's crimes are beyond the scope of this trial, especially since they involve an old case from 5 years ago. This court is concerned with whether the defendant Galaxy Coyote is guilty. Prosecution, are you both ready for the next step?
Interpol has notified us and they will take the defendant into custody after the court adjourns, regardless of his guilt.
Very well.
Huh. Now that I've lived to see the end of this case, I don't care about anything else. It's strange, though, knowing the killer of Erica. I hate her, but I no longer have any thoughts of revenge. The rest is for you to worry about. It's none of my business.
So after nearly a full day of lengthy proceedings, it's finally time to deliver the verdict. Given that the true culprit has confessed to the crime, the possibility of the defendant being guilty no longer exists. Regarding the trial of Galaxy Coyote, this court's verdict as it follows. The trial is hereby concluded. I declare the court adjourned.
January 30th, 5 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby.
Phew, this trial's finally come to an end.
Didn't expect that you managed to last this long. Even I'm getting exhausted.
Chief, will you blame me for my final decision?
Well, of course not. When I handed over the choice to you, I anticipated various possible outcomes. As long as you understand the significance of your choice, it is the right one.
Is that so? Even though we won in the end, I can't find any joy in it. Detective Sanford, what will happen to her?
She's a police officer of some status, and her defense will be easily trusted to a private law office like ours. However, in terms of sentencing, she is unlikely to receive a heavy sentence. The killing of Saint English wasn't considered a criminal offense to begin with. The assassination of Cujo might be defended as murder out of righteous indignation. As for the murder of Caliber and Stone, it falls under lighter sentencing categories of assisted suicide and intentional homicide. Considering Detective Stone's condition at the time, Detective Sanford only shortened his life by a few days. I believe the judge will consider the societal impact and deliver a fair judgment.
Yes, I just hope Detective Sanford can regain her freedom soon. Sis?
Why are you looking at your feet? Lift your head up.
Okay.
Although I'm still shocked by the truth, I'm proud of the decision you made.
This seems to be the first time Sis has praised me so directly. I'm not sure how to respond.
But since the truth of incident number 761 is now clear, it's time for you to put an end to your obstinacy. What's your plan now? Continue to stay in this lousy office?
To be honest, I did become a lawyer to investigate the truth of 5 years ago, but I haven't thought about what to do afterward. Give me some time before I give you an answer.
Suit yourself. Tessa and Galaxy have caused quite a stir. I'm gonna deal with it first. Hey, you!
Me?
Be careful.
Well. Can't we at least part on friendly terms?
Maybe Sis has already somewhat acknowledged you, Chief.
Forget it. It's too much for me. By the way, where does Silas Schubert go?
It seems he hasn't been with Sis since the court adjourned.
In retrospect, he might have already known or deduced everything that happened back then. In that case, his true purpose for becoming a prosecutor remains a mystery.
I don't think he came just to fulfill his father's last wish, after all. When I decided to expose Detective Sanford, he didn't actually try to stop me. He only kept confirming if I had considered the consequences. In the end, we still don't understand what that guy is really thinking.
Come on, that's Silas Schubert.
True enough. This is the first time I've seen such an empty lobby. We won the case, but the client isn't here. It's truly bittersweet.
Not only is Galaxy absent, but Mr. Justice is also left early due to political duties. I saw President Gu in the morning's audience, but considering he is busy, he probably couldn't endure such a long trial.
Is that so? It seems we are really left to return with only each other.
Well, don't be so gloomy. Although we completed a major case, this isn't the end. There's still a long way to go in the office. You're just out of the novice phase. You still need to figure out where to go in the future.
You're right. Although I'm not sure where to go in the future. I've decided about where to go today.
Oh, that's the spirit.
Lobster across from our office, Chief. Tonight's on you.
Huh?
The event that has lingered in my mind for over 5 years ended in an unexpected way. Looking back, it's not a perfect ending. Every side has paid a heavy price. Even if the culprit receives due punishment, Annie will never come back. As for what happened later, there weren't many surprises. Detective Sanford was dismissed and given a lenient sentence. She'll be released before Randy reaches adulthood. To save face for the police force, the authorities selectively disclosed the truth of the case. Various rumors continue to swirl, causing a stir online. I do wonder why they seem to throw workies into mind-melting cases. I know, right? Especially when this case concerns another country. It's an international case involving an international crime syndicate. However, in every version, Detective Stone and Detective Sanford are still considered heroes in the hearts of the people. Soon, online debates, like police failing to eliminate Skyshield while the real hero was convinced, began to appear.
Mind you, it would be boring if it was just straightforward.
Yeah, and not to mention, I was not expecting a 3-phase boss fight near the end of the trial. How to repair public opinion is not a concern. Let those who are responsible handle it. Drake and Thomas Coe gained fame through this case, but whether it is good or bad is hard to judge. After this incident, aside from a few remaining members who had disappeared, Skyshield was regarded as shattered. Although Galaxy was the leader of Skyshield, the vast majority of successful attacks were not planned by him. The International Court did not sentence him to death, but to life imprisonment. May he take this time in prison to reflect. As for me, I've just begun my journey as a lawyer. I have no plans to change professions at the moment. The story of lawyer Luna Ray has just begun. To celebrate today's victory, let's visit the friends I recently made in some old places.
Oh yeah, by the way, this game has 2 endings.
Is this auto-scrolling? Arms the repo for a criminal organization. Is it auto-scrolling?
It is auto-scrolling, okay.
Well, yeah, we're approaching the end. The credit scene. Normally I would read like super fast here, but well, given how late it is, I don't want to read super fast and be too loud. I'm not really surprised by that. I mean, the first Ace Attorney has 2 endings. Did it have 2 endings? Oh yeah, I guess it kind of did in the last case. Or something. I think it did. Or it might just be you failed and you succeed. It could be that. Yeah, but in this game, it actually presents you with a moral dilemma of a choice at the end, where you can either reveal the truth of behind an incident that occurred like 5 years ago and has been continuously been building up to a whole... Wait, is Edgeworth upset for good reason or a bad reason? Oh yeah. Well, in this game's case, the choice was to either, well, for context, the culprit in this final case, who has been setting up all these sort of illegal plans, was, the second one did make the player choice better. Oh yeah. Yeah. It did. But yeah, the culprit in this case, it was Tessa Sanford. Yeah, she was doing under the table acts in order to gain the advantage against an international terrorist organization by well, committing underhanded deeds like well, sabotaging her side, which is the international police, the Interpol, because she works for Interpol as, I think, the vice head of the agency, and she's been like committing self-sabotage in order to lure the terrorist organization into a false sense of security, in order to gain an opening, in order for her to land the killing blow on its high-ranking members. And ultimately, it did help defeat the terrorist organization Skyshield in the end, and it did help expose truth behind their deeds, and also expose their identities to the police and everyone. But at the same time, she has also committed a lot of illegal deeds in the process, and even endangered the lives of many civilians, because one of those deeds involves activating a bomb inside of a robot in the middle of a courtroom, a bomb that can easily level an entire building.
And although she did calculate the time it would take for everyone to leave, she did also estimate that everyone would have enough time to leave the courthouse before the bomb blows. It was still nonetheless an act that would endanger the entire populace. And other actions, oh yeah, she's also been taking other action. She has also had other ulterior motives to killing the members of Sky Shield, because she was also playing as a member of Sky Shield as one of its ranking heads. It's just they never knew her identity. She was just an anonymous tip for them. And then, yeah. And, oh yeah, and then, yeah, then a long time ago, like 5 years ago, Tessa Sanford and her husband, her terminally ill husband, had set up a case to frame one of the high-ranking heads of Sky Shield to be a murderer, by having Tessa Sanford shoot and kill her husband, you know, and just frame that guy for murder. And this was agreed between both her husband and herself, because her husband was terminally ill. He had like a rare blood disease that only gave him like less than a week to live. So he thought he would be the scapegoat. He would be the martyr to set up a murder case to frame Sains English, which is one of the important high-ranking members of Sky Shield, and frame him for murder. Which did ultimately get him arrested, but at the same time, other members of Sky Shield managed to stage a hostage takeover in another land, well, in a place far away inside of a mine, and that forced a head of state from another country to step in and put an end to the trial in order to rescue his son, who is technically the head of Sky Shield, but he's like a figurehead for Sky Shield, but he didn't know he was from Sky Shield, and believed that he was just a hostage of that Sky Shield took. So then, no choice but to... But then, yeah, that resulted in a massive chaos in the courtroom, and during the chaos, one of the agents of Sky Shield, one of their high-ranking heads, Erika Kuzio, codenamed Snowflake, she was trying to take advantage of the situation and try to break out Sains English. But, well, Tessa Sanford put a stop to that by killing Sains English. Oh yeah, and they're still playing with Skyrim Stone, which is, Tessa's child. Okay, they're going to Lemon Village. Yeah. And Tessa did speak to Stella. Yeah, telling her to take care of her kid if something were to happen to her. Yeah. Oh, he was told about what happened to his mother and what she did with his dad. Oh, damn. Yeah. Yeah, because of our actions, yes, Tessa's kid, because we chose to expose the truth, she ends up going to prison, and because, yeah, he doesn't, yeah, both the parents of the child are gone, or at least for the mother, temporarily, and, well, the father's gone permanently because he's dead. Yeah, he was left entrusted with Stella Ray, who is the main protagonist's older sister, to take care of the child while Tessa's in prison.
Wow. Oh, he's developing the GPX F5005. Medical robot. Reminds me of a certain character I had in a certain VR chat RP. Huh. Oh, now he's working for... Oh, wow. Next project. Oh, he took back the Verity lands, okay. Huh. Oh, damn. Yeah. Huh. Oh no. Why is it always you? Is there a way to skip this cutscene? Haunted castle? Oh, she's gonna scare more people. Oh my god, this fucking guy. Oh, it's the horror streamer. Huh. Oh, now he's a live streamer too? What the hell? Huh. Oh, he doesn't know that Annie was secretly a robot. Why is he up at the side?
lot of characters. Man, this is a long ass sequence. Oh jeez, that's a huge feast. To call out, oh my god. She ordered the whole menu. Half of it? Oh boy. Oh, she's coming over. Alright, oh, Silence is here too. Okay. It's quite comfortable. Oh, he's not a prosecutor anymore? Oh, he's going back to music? Yeah, he's going back to music. Yeah. And she always has shit against Charlie. Yeah. Oh? No, that's impossible. Huh? You didn't even give it a second thought. I understand what you're saying, but he was the only person who could synthesize that kind of material. There's no one else in the world with such capability except him. But I remember you said that the data from the central server still exists, right? Well, that's correct. Direct Goldstein, why don't you listen to my idea? It might give you some inspiration. Give me a little more time, and I'll find a way to bring her back. Oh shit. And that's the end of the case. Well, well. Although the process was a mess, from the results, I've handled everything as instructed. From the results, Sains is dead. Julia has escaped. Clearly you haven't accomplished any of the tasks I assigned to you. Hey, I'm just a lawyer. Asking me to capture and then protect those two was really too much. Besides, Julia, the tuna, has never showed up from the start to finish. How am I supposed to find her? All I could do was to assist the national judiciary and ensure the downfall of Sky Shield. Alright. In the end, of the three people, only Joseph didn't require my intervention. At least he died with some dignity. But next, she will surely act again. You need to protect your office diligently. Who, Tuna? Heh,
She was always the craziest amongst us when she was in the army. A mere international criminal organization can't possibly keep her, and even I myself can't predict what she'll do next.
Well, well, another hot potato. Hey, Dad, aren't you considering stepping in personally? You have far more resources at your disposal than I do.
Stop it. Even the 3 kids I saved from that accident have come and gone. This world is not my stage anymore. If someday you really need my help, that must be a terrible day.
Hey, don't scare me.
Oh, you'll know when it comes.
Oh, shit.
And that's the end.
Oh, boy. That was quite the show. Holy shit. Okay. Well, farewell for now. It's already getting late and the stream has already gone for long enough, almost for 9 hours. Holy shit. It's been a while since I streamed this long. But yeah, farewell for now.